Hello everyone and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts, Atretivich Chapter 251, Death. Pain. 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 Wang Teng exited the virtual landscape with furrowed brows. He cried out instinctively. This was too painful. Anyone who got bitten to death by a bunch of rats wouldn't be able to remain calm. Hell stage is terrifying. I wonder how many points I scored. Wang Teng relaxed for a long time before the feeling of pain subsided. Then he looked at the screen. 93 points. Not bad. It's not too low. Wang Teng stood up and got down from the virtual chamber. He opened the door and walked out. Deng Bo and the other instructors exchanged glances with one another in the head control room. Even Tong Hu was flabbergasted. He found this incredible. He lasted for 2 hours. He actually lasted for so long in that frightening rat tide. This young fellow is full of surprises. Tong Hu shook his head as he wondered to himself, "Let's go, everyone. If we stay here any longer, the students are going to kick up a fuss." They stood up and walked out. The students were gathered in small groups along the corridor. It was noisy, and they were extremely excited. Hao Pinglang and his friends gathered around Wang Teng. He asked curiously, "Brother Teng, what difficulty level did you choose?" "Was it the Hell stage?" Song Shuhang asked. I chose the Hell stage directly." Wang Teng was speechless. He felt that no one dared to even choose the Nightmare stage. So was he the only one who chose the Hell stage? Was he too fierce? "You chose the Hell stage." Their jaws dropped when they heard this. They stared at Wang Teng as though he was some strange animal. "I knew it," Bailey Qingfeng said. "You are stupid, but I commend your courage," Lu Shu said. "Don't tease me. You don't know how tragic my death was," Wang Teng said pitifully. "How did you die?" The others instantly became curious. "I got surrounded by rats and got bitten to death by numerous large-sized rats." Wang Teng described his death in detail. "Fuck, that is so scary." Hao Pinglang and the others glanced at Wang Teng in sympathy. This was the first time he had experienced death. On top of that, he died so tragically. This was the real fear of being controlled by death. Their experiences paled in comparison with Wang Teng's. At this moment, Tong Hu and the other instructors walked over. The students gradually turned silent. "Everyone, how does it feel?" Tong Hu smiled and asked. "Exciting, amazing, fun, head. Can we play a few more times?" Tong Hu felt speechless when he heard someone asking this question. Did they think that this was a game? "All right, stop talking and look at the result of your exam. How can you still think of playing?" Tong Hu barked furiously. The students shut their mouths awkwardly. They knew that they didn't perform well in the virtual world, especially since this was the first time many of them were facing a star beast. Their actual combat was too horrible to look at. Some started fleeing in all directions before the fight began and got chased by the star beasts. The star beasts killed them mercilessly when they caught the students. Others would laugh their heads off when they heard of this battle result. "I took a look just now. 36 of you chose the advanced stage. Only 7 people chose the Nightmare stage, and 1 person chose the Hell stage," Tong Hu said slowly. "What, someone chose the Hell stage?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. The Nightmare stage and the advanced stage were frightening enough for them. How scary would the Hell stage be? They didn't dare to think about it. Wang Teng was the one who chose the Hell stage, Tong Hu said with a smile. Everyone looked at Wang Teng when they heard this. While they felt stunned, they also found it reasonable, as expected. This was what most people were thinking. Chen Yang, who wanted to challenge Wang Teng, stood among the crowd with a gloomy expression. Why was Wang Teng pushing him down all the time? He chose the Nightmare stage, but Wang Teng picked a higher setting than him. "Instructor, how much did Wang Teng score?" He couldn't help but ask. The other students got curious after hearing Chen Yang's question. Many people wanted to test their luck. They felt that even if he chose the Hell stage, he wouldn't get a high score, maybe 60 or 70. Or fail. Wang Teng glanced at Chen Yang and shook his head secretly. This fellow was everywhere. He was pretty irritating. It wasn't hard to see what Chen Yang had up his sleeve. He probably felt that he would get a low score with his performance. Well, Chen Yang wasn't going to get what he wanted. 93, Teng Hu replied. Everyone, Chen Yang was thunderstruck. No one knew what to say. A blow. This was a huge blow. He was able to achieve such a high score in the hell stage. How on earth did Wang Teng do it? Head, what about us? How's our result? Someone asked. You? Teng Hu shook his head. Don't even think of getting 90. There are only a few who got 80 and above. Most of you all scored below 80, and some even failed. I will not announce the results one by one. Your instructors will go through your results later during your lesson. After he finished speaking, he left directly. After Teng Hu left, the instructors brought the students down and dismissed them on their way back. Everyone was still discussing this topic. Wang Teng parted with Hoping Liang and his friends. He went straight to Dan Taishuan's house. Why are you so early? Dan Taishuan asked curiously. Dan Taishuan had been staying in school to guide Wang Teng. Normally they met after 8 p.m. Wang Teng had to challenge the top 100 students in the evening. He had already reached the top 48 students. He didn't suffer any defeat yet, of course. When he came back after the holiday, he changed his method. He didn't publicly challenge the other party. Instead, he had a duel with them in private with the thought of learning from each other through a fight. That way, he had to stop his collaboration with Zhuge Zhaoliang. They didn't dare to get too wild. It would be a pity if they attracted the attention of the school and came up empty-handed. They discussed with each other and decided to start again when Wang Teng challenged the top 3 students. Wang Teng walked into Dan Taishuan's house and asked, Principal, you know the virtual chambers we have, right? Oh, you know about it already? Dan Taishuan asked in shock. We use the virtual combat chambers for our assessment, Wang Teng replied. How is it? What difficulty did you choose? Nightmare stage? Dan Taishuan asked. Hell stage, Wang Teng said in frustration. Did Dan Taishuan think that he should have chosen the nightmare stage too? Ha 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 ha. Looking at your expression. You must have died a terrible death. Dan Taishuan laughed at his plight. Is it hilarious to see your disciple suffering a setback? Wang Teng was speechless. Your expression is too funny. You're really bold to choose the hell stage at your first try, Dan Taishuan asked. What's your score? 93. Not bad. It looks like the recent training was useful. Dan Taishuan was slightly startled. Chapter 252. Dan Taishuan left, Master. Can we use the virtual chamber during normal times? Wang Teng asked with a fawning smile. I knew that you wouldn't come and look for me for no reason. Dan Taishuan glared at him from the corner of her eyes. She continued, Of course they can be used. The top 10 students in the school have the right to use them. I didn't know about this rule. Wang Teng was stunned. Why do you think everyone is fighting to climb higher in the ranks? The rank isn't just an empty shell. There are corresponding benefits, Dan Taishuan said. Wang Teng nodded. Don't even think of using me to go through the back door. However, with your ability, you shouldn't have a problem entering the top 10. Get up there as quickly as possible if you want to use the virtual chambers. Dan Taishuan paused before continuing. I will be going to the Xingwu continent soon. I have stayed too long on Earth this time. There are many things I need to handle over there. You're leaving? Wang Teng was shocked. Dan Taishuan looked at him and smiled. You can't bear to part? Can't bear to part? That's impossible. I'm a disciple who has no emotions, Wang Teng said. Bang! Dan Taishuan gave him a huge punch. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Speak properly. Oh, Wang Teng rubbed his head and immediately became obedient. I've told you that everyone has their own path to tread. I will not interfere too much with your path. How far you will go depends on yourself. Dan Taishuan stood up with her back facing him. I hope that you will stay true to your heart and not disappoint me. Yes, Wang Teng nodded honestly and replied. She was rarely so serious. But if someone older bullies you, you can use my name. I will whack him, Dan Taishuan said fiercely. Wang Teng was touched. Although she had only been his master for a short time, although the testing at the start made him a little unhappy, Dan Taishuan had been teaching and guiding him as his master, fulfilling her responsibility with all her heart. This was the first time she had a disciple, so her teaching methods might be a little rough, and he always got injured all over, but this was probably how his master showed her love. That's right. It makes sense. He remembered her bringing him personally to the Crimson Tiger troop to seek justice for him. She faced the entire troop alone and didn't even give any face to the chief commander. She beat him up without any hesitation. Which master would do this for her disciple? All right, that's all. Martial warriors like us have great ambitions. Separations are a common thing. Under the night sky, Dan Teixuan had her hands behind her back. She sounded natural and unrestrained. Go back. I should be leaving too. Take care. Wang Teng got up and looked intently at Dan Teixuan before leaving her residence. Behind him, the house turned dark, and a ray of light shot into the sky. It turned into a rainbow as it flew away. Wang Teng felt a little emotional. He wasn't able to let it go as freely as her. I think I still owe her a meal for acknowledging her as my master, he wondered to himself. He was busy cultivating, so he didn't have the chance to pick up 4 chef attributes. He remembered it now. The next time he saw Dan Teixuan, he must push his 4 chef skill up. I am Wang Teng. I mean, what I say? 8 a.m. during the weekend. The freshman instructors from the 5 faculties and the heads were gathered in a meeting room in the administrative building. The results of the assessments from the various faculties should be out, right? How's the result? Peng Yuanshan glanced around him as he asked. The heads of the 5 faculties started speaking consecutively. This batch of students is not bad compared to the other batches. That's right. Their results are better than the first assessment of the other batches. There are many potential students. If we groom them properly, they will become the core of society in the future. The words that these heads were saying were different from what the instructors said to the students. If the students heard that the heads actually acknowledged them, they might cry in happiness, probably, as expected, when the instructor said, "You are the worst batch of students I've taught." They were lying most of the time. However, there's one interesting thing. The head of the Rune faculty, Situ Jun, suddenly smiled. What a coincidence. I have an interesting piece of news, too. The head of the Smithery faculty, O Chang Song, smiled and said, "Oh." Situ Jun glanced at Oyu Chang Song in wonder. The head of the Dan faculty, Kui Heng, raised his eyebrows. A flash of astonishment flashed past his eyes. The heads of the battle faculty and the command faculty, Tong Hu and Su Jing, were puzzled. They wondered what riddle the other heads were playing. Can't you speak directly? Is it very fun to keep people in suspense? Tong Hu urged them. He was an impatient fellow, this boorish fellow. Situ Jun and O Chang Song exchanged glances with each other. U Chang Song gave a "you can speak first" sign. Situ Jun accepted the invite and said, "Come to think of it, it's related to the battle faculty." For some reason, Tong Hu had a bad feeling. All of you should know Wang Teng from the battle faculty, right? Situ Jun glanced at everyone's expression after he spoke. Tong Hu and Su Jing nodded. There was curiosity in their eyes. On the other hand, O Chang Song and Kui Heng were stunned. What trouble did he get into again? Tong Hu frowned and asked. He didn't. Anyway, do you remember how he wanted to choose all the 5 faculties at the start of the year but got stopped by us? From the looks of it now, we misjudged him, Situ Jun said. Misjudged him? Tong Hu and Su Jing were baffled. What did Wang Teng do that made Situ Jun say this? It looks like Head Situ wants to say the same thing as us. U Chang Song and Chui Heng looked at each other. Could it be? It was now Situ Jun's turn to feel dumbstruck. That's right. Take a look at Wang Teng's result. The 2 of them took out Wang Teng's papers, while U Chang Song took out a pitch-black metal. It was the 100 forged black iron. Situ Jun took out his paper, too, and passed it around for everyone to see. A few minutes later, the entire meeting room became dead silent after seeing Wang Teng's result. Such talent. Couldn't imagine where he would end up if he continued on his path. That was because no such talents had ever appeared before. Even if some talents were able to take minors, they could at most minor in one subject. They wouldn't have the time to take more than that. Tap, tap, tap. A series of tapping was heard at this moment. Peng Yuanshan was knocking his fingers on the table. He rubbed his forehead with the other hand as though he had a headache. What do you think?
Share your opinions, Peng Yuanshan said. I think that we shouldn't waste Wang Teng's talent. There was still astonishment in Situ Jun's eyes. He hesitated before he spoke. That's right. We can't ignore him. It would be his loss as well as our Honghai's loss. O Chang Song agreed. It would be a waste of God's good gifts if we don't groom his talents. Kui Heng had the same opinion. Bullshit.
Chapter 253. Fourth Chef Master's Achievement Unlocked. Tong Hu flared up in anger as he glared at the other heads. His bald head was shining brightly like an infuriated bald tiger. The other heads felt awkward. They more or less had some selfish thoughts, so they felt a little guilty when Tong Hu glared at them like that. Tong Hu, sit down. Fortunately, Peng Yuanshan opened his mouth at this moment. Wait, President, they want to pull Wang Teng to their faculty. You should have a clearer idea of how talented Wang Teng is in his combat skills. This isn't child's play, Tong Hu said agitatedly. I understand. Sit down, first. Peng Yuanshan consoled him. Tong Hu could only sit down, but he still snorted at Situ Jun and the others loudly to express his unhappiness. President, we do have our own selfish intentions, but that's because we appreciate talents. It would be a pity if we waste his gifts, Situ Jun said. That's right. Wang Tang's talent exceeds your imagination. He only observed the lesson at the side and probably didn't spend much time learning the skill. However, he was able to reach this state. If he is able to spend more time and effort, his achievements will be immeasurable, Kui Hang said. Chang Song's words were mind-blowing. In less than 10 years, he will definitely reach the Grand Master stage. He might even become a Grand Master in alchemy, rune, and smithery. How dare you think of a triple Grand Master? Tong Hu scoffed. He obviously felt that Chang Song was boasting to increase his bets. Do you think that I can't see through it? Do you think I'm stupid? Situ Jun and Cui Hang found it unbelievable too. However, they wouldn't expose him at a moment like this. Old OU, this is a little too much. Peng Yuanshan looked at him and said, Not at all. President, if you're willing to hand Wang Teng over to us for grooming, I will guarantee that you will have a triple grandmaster in alchemy, rune, and smithery within 10 years. Chang Song sniggered and said, Amazing, so you did have this intention. President, don't listen to him. He's just boasting, Tong Hu yelled. Tong Hu, do you dare to bet with me? You will know if I'm boasting. Before Chang Song could finish speaking, Tong Hu scoffed. I won't bet with you. Only an idiot will bet with you. Ha ha ha. Su Jing, who wasn't a part of this, burst out laughing. Old O don't think about tricking Tong Hu. He's a sly fellow. Situ Jun and Kui Hang shook their heads. All right, Peng Yuanshan laughed out loud. He waved his hands and said, Stop arguing. Let's maintain the current state. You can observe him secretly and give him more attention when needed. Now it's better for him to focus on battle cultivation. The three heads found this unfortunate. They opened their mouths but didn't say anything in the end. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Tong Hu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the three of them proudly. How many people haven't become martial warriors? Peng Yuanshan asked. 8 from the battle faculty, 6 from the command faculty, 5 from the rune faculty, 5 from the Dan faculty, 2 from the smithery faculty. The heads reported the current situation. Peng Yuanshan nodded. Let the instructors follow up with these students, ensure that all the students become martial warriors as soon as possible. After that, we can organize the students to go on missions. You won't be able to groom fierce beasts in a greenhouse. Yes, that's all for today. Dismiss. After the president left, the heads gathered their instructors and had a small meeting. The heads secretly reminded their instructors to pay more attention to Wang Teng. If he had any questions in his studies, they should solve them for him as much as they could. In the battle faculty meeting, Tong Hu said to his instructors, You must keep a close watch on Wang Teng. Don't let others take him away. He was really afraid that the other faculties would snatch him away. However, the instructors agreed with him and nodded their heads fervently. Command faculty. Su Jing felt a little frustrated. He asked the instructor beside him, Did Wang Teng come to our command faculty to observe any lesson? He did, one of the instructors replied. Why didn't he take our command faculty's test? Su Jing frowned. He came, but he left after seeing that we were having a test. I didn't take notice of it at that time since he isn't our student. Aye, the instructor found it hard to put everything in a nutshell. He didn't know that Wang Teng would cause a huge commotion in the other faculties. Never mind, I didn't expect that fellow to be so talented. Su Jing shook his head helplessly. However, you will need to take more notice of him. His command talent might not lose to the other students. Seriously, the instructors hesitated. Who knows? Have you heard of a person who possesses battle, Dan, rune, and smithery talents before this? Su Jing asked. The instructor was at a loss for words. They thought of Wang Teng's performance carefully and felt that this might be possible. Wang Teng didn't know that he was being specially taken care of by the 5 heads, as well as all the instructors in the entire school at the moment he was sneaking into the cafeteria of the school. Since it was almost lunchtime, the kitchen was buzzing with activity. Pots and pans flew everywhere. Sound of chopping vegetables, frying dishes, and pounding meat merged together into a pleasant noise. All the 4 chef masters were swinging their spatulas like a swordsman waving his sword. Their methods of cooking seemed exquisite. The dishes tossed and turned above the flames. It seemed as though special effects were added through CGI. It looked exceptionally cool, however. These 4 chef masters were all fat at a glance. None of them was less than 100 kilograms. The kitchen of the school's cafeteria was a fatty's world. Could this be the price he had to pay to become a 4th chef master? Wang Teng shuddered in fear. This was too scary. Wang Teng was in a dilemma as he stared at the four chef masters. They looked like small mountain buns. The fats on their bodies wobbled with every action. It was full of rhythm. Their agility didn't tally with their figures. This caused Wang Teng to remember a certain fatty from the Jixon Marshall house. He kind of missed him. There were many attribute bubbles dropped on the kitchen floor. At the same time as these fatties displayed their culinary skills, various attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. Pick or not? Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Pick 4 Chef 3, 4 Chef 2, 4 Chef 5. Wang Teng made a huge decision. He used his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles far away and pick them up. Mind you, picking up attributes was a form of happiness. Happiness that others couldn't understand. Wang Teng might have been hesitant a moment ago, but once he picked them up, he couldn't stop. He was like an addict. 4 Chef 25,500, well-versed. Within a short moment, Wang Teng's Force Chef Master attribute advanced to the well-versed stage. Many culinary skills appeared in his mind out of nowhere, and different images flashed past. The unfamiliar skill gradually integrated into his mind. Wang Teng was finally not a newbie chef who only knew how to cook instant noodles and tomato-fried eggs. Master Du is coming. He's going to show his skills again, a fatty suddenly shouted. His accent was quite special. Go, let's go and take a look. The others were used to it, though. A few chefs who had finished their work on hand immediately gathered in one direction. Those that were still working couldn't leave the kitchen, so they felt annoyed. Master Du? Someone who can be called a master must be a Force Chef Master. Wang Teng thought to himself. He evaded everyone's vision and sprinted from one corner to another corner as he followed them secretly. This was an exclusive kitchen, a fatty, indeed, right? There was a fatty here. However, Wang Teng recognized this fatty. It was the one who sent Dan Taishuan her meals. He was preparing his tools and ingredients in his exclusive kitchen. From the looks of it, he was about to start cooking. A bunch of fatties squeezed at the entrance on top of another. They opened their eyes wide to stare inside the room. This image was quite a wonder to behold. Master Du didn't chase them away. He allowed them to watch from the door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time this had happened. When Wang Teng noticed that Master Du was someone familiar, he didn't plan to hide anymore. He walked behind the pile of fatties, unable to differentiate who was who. He patted a random fatty's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Mister, do you know what Master Du is making today?" The fatty turned his head and saw a skinny person standing behind him. He instantly glared at him. "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a restricted area based on your age? You should be a damn student, right? Cooking has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave." Wang Teng. The muscles on Wang Teng's face twitched. He didn't expect that the fatty he chose randomly would have such a special accent. Was this fate? No, this must be a fatal attraction. I'm Master Du's friend. I came to look for him. Wang Teng's pupils moved. Master Du's friend? Don't try to trick me. I will ask him later, the fatty said. Don't worry, Master Du is starting to cook. Aren't you going to look? Wang Teng changed the topic hurriedly. It was tiring to speak to a fatty with an accent.
Oh, right.
I almost got distracted by you. The fatty slapped his head and hurriedly turned his face to look in the kitchen. Wang Teng? Is it my fault? Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't ask the fatty anymore and patiently waited for Master Du to cook his dish. He would know what he was making at that time. Huh? He's making barbecued meat? Wang Teng saw Master Du's actions and had an inspiration. He picked up some Force Chef attributes just now, so he wasn't a newbie anymore. He could understand what Master Du was doing. Honestly, compared to ordinary Force Chefs, the Force Chef Master's knife skills and cooking skills were more unique, detailed, and qualified. At the same time, larger attribute bubbles kept dropping from his body. Force Chef 15, Force Chef 18. Wang Teng's Force Chef attribute kept increasing. At the same time, his understanding of Force Chef got deeper. Force Chef attribute consisted of many different things. Knife skills, ingredients, side dishes, degree of heating, as well as the components that were different from normal chefs, like the combination of spiritual herbs and usage of force. It wasn't easy to become a Force Chef. After Master Du finished the barbecued meat, Wang Teng had collected 62 points of Force Chef attributes. Master Du didn't look like he was going to make other dishes, so Wang Teng left immediately. He also picked up the attributes dropped by the Force Chefs outside before leaving. That was another 58 points of Force Chef attributes. Force Chef 145,500, well-versed. Master Du, someone was looking. The fatty wanted to tell on Wang Teng, but when he turned around, Wang Teng was already gone. The next few days, Wang Teng would sneak into the kitchen to pick up attributes during mealtimes. The improvement was great. Force Chef, 5,000, Master. Who would have thought that Wang Teng transformed from a newbie into a forced chef master within a few days? He even stole the recipes of many masters with knowledge. He wasn't timid anymore. When he met Dan Taishuan next time, he would make sure she wouldn't look down on his culinary skills. At this moment, Wang Teng was walking into his classroom with Ho Pinglang and his friends. They had one actual combat lesson in the afternoon. Wang Teng hadn't come for lessons for a long time. He would either go to other faculties or the actual combat training building to pick up attributes. If he continued disappearing, the instructors would turn crazy from agitation. Ho Pingling and his friends told him that the instructors thought he had betrayed them and went to other faculties. When they saw Wang Teng, someone shouted, "Chen Yang, 1 month has passed. Didn't you say that you want to challenge Wang Teng?" Chen Yang's face turned green again. 1 month ago, he thought that he would be able to become a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior with the help of the school and his family's resources. Then, he would practice one-force battle technique until the big achievement stage. After all that, he would have the confidence to defeat Wang Teng. However, 1 month had passed, yet he was still stuck at 1-star soldier level. His force battle technique was only at the foundation stage. He didn't even reach the small achievement stage, much less big achievement. Damn it. With this ability, how could he fight with Wang Teng? That was the same as asking for a beating. Hence, he felt lucky when he didn't see Wang Teng for the past few days. He thought that he had escaped this ordeal. As more time went by, everyone would forget about it. Yet Wang Teng came today. Also, some bastard didn't care about the trouble he might cause and exposed this matter the moment Wang Teng came. It made him awkward. He felt a little guilty and was in a tricky position. He turned his head stiffly and met Wang Teng's gaze coincidentally. "Chen Yang, when are we going to the arena? I'm prepared." Wang Teng smiled brightly at him. Cough, cough. Chen Yang pretended to cough. His mind worked furiously, and he had a sudden idea. He immediately acted weak and smiled. "Actually, I want to fight with you, but I had some problems with my cultivation recently and suffered some internal injury. I know that you don't like to take advantage of other people. We can wait until I've recovered before having our duel." "Actually, I don't mind," Wang Teng said calmly. "Thick." Chen Yang's lips started twitching uncontrollably. He said embarrassingly, "You like to joke. Ha ha ha." "Of course," Wang Teng suddenly laughed. Then he purposely paused for a moment and looked at Chen Yang meaningfully. "I'm joking with you. Ha ha." Chen Yang laughed awkwardly. His tense heart finally relaxed. Tisk. The students in class looked at Chen Yang with disdain. Chen Yang was feeling extremely awkward. Fortunately, the bell signaling the start of the lesson rang, saving him from his plight. The actual combat instructor entered the classroom on the dot. He glanced around and saw Wang Teng. His gaze paused on Wang Teng for some time before he opened his mouth and said, "Follow me to the stadium. We have something to announce today." The students were puzzled, followed their instructor to the stadium, and noticed that the other classes were there too. The heads of the 5 faculties were standing in front, Chapter 254, a mythic leading a warrior. When all the freshmen gathered in the stadium, Tong Hu walked up and said, "We gathered everyone here because we want to make an announcement. It has been 2 months since school started. Some of you became martial warriors a long time ago, while some took a bit longer. However, last week, the last freshman also became a martial warrior. Thus, we will be proceeding to the next stage of the actual combat training. Martial warriors, especially the martial warriors in our military academy, focus on actual combat. If you don't understand actual combat, you will only be a weakling despite having force in your bodies. You won't be able to stand up straight. What's more, martial warriors with a lower level can kill you. In short, you are no different from being useless. I believe that since you chose this martial warrior's path, you will not want to become a useless bum. Now the school will arrange missions for you. However, the missions are quite dangerous, so it's normal to have casualties. People are dying in every mission." Tong Hu glanced at everyone when he said this. He nodded in satisfaction upon noticing everyone keep quiet. He continued, "Some of you might have heard that martial warriors can also choose the office career path. These martial warriors don't have to participate in actual combat. However, we are different. Once you enter Hohai, even if you want to take an office job in the future, you still need to undergo actual combat training. Our school does not groom non-combat martial warriors with no fighting ability. Hence, you will have to go on missions no matter which faculty you are in. However, the school will not just send you to your deaths. After all, we want to groom martial warriors, not harm them. All of you are outstanding talents. Any death will be a loss to us. You will form teams in your class during the missions. Every team will be led by an instructor. If you meet an emergency, the instructor will help you. Of course, if you place all your hopes on the instructor, you will have a higher chance of dying. After all, there will be all kinds of accidents during the missions. The instructor is a human, too. He will make mistakes. Also, the instructor will be hiding in the shadows, so he will be a distance away from you. He won't be able to save you immediately. You must understand this. Don't cry and complain that the school didn't protect you after someone dies. He glanced around him and saw that everyone's expression had changed slightly. All of them turned more serious. They're starting to understand the gravity of the situation. I will also have to remind you that such chances are rare. After your freshman period ends, you will have to execute your missions alone. Hence, take the opportunity to hone your abilities. All right, let's not waste any more time. Instructors, please split your students into teams and discuss the arrangement for the missions. The students exchanged glances with one another. They leaned close to each other and started discussing in soft voices. They didn't know they would need to go out for missions not long after becoming martial warriors. Everyone understood how dangerous the missions were. People could die. The head wasn't exaggerating to scare them or do something like that. Also, since they were martial warriors now, their missions would be martial warrior grade missions. It was different from the martial disciple actual combat they had experienced in the past. Many people felt nervous. Some felt restless, too. They were a little excited and didn't take the danger to heart. The head spoke a few words to their faculty. They seemed to attach great importance to this matter. After speaking, they left, quiet. Once the heads left, the instructors came in front of their classes and scolded them. The student immediately stopped their discussions. Battle Class 1, come over here. Wang Teng's class instructor went straight to the point. He called the students over and started splitting them up. Wang Teng, Yuan Jing, Hao Zhengye, Ho Ping Lang, Lin Shui, Xie Tong. There were 32 students in Battle Class 1. They were split into 4 groups and formed 4 teams. Oh my God, why are there more ladies in my team? Also, these are all students who became martial warriors recently. It will be a miracle if they are strong. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. He noticed the problem at one glance. Instructor, I highly suspect that you're making things difficult for me. However, he could only keep these thoughts in his heart. He didn't say them out loud. To maintain fairness, we need to balance the strength of all the teams. Able people should do more work. Wang Teng, please take care of your classmates. Lu Feng smiled and said he had noticed Wang Teng's expression and knew what he was thinking in his mind. Wang Teng felt helpless. Since the instructor had already made things so clear, he couldn't disagree with his arrangements. Also, they were all classmates. If he rejected them, he would hurt other people's pride. This wasn't what he wanted. All right, Wang Teng could only shake his head. It was not like he could do much to change the situation, so he had to perk up. Besides, with his ability, even if his team members were weak, he could take care of them. It would only be a little troublesome. This couldn't be prevented in a team. He would just treat it as an experience. A mythic leading the warriors. Ho Ping Liang leaned over and teased him softly. Go away, you're so irritating. Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. Lu Feng only explained to Wang Teng, ignoring the other students' complaints. After splitting the teams, he said, everyone can go back and make preparations today. Bring the necessary items like your weapons, battle uniform, Dan, and healing medications. If you don't have them, go to the logistics department and exchange for them using your school credits. Your life is dependent on this. Don't be too stingy. You can earn the credits back after you complete your mission. Oh, right. If you really can't afford it, you can rent weapons and battle uniforms. However, you will have to pay the full price if it's damaged. Many students were elated when they heard that they could rent items. However, his last sentence deflated their happy emotions. Still, this was another way out for them. Choose a leader in your team and discuss the type of mission to take. This is your first mission, so try not to choose something too difficult. Advance gradually. It will be safer this way. Lu Yufeng paused for a moment before continuing. One more thing. The head didn't mention it, but the mission that the school organized for you will last for a month. 1 month later, the team with the highest school credits will have additional rewards. It might be more school credits or other things. This is a form of motivation system. The students' eyes lit up when they heard that there was a reward. School credits were good enough. This was the most direct form of rewarding their efforts. After becoming martial warriors, their resources would start depleting quickly. The school credits they had weren't enough at all. If they wanted to raise their levels quickly, the best method was to work hard to earn more school credits. A second ago, they still felt that the mission was too dangerous and weren't willing to do it. Now, their expressions turned firm, and they decided to do their best. That's all for today. Go back and prepare. We will gather in the stadium tomorrow and leave the school. Lu Feng dismissed everyone after he finished speaking. The other classes were done too after they formed their teams. Their instructors briefed them about the missions, then they went back. The students left the stadium in small groups. All the temporary teams gathered together to discuss the choice of their missions and how the members should cooperate. Some teams arranged a time to head to the logistics building together to exchange for items. At the same time, they could understand the details of the various missions. Chapter 255, Team, in the logistics building. The logistics building was extremely popular today, especially in the transaction area and the mission hall. Many people were gathered there and the atmosphere was lively. What day is it today? Why are there so many people? Many seniors were stunned when they came to the logistics building. Look at the date. The school should be organizing missions for the freshmen. This is a project our school has every year. I see, thinking back on it, it was quite memorable. Haha. At that time, there was a pretty lady in our class who didn't treat the first mission seriously. She got killed by a 2-star soldier-level murderer. What a pity. Many classmates wanted to chase her. It was the first mission. Many freshmen overestimate themselves and choose a difficult mission. It's normal to die. The older students looked at the freshmen as they discussed the missions excitedly. Some felt emotional while others just shook their heads. They could predict the expressions on their faces after they came back from their missions. There were 4 ladies and 4 men on Wang Teng's team. Although the gender was evenly distributed, their ability wasn't. Many of them just became martial warriors recently and hadn't completely grasped the usage of force. Naturally, Wang Teng became the leader. At this moment, Wang Teng had brought them to the mission receiving area. The few of them gathered around a machine. Wang Teng had received a mission before, so he knew the procedure. He took out his student card and swiped it on the machine. Beep, student card. Then he scrolled through the missions while explaining to the other students. As you see, the missions are given by different organizations. They are split into military missions, police missions, City Protection Bureau missions, the Xingu Continent missions, school missions. There are Xingu Continent missions. Some students were shocked. Why? Do you want to take this Xingu Continent mission? Wang Teng smiled and asked. I heard that the scenery in the Xingu Continent is breathtaking. I really want to take a look. One of the ladies in the team, Yuan Jing, said longingly. When you go there, you will realize that everything is the same, Wang Teng said. Leader, you sound as if you have been to the Xingu Continent. Yuan Jing asked curiously. The other students also looked at Wang Teng. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. Don't think of the Xingu Continent as some kind of utopia. When you go there for missions, you might never want to head there again. I heard that the Xingu Continent is very dangerous, and the people there aren't very friendly. They kind of dislike us. A male student called Li Wendong said. Oh, it looks like you have some understanding of the place. Wang Teng said in surprise. My dad went there before. He told me the stories after he came back. Li Wendong smiled and replied, Was this what the Xingu Continent was really like? Yuan Jing and the others felt that their current perception of the Xingu Continent had been overturned. They weren't stupid. They knew that Wang Teng and Li Wendong wouldn't lie to them. They started contemplating which mission to choose seriously. All right, let's not discuss this today. See if there's any mission you want to take. You can tell me. Wang Teng pulled the topic back and started scrolling the missions on the screen. The missions of the Xingu Continent and the military are the most difficult. The Police and City Protection Bureau come after them, and the school missions are relatively easier. If you have no confidence, you can choose the school missions. Wang Teng yawned and said indifferently. He was bored. He couldn't be too harsh when doing missions with these newbies. He would rather do missions alone. He could earn more school credits that way. However, he knew that this was the school's arrangement. There were times when he could do things on his own, for instance, skipping lessons and observing other faculty's lessons. But he couldn't act on his whims for group events like this. The students looked at the missions for a long time, but they couldn't decide. Leader, you have experience. Why don't you choose? A male student called Hao Zhengxing said, Should I? Wang Teng glanced at everyone. When he noticed that all of them seemed to trust him, he instantly felt a massive burden on his shoulder. Leader, you can choose. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to lead us to beat the other teams, Yuan Jing said. You're making me stressed. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't reject them. Since you asked me to choose, I will choose. He scanned the students' faces and smiled. Leading the warriors, right? I'm not afraid. I will lead them to victory. Wang Teng started to get serious. He skipped the school missions and opened the Police and City Protection Bureau pages. He looked through all the missions. Suddenly he was shocked. His gaze landed on a police mission. Mission description. 1 month ago, many foreign martial warriors sneaked into Donghai to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation. When they got defeated, they hid in Donghai and have managed to remain hidden from the forces until now. Requirements. You are recommended to take this mission as a team. There has to be at least 1 2-star soldier level and 3 1-star soldier level martial warriors. You should be specialized in investigation and tracking. Reward 200 school credits. Wang Teng remembered that the last time he came to receive his mission, he had seen a mission about protecting the eldest daughter of the CEO of the Longhai Corporation. This was the follow-up of the previous mission. Specialize in investigation and tracking. Interesting? Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered for a moment. What do you think of this mission? They looked at the mission description in front of them and felt speechless. This mission was very difficult. Leader, isn't this mission too difficult? Li Wendong asked awkwardly. Wang Teng smiled and asked, Are you afraid? A little. They are foreign martial warriors, and they even tried to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation. They aren't normal bandits, Li Wendong admitted openly. If you trust me, let's choose this mission. I might not be able to promise much, but I can assure you that your lives won't be in danger. As for the 200 points, you will get your share depending on your performance, Wang Teng said directly. The others were still in a dilemma when they heard his reply. However, they were slightly moved by his speech. The harder the mission, the faster we will progress. We are lucky that we are on the same team as Wang Teng. This allows us to take missions with greater difficulty. We mustn't give up this advantage easily. Why don't we take the bet? No one expected the shy-looking Yuan Jing to say these things. The other young men were startled and a little embarrassed. They gritted their teeth and said, Since Yuan Jing has already said this, we can't back down. We will choose this mission. Remaining 3 ladies hesitated for some time, but they didn't raise any objections. Good, you were very decisive, Wang Teng praised them. This was a test for his teammates. If they rejected him, he would do the mission step by step and use only a little effort. If they choose to believe him, he didn't mind having a good game with them. Wang Teng accepted the mission as a team and brought everyone to the transaction area on the 2nd floor. Your school credits might not be enough, so you can combine your credits to buy some Dan and healing medicine. As for weapons and battle uniforms, I feel that it isn't worth it to rent them. I have more school credits. You can borrow from me and return them after the mission. Wang Teng wasn't a selfless person. He just didn't want to waste too much time on these small matters. His teammates were like swords coming out of their sheaths. He would be able to yield twice the result with half the effort only after he sharpened their blades. His teammates were elated. They didn't pretend to be polite and chose their weapons and battle uniforms. They could just return the credits to Wang Teng after they completed their mission. The next day, early in the morning, the students dressed up in full attire with their backpacks and their weapons. They gathered in the stadium. The instructors were already waiting for them. There were buses parked beside them to take them to the mission locations. These buses were prepared by the school. They were used for external missions. Wang Teng and his teammates also arrived at the stadium. As soon as they stepped inside, they caught everyone's attention. Their clothes are so eye-catching. Wang Teng and his teammates were wearing extremely conspicuous black trench coats with a hoodie. There were fiery red cloud patterns that looked like flames at the edge of the trench coat. It was extremely outstanding. The instructors felt the corners of their lips twitching as they stared at them speechlessly. Wang Teng ignored their gazes, though, but Yuan Jing and the others felt awkward. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. Every class had 3 to 4 instructors. After the students arrived, one instructor would lead one team and get on the bus. Teams of students left the school one by one. The buses were heading to different destinations in Donghai. Chapter 256, I'm China's Best Team Leader. In the car. Lu Feng's lips twitched as he looked at Wang Teng and his teammates' attires. His head was hurting. Why do you have to wear this? He was the instructor leading Wang Teng's team. Lu Feng was stronger compared to the other instructors. He was at the peak of 5-star soldier level. You could tell that the school regarded Wang Teng with high importance. Of course, what would they think if they knew that Wang Teng's ability was almost on par with Lu Fengyuan? Jing and the others looked at each other helplessly. They glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of their eyes and noticed that he was resting with closed eyes. He displayed no intention of explaining himself, so she had to step up. Our leader says that wearing the same uniform will help with team cohesion. Also, if we have to execute our mission at night, black attire will help us to hide better. Others won't notice us easily. In that case, there's no need for you to choose this red cloud pattern, right? It's so eye-catching. How is it concealing? Yuan Jing and the others were at a loss for words. Wang Teng also felt a little awkward when he heard this. He didn't know why he chose this red cloud pattern either in the heat of the moment. After choosing, he regretted it at once. However, as a new leader, he couldn't go back on his decision. He had to mean what he said. Even if it was a pile of shit, he would force his teammates to eat it. I'm China's best team leader. I'm the best team leader in China. Cough, cough. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly when he noticed that his teammates couldn't answer the question. He explained with a stern expression. This was the only style available. Then he immediately changed the topic. Instructor, let's discuss the mission. Liu Feng glanced at Wang Teng curiously. He recalled the glorious achievements of this gifted student. Pfft, he meant the notorious misdeeds and felt that his excuse wasn't credible. However, he needed to give some face to a gifted student. Besides, he was the leader of the team. He should have some dignity. He shouldn't expose him in front of his teammates. Hence, he accepted the reason and asked, "Which mission did you choose?" Yuan Jing and the others described the mission briefly. Liu Feng frowned immediately. Nonsense. He was scolding Wang Teng. It wasn't difficult to know that Wang Teng was the one who convinced them to choose this mission. Do you know how dangerous this mission is? Most of you just became one-star soldier-level martial warriors a few days ago. You might not be able to handle this mission even after this one-month mission. Why are you thinking of running before you even learn to walk? Are you looking for death?
Wang Teng, they chose you as their leader. But is this how you take responsibility?
Liu Feng's expression was grave. He reprimanded Wang Teng and shouted at Hao Zhenye, who was driving, "Turn around, go back and choose your mission again." "Don't, Hao Zhenye, keep driving." Wang Teng stopped him hurriedly. "Instructor, at least listen to me before objecting." Hao Zhenye looked at Liu Feng. He was in a pickle. "All right, share your thoughts with me." "If you can't convince me, you have to go back and choose your mission again. Missions are to train your actual combat abilities, not for you to seek death," Liu Feng said, based on the mission's description. "The foreign martial warriors that sneaked into Donghai to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation are at most two-star soldier level. They specialize in assassinations, so they might not be powerful if we face them head-on. It's a piece of cake for me to kill a two-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can take care of my teammates without any concern," Wang Teng said. "You know that they are assassins? You might be able to tackle them, but what about the others? They lack experience in fighting with martial warriors, much less experienced assassins. There is a great disparity. You might be able to take care of one or two of them, but are you able to take care of all seven?" Liu Feng shook his head. "I will not do anything that I'm not confident in," Wang Teng said with a calm expression. Liu Feng glared at him furiously when he saw Wang Teng acting stubborn. "No way, I don't agree. Instructor, you came with us to prevent any accidents and to protect the students. But you can't interfere with the students' decisions." Wang Teng shook his head nonchalantly. He knew that Liu Feng meant well for them, so he softened his tone and said, "Why don't you ask them and see if they want to choose another mission? If the majority doesn't want to do this mission, we can turn around." Liu Feng turned to look at Yuan Jing and the others helplessly. "What do you say, Instructor? Since we came, it means that we've considered it carefully," Yuan Jing said. Liu Feng threw a meaningful glance at her. This lady didn't have a strong presence in class, so he didn't expect her to be firm and decisive. He looked at the others. The other students nodded too. No one wanted to change missions. "Look, this is their own choice. If they hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have chosen this mission," Wang Teng said. Sigh, Liu Feng let out a long breath. He had seen too many deaths, but the students didn't want to listen to him. What could he do? Forget it. You can do what you want. I just hope that you won't regret it later. "Don't worry, there will be no deaths in my team," Wang Teng sounded as though he was making a statement. "Also, don't forget that they are martial warriors." Liu Feng looked at him intently. He didn't say anything, though. The Longhai Corporation was in western Donghai City. Thus, this case was handled by the West Area Police Bureau. Half an hour later, they arrived at the West Area Police Station. The police station was a villa. It wasn't that high, and the blue and white walls looked plain and simple. Wang Teng looked at the place and felt emotional for some reason. He had come here after killing for the first time. At that time, he was still a martial disciple. He met 5 bandits and was caught in a life-or-death situation. Hence, he couldn't control his strength. The scene was extremely gruesome. He shook his head and smiled when he recalled the incident back then. He wasn't a newbie anymore. Yuan Jing and the others followed Wang Teng down the bus. They took out their martial warrior credentials and registered at the guard post, asking the guard to report their arrival. Liu Feng stayed on the bus. The mission had already started, so he wouldn't interfere. Whether it was communication or actual combat, the students had to rely on themselves. A few minutes later, a staff member from the police station ran out. "Are you the students from Hangham Military Academy who accepted the mission?" "Yes, we accepted the mission and came to see if you have any clues." Wang Teng nodded. "All right, follow me." The staff led them in, and they arrived at an office. There were many policemen from the police station working inside. The staff shouted in a corner, Leader, the martial warriors from Hanghae Military Academy are here. The moment he finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Wang Teng and his classmates. Chapter 257, Protectiveness. So they are the students from Hanghae Military Academy. I heard that all of them are martial warriors. Our team leader is only an advanced stage martial disciple, as expected of students from a top university. That's right, that's right. Discussions rang out in the office. The policemen couldn't help but feel envious when they saw Wang Teng and his team. Ordinary people wouldn't see martial warriors often in their lives. Moreover, every single martial warrior represented a form of privilege. Thus, many people were willing to risk everything to become martial warriors. At this moment, a figure stood up for the corner and looked at the students. The person was stunned for a moment. "It's you!" Yang Zhenchao was surprised. He looked at Wang Teng as if he couldn't recognize him. "Captain Yang, long time no see," Wang Teng smiled brightly. "Good riddance. You have already become a martial warrior and entered Hanghae Military Academy." Yang Zhenchao was flabbergasted. He walked over and sized up Wang Teng uncontrollably as though he wanted to see something from him. The other policemen in the office were also shocked. Our captain seems to know the leader of the students. Our captain is amazing. He actually knows a martial warrior from Hanghae Military Academy. "Idiot, did you listen to them properly? Captain knew him in the past." All right, continue with your work. Why are you gossiping?" Yang Zhenchao waved his hand and said, "Captain Yang, we want to understand the Longhai Corporation case. The more detailed it is, the better," Wang Teng said directly. "Wait for a moment. Let me check." Yang Zhenchao went to his computer and fiddled with it for a while. He said, "The other party is from White Eagle Nation. Currently, we only know that there is one 2-star soldier-level martial warrior and 2 1-star soldier-level martial warriors. They might have other companions hiding." As Yang Zhenchao introduced the case, the students gradually understood the conditions of the foreign martial warriors. This included their appearance, figure, weapons, battle techniques, and many other things. All the methods they used were recorded in detail in the police database. They were compiled into a case so everything could be seen at one glance. There were videos of their fights too. These were all recorded by the internal surveillance cameras of the Longhai Corporation. They were kept in the police station as evidence after looking at the videos. Yuan Jing commented, "These foreign martial warriors are bold. How dare they create trouble in our country so blatantly? This is nothing. As long as they are given enough money, they will do anything." Yang Zhenchao shook his head and said, "Do you have any leads on their hiding place?" Wang Teng asked. "These foreign martial warriors are elite assassins. They have powerful counter-reconnaissance ability and know how to disguise themselves. We barely managed to locate the 3 most possible areas for their hiding spot after transferring and screening through all the surveillance images in the entire Donghai city. Take a look." Yang Zhenchao opened the videos and showed them to Wang Teng and his teammates. "These people look very similar to the 3 foreign martial warriors, whether it's their figures or other traits. It had to be said that the modern surveillance system was very powerful, especially in a big city. It almost covered all the corners of the city. Normal culprits wouldn't be able to escape from these watchful eyes. However, these foreign martial warriors weren't normal people." "Did they leave any items behind?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes." Yang Zhenchao nodded. He didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do, but he always cooperated well when there was a case. He called a policewoman over. "Little Lu, bring the items the martial warriors left behind." The policewoman called Little Lu was a pretty lady. She was like a blooming flower among the bunch of men in the police station. However, there were no expressions on her face. She was an ice flower. "Are pretty ladies also cold?" Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder. Xia Lu glanced at Wang Teng before turning around to get the items. Why did she look at me with that strange gaze? Wang Teng felt speechless. "Ha ha ha ha. You're so handsome, and you're a martial warrior to boot. Who won't take a second look at you?" Yang Zhenchao teased him. "What do you think our little Lu is the police belle in our West Area police station? Do you fancy her?" He had his plans all laid out. Wang Teng was an extremely young martial warrior and a student of the Hanghae Military Academy. He had a bright future ahead. If they got married, Wang Teng would be part of their West Side police station. In the future, they would get many benefits. However, before Wang Teng could open his mouth, the young ladies on his team couldn't hold back their emotions. This was outrageous. Wang Teng is an outstanding resource. We haven't even laid our hands on him. Why should we give him to you? The ladies turned into protective hens and said, "Captain Yang, you don't have to worry about our leader's marriage. He's very popular in school. Many ladies are already chasing him." That's right. They're all martial warriors, and some of them are as beautiful as the lady just now. If they learn that you're trying to snatch their prey, they might come and destroy your office one day. Yang Zhenchao immediately felt awkward. He laughed to clear his embarrassment and said, "Ha ha, I'm kidding, kidding." Wang Teng sighed emotionally as expected. Someone as outstanding as him was like a gem in sand. He would attract people wherever he went. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Were there really so many females who liked him? Why didn't he know anything? Wang Teng wanted to ask Yuan Jing and the ladies about the female students who were as beautiful as the lady police. A few. It felt exciting just thinking about it. Cough, keep calm, when Jia Lu came back. She realized that the atmosphere was a little awkward. The ladies were staring at her with vigilance and hostility in their eyes. She felt puzzled. She just went out for a while. Why were the ladies treating her like an enemy? What happened? Take a look. They left these rune bullets. This broken sword is one of their weapons, too. They threw it away because it was damaged, Yang Zhenchao said. Wang Teng nodded. He activated his spiritual sight secretly and scanned the items. He could see residual force on them. Everyone's force was different. When force entered one's body, it would get stained by the martial warrior's aura. These auras were the most obvious clues. Wang Teng was able to see the difference with his spiritual sight talent. All right? Wang Teng took one look before nodding. That's it? Yang Zhenchao asked curiously. You couldn't blame him for feeling shocked. Wang Teng only took one glance at the weapons. He didn't even pick them up. What could he notice just by seeing them? Oh, I have my own methods. Wang Teng didn't explain further. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Jia Lu muttered. Wang Teng pretended that he didn't hear her. He said, Captain Yang, if there's nothing else, we will leave first. Let me send a couple of my guys to help you. It will make things easier. Yang Zhenchao said, Little Lu, Little Yang. Captain, let me go with Jia Lu. A tall and muscular policeman stood up. Chapter 258, The Cute and Mesmerizing Little Oriole, Hu Bing. Yang Zhenchao hesitated when he saw the policeman who stood up. Captain, I've been following this case since the start. No one knows it better than me, Hu Bing said. Yang Zhenchao stopped pondering. He nodded and said, All right, you will go with Little Lu. He gave some orders to Hu Bing and Jia Lu. Before they left, Yang Zhenchao said to Wang Teng and his team, When you're executing the mission, don't implicate ordinary people and try not to have fights in public areas. It will have adverse effects and will damage the order of the city. If something goes wrong, you will have to bear legal responsibility. You should already know this, but I just want to remind you, Wang Teng and his classmates had indeed learned it in school. This might be the martial arts era, but there was still a higher percentage of ordinary people. The martial warriors' world and the ordinary world were separated. If the martial warriors caused trouble all the time based on their powerful abilities, it would cause social panic easily. Wang Teng and his team walked out of the police station and boarded their vehicle. They were heading to the first location where traces of the foreign martial warriors were found. Hu Bing and Jia Lu drove a normal sedan and followed behind them. Martial warriors are seriously special. Even the captain has to be polite with them. Hu Bing drove the car and glanced at Jia Lu from the corner of his eyes. He continued talking. However, I heard that this is their first time handling a mission, so they might be inexperienced. In the past, there were failures too. The martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation aren't easy to deal with. We couldn't find them even after searching for so long. The students that were supposed to protect the CEO of Longhai Corporation couldn't handle them either. I heard that there were even casualties. Do you think these students from Hanghai can do it? Jia Lu just ignored him, staring at Wang Teng's car in front without blinking. When he saw her lack of response, anger flashed past Hu Bing's eyes. On the bus, Wang Teng said, You have heard what Captain Yang said just now. There are 3 possible locations. We will investigate them one by one. Leader, these martial warriors from White Eagle Nation are all crafty and sly. They are good at hiding. Even if we know what area they are in, we can't search every single building and every single unit, right? Li Wendong said. Don't worry, I have my way. You just have to adjust your condition to prepare for any sudden battles, Wang Teng replied. The students felt bewildered. They didn't know what Wang Teng's plan was. Even Lu Feng, who was resting with closed eyes at the side, opened his eyes and looked at Wang Teng in surprise. When Wang Teng and his team were on the move, the other teams were executing their missions too. All of them gave their best and went all out, whether it was for their school credits or their pride. Time passed slowly. Very soon, 2 days had gone by. Some teams had already completed the simpler missions and earned school credits. Instructors kept in contact with one another and knew everyone's situation. At this moment, Wang Teng was eating dinner. Lu Feng felt confused when he looked at the calm Wang Teng. He couldn't help but ask, 6 teams have completed their mission successfully and earned their school credits. Chen Yang from our class earned 30 school credits. They are at the top of the rank now. Although it's not much compared to your 200 school credits, they have already earned it. On the other hand, you're just wasting your time here. Are you sure you don't want to give up this mission? Wang Teng and his team had eliminated 2 potential hiding spots in these 2 days. However, they didn't find the real hiding spot of the foreign martial warriors yet. Hao Zhengxing and the others were a little agitated. They looked at Wang Teng unconsciously after hearing Lu Feng's words. Leader, why worry? We haven't investigated the 3rd location, right? If we can't find them there, it means that the clues provided by the police were wrong, Wang Teng said. Hu Bing and Xia Lu from the police were present too. Xia Lu frowned and said, You might have missed some areas. You're just loitering aimlessly every day. You didn't look for them carefully. It's no wonder you can't find them, Hu Bing said with disdain. You have no right to comment on how I do things. Wang Teng raised his head and stared at Hu Bing. You failed at your job. Why can't I comment? Hu Bing's heart shuddered when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. However, he remembered that Xia Lu was just beside him, so he glared back at Wang Teng. Xia Lu was sitting between the 2 of them and blocked them. This is a mission, not a game. Please be more serious. You don't understand. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. Lu Feng watched them from the side without speaking. He was curious where Wang Teng's confidence came from, but he didn't mind giving him some stimulation. A genius could only grow after suffering some setbacks. Xia Lu and Hu Bing stopped talking. They were waiting to see how Wang Teng would end the mission after today. Night dawned. Wang Teng suddenly heard the unique roars of sports cars in the distance. There were more than just a few of them. As a local and a second rich generation, he was familiar with this area. At night, there weren't many cars on a street some distance away from here. Hence it became the playground for wealthy young people who had nothing to do. Entertainment, racing. He was part of this race in his past life. Suddenly, Wang Teng had an idea. He turned and spoke to Xia Lu. Check if the daughter of the CEO comes here often to race. Hey, what's with your tone? We are not your subordinates, Hu Bing said unhappily. Hurry. Wang Teng glanced at him expressionlessly before shouting at Xia Lu sternly. Xia Lu thought of something too. She disregarded Wang Teng's tone and called the police station immediately. Within 3 minutes, the police station replied. She nodded gravely and said, You're right. She comes often, and she's here today. Everyone, it's time to stretch our muscles. Wang Teng stood up and smiled at his teammates. They were all shocked. Were they finally going to act after waiting for so long? This was the critical moment. Although they felt a little excited, they were mostly anxious. You found them? Lu Feng looked at Wang Teng in amazement. It's just a possibility. They might not come. No, they are already on their way, Wang Teng said. How do you know? Everyone looked at Wang Teng curiously. Wang Teng didn't reply to them. Instead, he said, Let's go. There aren't many people on the main road at night. We can catch the foreign martial warriors there. This was a cluster of abandoned warehouses. Past midnight, a few hundred people were gathered outside the warehouse. The place was brightly lit up and music was blasting loudly. The atmosphere was vivacious. All kinds of cheers and screams shot up to the night sky. Many sports cars were parked outside the warehouse. Beautiful maidens in short miniskirts and singlets weaved through the crowd. Their hairs were dyed in all kinds of colors, and all of them had ear holes. They looked like a bunch of bad youngsters clustering and screaming. A few black shadows were sitting or standing on the top of a warehouse. They were carrying their weapons on their backs. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect them with their eyesight. They looked at the party below and sighed. Their lives are crazy. They have nothing better to do. One of them shook his head and said, The moonlight shone on them and revealed their faces. It was Wang Teng and his group. Wang Teng was carrying the weapon carrier casket, his back facing his teammates. His expression was a little awkward. After all, he used to be like this. I didn't know that the daughter of the CEO loved to race. Doesn't she know that this is dangerous? Hao Zhengxing asked. People like her love to break the rules and look for excitement in their lives, Li Wendong replied. It's hard to understand their thoughts. Yuan Jing and the other ladies shook their heads. Wang Teng felt ashamed when he remembered that he used to live this life. When he looked at the frivolous and cool-looking people below, now he felt a strong, rich, second-generation aura from them. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Teng closed his eyes and changed his vision. He looked up at the sky. A crow was flying through the night sky. Its blood-red eyes were focused on a few figures who were moving quickly through the streets. This crow was Wang Teng's spiritual pet. Wang Teng had been raising his crow carefully during this period. He wasn't stingy with star beast meat, so the little crow grew quickly. Little White could fly, and it had reached the 1-star level now. Wang Teng seemed to be loitering around aimlessly for the past few days, but he was changing his vision with Little White to investigate this area just now. He finally found the foreign martial warriors. Coincidentally, they were planning to kill the eldest daughter of the CEO of Longhai Corporation tonight, just as he had expected. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. If not, the difficulty of the mission would have increased tremendously. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Tonight, Wang Teng and his team were cute and mesmerizing little orioles. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng opened his eyes. Fierce roars came from down below. The race was about to start. From afar, he saw a sexy maiden walking to the starting line. She took off her undergarment and threw it into the air. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. The cheers sounded continuous. The sports cars roared past the maiden. You could only see black lines flashing past her. The strong wind blew her miniskirt up. Hao Jingxing and the other young men had never seen anything like this before. Their eyes turned wide open. However, the glaring light was like a mosaic. They couldn't see anything. Huh? Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim softly. When the sports cars started their engines, multiple attribute bubbles had dropped. Wang Teng activated his spiritual power and pulled the bubbles over. It was a long distance away. He picked them up. Driving skill 10, driving skill 8, driving skill 15. This is unexpected. Wang Teng smiled as he looked at his attributes panel. Driving skill 178, 500 specialized. I'm already at the specialized stage? He was slightly startled. Then he understood. That's true. I'm good at driving anyway. This wasn't the time to think about this, though. He changed his view to the crow's vision and predicted where the foreign martial warriors were hiding. Then he said to his teammates, "Let's go to the mountain and stop them." After he finished speaking, he shrunk into the darkness and charged towards the mountain in the distance. His teammates followed behind hurriedly. Their instructor tailed them closely. Honestly, he was very worried about this mission. Chapter 259, Araseo. 3 black figures wearing night clothes were hiding beside the main road. They stared at the pitch-black turn in front of them. Tonight is our last chance. If we fail, we might not be able to leave China. If we are lucky enough to escape, we will still have to face death because we failed our mission. A tall foreign lady with golden hair and blue eyes opened her mouth and said to the other 2 men, "Understood." Her companions looked grave. They fully understood the severe consequences, so they nodded in reply. "There are 3 cars. Kill everyone besides the daughter of Longhai," the golden-haired lady, Hill, said. "I will catch Long Yao personally." None of them noticed a pitch-black crow cleaning its feathers on the crown of a tree in the forest behind them. It was staring at them with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, the roars of engines were heard on the quiet road. It came closer and closer. "They're here." The golden-haired lady fixed her gaze on the road. Not long after, a couple of lights appeared at the turn. The sound of tires scratching the ground and the burnt smell of friction assaulted their senses. A Porsche was drifting over. 2 other racing cars followed closely behind it. There was 1 Audi and 1 Ferrari, both high-class sports cars. Their sleek bodies and enchanting engine roars were proof that they cost a fortune. What a pity. Attack. A cold shout resounded. 3 figures shot out simultaneously. The 2 male martial warriors flew towards the Porsche and the Audi at the back. Accompanied with force glows, a powerful attack slammed into the 2 sports cars. Boom. Expensive sports cars were crushed under the powerful attack as if they were made of paper. The strong impact caused them to fly out of the road. The cars flipped in the air. The guardrails on the side of the road were destroyed, and the 2 racing cars fell down with their owners. They disappeared into the darkness in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the golden-haired lady leaped up and landed heavily on the top of the red Ferrari. Her body was engulfed in a force glow. The top of the red Ferrari deformed, as though there was a huge weight on it. The body of the car sank abruptly. All 4 tires exploded. The car frame rubbed against the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. They were especially bright in the pitch-black night. The entire car shot out of the racing track. There were 2 people sitting in the car, and a young man was in the driving seat. When he saw the surprise attack, his expression changed. However, he reacted quickly. He unbuckled his seatbelt and did a series of actions. Unfortunately, the young lady on the passenger seat wasn't as calm. She shrieked in fear at the top of her lungs. The high-pitched scream almost ruptured the young man's eardrums. Just as this red Ferrari was about to suffer the same fate as the other 2 cars, the golden-haired lady on top jumped down and kicked the car forcefully. The red Ferrari skidded and slammed into the forest at the side. The racing car was already useless after the huge blow. It stopped after the collision, and black smoke started coming out of the car. The golden-haired lady and the two foreign male martial warriors ran towards the racing car. Suddenly, the door closer to the forest's side was kicked open with a bang. It flew out for a distance as a black figure darted out of the car. The young man didn't hesitate. There was no room for hesitation here. He carried the young lady on his back and escaped into the forest. Escaping? The golden-haired lady sneered. To her, the youngster's actions were futile. She tapped her feet on the ground, scattered dust everywhere. She turned into lingering shadows. Her speed was astonishing. She caught up with the two people in front within a few breaths. The battle blade in her hand formed a blade glow in the air as she slashed at the young man. "Run!" The young man's expression changed slightly. While shouting, he had already thrown the lady on his back out. Then he turned around and faced the sharp blade glow head-on. A cold light flashed past. A dagger had blocked the battle blade. "Huh, 2-star soldier level." The golden-haired lady squinted slightly. She said to her companions, "Leave this person to me. Barnard, Marjorie, retreat. Immediately after you catch Long Yao. I will find you soon." The two male foreign martial warriors didn't waste any time. They nodded and chased after Long Yao. The young man wanted to stop them, but he was held back by the golden-haired lady. "Your opponent is me." The young man was anxious. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape until he killed this lady. He made his decision swiftly and attacked on his own, dashing towards the golden-haired lady. His attacks were ferocious and vicious. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The golden-haired lady had the same thought. There was more than one martial warrior beside Long Yao. The others would definitely rush over after hearing what happened. The longer she dragged this fight, the more disadvantageous it would be. Their blades collided in the air, and their attacks were as fast as lightning. When their force smashed into each other, they set off small explosions continuously. The powerful impact caused huge damages. A huge patch of the forest was destroyed by them in a blink of an eye. On the other side, the two foreign martial warriors caught up with Long Yao easily with their speed. Although she practiced martial arts and was an advanced stage martial disciple, she was spoiled and lazy. There was no way she could outrun the two martial warriors. "Miss Long, please come with us." Barnard and Marjorie blocked Long Yao from the front and back. They closed in on her step by step. "Don't come over. Who sent you? How much did they give you? I will double it," Long Yao shouted fiercely. However, deep down she was afraid. "Surrender yourself so that you won't have to suffer." The two martial warriors weren't moved by her words. Her attitude was cold and indifferent. "Everything in this world can be solved using money. Is it not enough? I can give you triple, quadruple. Give me a number. Everything can be discussed as long as you let me go," Long Yao said hurriedly when she saw the two of them getting closer. She had money, so she felt that she could do everything. The two foreign martial warriors felt their breathing getting heavier. Triple, quadruple, this money was enough for their entire life. But they weren't stupid. They knew that they wouldn't have the life to spend the money. Let's not bullshit with her anymore. Take her and retreat. The two of them charged towards Long Yao almost at the same instant. They were exceptionally careful because they had to catch her alive. At this distance, they were confident that they could catch her alive. Ah! Even in this situation, our young Miss Long Yao didn't think of escaping. Instead, she squatted down and screamed. After screaming for a long time, she noticed that nothing happened. She heard sounds of fighting beside her. She slowly raised her head and saw an unfamiliar young man wearing a black gown with a weird wooden casket behind him. He was looking at her mockingly. Few figures wearing the same black cloak were fighting with the two foreign martial warriors. It was a heated fight between 7 and 2 people. What is this? What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Long Yao was dumbfounded. Suddenly she heard the young man in front tease her. What a pity. You should have been a soprano. Go and die. Long Yao turned angry from embarrassment. She noticed that the danger was gone, so she resumed her young miss manners. She stood up and questioned him. Who are you? A student from Hanghai Military Academy. I accepted the police mission to catch 3 foreign martial warriors. Araseo. Chapter 260. Die from anger. Araseo. Long Yao was stunned. She only regained her senses after a long time. She shouted angrily, "Araseo, your head." However, when she heard that Wang Teng was a student from Hanghai Military Academy and had accepted a mission to capture the 3 foreign martial warriors, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm finally saved. She knew a thing or two about Hanghai Military Academy. There was no doubt about the ability of the students from the school. Capturing the 3 martial warriors shouldn't be a problem for them. Long Yao turned to look at the fight some distance away. Then she glanced at Wang Teng, who was relaxing at the side. She couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you helping them? If they need my help all the time, they are useless, Wang Teng replied. You don't look old, yet you speak like an old man? Long Yao rolled her eyes. Wang Teng glared at her. Are you calling me an old man? Can you speak properly? Oh, right, there's another student from Donghai University who came to protect me because of his mission. He's fighting with one of the foreign martial warriors. The lady is very strong. Help him quickly. Long Yao suddenly remembered the young man and said to Wang Teng worriedly. No, Wang Teng replied. His teammates were fighting. Despite having more people, the two foreign martial warriors were experienced in actual combat. They were at a stalemate for the moment. Why are you like this? Long Yao stomped her feet furiously. Don't worry, he won't die, Wang Teng replied calmly as he glanced in that direction. Through his little crow's vision, he knew that the battle there hadn't ended. The young man could last for some time. Hao Zhengxing, did you not eat your dinner? You're an earth force martial warrior. Slam him with your force. Can you exert some strength? Li Wendong, your skin is so delicate. Don't charge recklessly. Use your speed and cover up for your teammates. Yuan Jing, unleash your major skill and give the bearded man a big one. As for the others, stop slacking. There are so many of you. If everyone just attacked together, even once, they would have enough suffering. Wang Teng looked at the gang fight and sighed angrily. His teammates heard his guidance and followed the instructions. The tide turned instantly. This fellow, Long Yao, was amazed. She could tell that after Wang Teng spoke, the two foreign martial warriors started to back down. Boom. At this moment, Hao Zhengxing found a loophole, sending a foreign martial warrior into the air. A few of the seven split up and continued attacking the injured martial warrior. The foreign martial warrior could only scream in agony before he got killed. The other martial warrior was stimulated when he saw his comrade getting killed. He revealed his ferocity and started fighting with his life on the line. He alone forced Hao Zhengxing and the others to retreat continuously. There are 7 of you. Why are you afraid of him? As a martial warrior, you shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt. You will heal completely after eating a dan. Don't be afraid. Charge. Wang Teng opened his mouth again. He expected better from them. Panic was taboo for newbies. Once you panic, your opponent would grab the chance to destroy you one by one. Fortunately, Wang Teng was at the side, so everyone could remain calm. They regained their composure after hearing his instructions. Young men gritted their teeth and powered up their attacks. In a while, they started dominating the foreign martial warrior. The other party had to step back uncontrollably. This step was the distance between heaven and hell. The fear of the other students subsided when they saw this scene. They knew that the other party was just a human too. Wang Teng was right. They had 7 of them. Why should they be afraid of him? Their morale was given a boost. They were already close to apprehending the culprit. The foreign martial warrior knew that he couldn't win, so he turned around to escape. Unfortunately, Hao Zhengxing and the others weren't one to be trifled with. They didn't give him a chance at all. As soon as they saw him retreat, they surrounded him and stabbed him with their blades and swords. They killed him. This was their first battle, and their opponent was a real martial warrior, one experienced in actual combat. Process wasn't smooth, but the result was good. For a moment, they had more confidence. When the fight finished, they were all out of breath, as they had used up much of their force. They looked at the 2 martial warriors' corpses, but didn't feel disgusted. They had seen many scenes like this after practicing martial arts. Hence, their reactions weren't that exaggerated. Long Yao just frowned a little. Let's go. There's another 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Let's take care of her quickly and go home to sleep. Wang Teng yawned as he gathered everyone over. Long Yao felt speechless when she saw his relaxed manner. When Wang Teng and his teammates arrived, the young man in charge of protecting Long Yao was hit by the golden-haired lady's blade. He was slammed onto the ground. He clutched the blade mark on his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was wearing a battle uniform, so the attack only caused him a serious injury. He wasn't dead. We seem to be a little late. I'm sorry, Wang Teng said hurriedly. Shameless. Long Yao couldn't sense any sincerity from his expression. This man was despicable. When the golden-haired lady saw the unscathed Long Yao as well as Wang Teng and his team, she instantly figured out what happened. Barnard and Marjorie must have failed. This situation was awful for her. Fuck, she cursed uncontrollably. You speak English? I can too. Wang Teng finally knew why he needed to learn English. He immediately replied, you? Pff, Long Yao! And the others burst out laughing. The golden-haired lady choked with anger. She glared at Wang Teng indignantly and said, You are really mischievous. Hey, your Chinese is not bad, golden hair. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. I will give you 2 choices. Do you want to fight with one or many? Take your pick. Are you stupid? We outnumber her, so we should attack together, Long Yao said agitatedly. She looked at Wang Teng as though he was an idiot. You don't understand. We must act gentlemanly in front of an international friend. Wang Teng waved his hand and said, Not bad. I will choose to fight with one. The golden-haired lady replied. A glint flashed in her eyes. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. He then waved his hand and said, Go. Hao Zhengxing and the others charged forward. What the fick? Golden-haired lady was dumbstruck. She suspected that she didn't learn her Chinese properly and misunderstood Wang Teng's words. However, she reacted quickly and realized that she had been tricked. She shouted in anger, I said fight with one! That's right. All of us will fight with one of you, Wang Teng replied. Shameless. The golden-haired lady panted heavily. Her chest was hurting due to anger. Chinese is profound. Learn and watch, Wang Teng said. Long Yao's expression turned strange. She suddenly felt a little sad for this golden-haired lady. It must be painful to meet this kind of opponent, but when she saw the lady's big chest, she looked at her own small one and decided that she should just die from anger. Chapter 261, Young Miss Long, Do You Have to Bow to Me? The golden-haired lady was so furious that her chest hurt. She vented all her anger on Hao Zhengxing and the others. However, she realized that the other party wasn't that strong despite their numbers. Their actual combat skill was even a little tender. The golden-haired lady looked at their young faces and understood the reason. A cold glint flashed past her eyes. She targeted one person and tossed her battle blade violently at him. Her 2-star soldier level ability was fully released. The students had gotten used to cooperating with one another after the battle just now. Thus, when they saw their companion getting attacked, and it was a fierce attack too, they quickly rushed over to block the attack together. Boom! 3 people blocked the attack together, but they still took a few steps back because of her immense strength. Their faces turned pale. Very powerful. The golden-haired lady was much more powerful than them. The students were flabbergasted. When they looked at the golden-haired lady who was launching her second attack, fear started creeping up their hearts. At this moment, Hao Zhengxing slammed his weapon on the golden-haired lady's head when he saw his classmates in danger. Get off! The golden-haired lady remained expressionless. She swept her leg as though there were eyes behind her and kicked Hao Zhengxing a few meters away. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Hey, your classmates can't resist much longer. Long Yao's expression changed. She didn't expect 7 students from Honghe Military Academy to lose to the other party. She said to Wang Teng anxiously, Hurry up and help them. If you're left alone, you won't be able to win. Just wait and see, Wang Teng said. The student from Donghai University who was in charge of protecting Long Yao had used his healing medicine by now. His face was still pale as he staggered towards Wang Teng and Long Yao. He said to Wang Teng, You must be freshmen, right? The other party is a 2-star soldier level, martial warrior. You can't beat her. Hurry up and bring young Miss Long away. Huh? You guys are freshmen? Long Yao's expression changed entirely when she heard his words. She thought that Wang Teng was so confident, but they were just a bunch of newbies. No wonder they had a difficult time fighting against the 2 male foreign martial warriors. It wasn't because they were strong, it was because the students were weak. You tricked me. Let's go, it'll be too late if you don't leave now. Young Miss Long turned pale again and urged Wang Teng to leave quickly. Wang Teng glanced at her with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, If you're afraid, you can leave first. Are you stupid? Why are you staying if you can't beat her? Long Yao said in a panic. Do you want me to abandon my companions? Wang Teng asked. Well, we can find other people to help us. Long Yao also felt a little guilty. She randomly found a forced reason for herself. All right, you can leave if you want to leave. Wang Teng waved his hand and ignored her. He focused on the battle. It was indeed a little too much for his classmates to fight against a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. They had no chance at all. They might be able to win if they gain more experience, but now I will not care about you anymore. Long Yao turned around and said to the young man from Donghai University, Let's go. We will find reinforcements. The young man glanced at Wang Teng. That guy's expression was composed all this while. He didn't seem worried about the situation. Could it be that he could really beat the golden-haired lady? The young man immediately denied this thought after it popped up. If he was a freshman, he had no chance against a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Retreat with your classmates? It's not worth it if you lose your life because of an impulsive decision? He still reminded Wang Teng in the end. Then, he left with Long Yao without any more delays and disappeared into the dark. Liu Feng glanced at the battle with the golden-haired lady from his hiding spot. He frowned uncontrollably. What is this brat doing? If he doesn't act, his classmates will be in danger. Especially when he saw Hao Jiangxing and the others retreating under the golden-haired lady's attack, he felt worried for them. They were already injured. He prepared himself and got ready to help them at any moment. Almost there. At this moment, Wang Teng finally acted. He had watched them for a long time and finally saw their limit. It would now be easier for him to plan their missions in the future. Golden-haired lady threw Hao Jiangxing and the others back and shot in front of Yuan Jing. A hideous smile appeared at the edge of her lips. She slashed her blade horizontally at Yuan Jing's neck. They were both ladies, but she was still so ruthless. What a cold-hearted person. Yuan Jing's face turned pale. There was despair in her eyes. Oh no, Hao Jiangxing and the others panicked. Go away. Boom! An angry shout and the explosion of force erupted beside Yuan Jing. At the same time, the golden-haired lady's expression changed. She kept her battle blade hurriedly and wanted to block the sudden attack. However, the frightening force exploded and threw her off her feet. Splurt. The golden-haired lady slammed heavily on a tree. She vomited blood and her face turned white instantly. She was dumbstruck as she stared at Wang Teng in fear. This shameless young man who didn't move was actually so strong. She couldn't even handle one blow from him. Despair surged into her heart. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the attribute bubbles that had dropped beside the golden-haired lady. They were floating in the air. He picked them up. He kept them for now and didn't look at them carefully. Wang Teng then turned and looked at Yuan Jing. Are you all right? I got a fright. Yuan Jing patted her small chest. She was tearing from the scene just now. Leader, why did you wait so long before acting? I almost went to see God. Other three young ladies came to comfort her immediately. Ha ha, don't worry. With me around, you will be fine. You have to trust your leader. Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. The students finally felt relief. They were exhausted and there were many injuries on their bodies. They gritted their teeth in pain. Leader, where is young Miss Long? Hao Jiangxing suddenly asked. She ran away in fright when she noticed that you couldn't beat the golden-haired lady, Wang Teng replied. Everyone, this is too much. We came to save her, but she abandoned us and ran away. That's right. What kind of person is she? If I knew this was going to happen, I would have allowed her to get caught and let her suffer a little before saving her. The students were filled with righteous indignation. They scolded Long Yao for being ungrateful. As they spoke, hurried footsteps were heard in the forest. Young Miss Long Yao came back. However, before she reached them, she tripped and fell to the ground. Hey, young Miss Long, why did you come back? Did you find your conscience? There's no need to bow to me, Wang Teng scoffed as he looked at Long Yao, who was below him. Pff! When Long Yao looked up, her face was covered with mud. She spat out a few blades of grass and said furiously, I'm not bowing to you. Then she remembered something and turned fearful. Someone is coming after us. Yan couldn't resist a single blow from this person. I don't know if he's dead. Chapter 262. You're nothing. Tap. 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 The instant Long Yao finished speaking, light footsteps came from the forest. A foreign muscular man with brown hair walked out of the dark. When he appeared in front of Wang Teng, he was holding the young man called He An Bang. They couldn't tell whether He An was alive or dead. He was thrown to the ground casually like a rag doll. The man glanced at Wang Teng and his teammates. Then his gaze landed on the golden-haired lady. He said calmly, Hill, you failed. This brat is quite powerful. The golden-haired lady's expression changed. She vomited another mouth of blood as she spoke with difficulty. Don't find excuses for your uselessness, the brown-haired man said in disdain. He then turned to look at Wang Teng. When Long Yao saw his gaze, she hid behind Wang Teng like a mouse that had met a cat. Hao Jiangxing and the others felt their heads turning numb. Goosebumps appeared on their skin. This is killing intent. Lu Feng's expression changed slightly. How many people had this brown-haired man killed to give off this frightening killing intent? Retreat to the side. Wang Teng smiled as he spoke to Hao Jiangxing and his teammates. Leader, this person is difficult to handle. If I'm right, he has killing intent, Li Wendong said gravely.
I know.
Wang Teng nodded and replied. Leader, let's run if we can't win. It's not embarrassing, Hao Jiangxing shouted. Wang Teng was speechless. Go away. You don't understand your leader well enough. All right, let me widen your horizons today. Hao Jiangxing and the others were hiding far away. They gathered and started discussing in low voices. I think that our leader was acting. I think so too. Can he win by acting? Why don't we run away? Long Yao felt anxious. She coerced the others to escape again. You can run away if you want. We are not ungrateful people. The students looked down on her. Long Yao felt awkward. This time, she was alone, so she didn't dare run, she said in embarrassment. "Never mind, I will stay with you guys." The brown-haired man didn't waste any time. He glared at Wang Teng like a predator hunting its prey. His expression turned sinister. Boom! Force exploded below his feet and his body disappeared on the spot. He appeared on top of Wang Teng the next instant. His weapon was a huge battle blade. The handle was very long, and he was grabbing it with both hands. He slashed it furiously on Wang Teng's head. Clang! A battle sword popped out of the weapon carrier casket behind Wang Teng's back. He held it in his hand and pushed it up. When the two weapons collided, sparks flew out along with a metallic clang. Boom! Then the eruption of force echoed through the air. Frightening impact knocked down all the trees around them. Hao Zhengxing and the other students retreated continuously. 3-star soldier level? Wang Teng knew the muscular man's level. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. On the other hand, the brown-haired muscular man was left shocked. He looked into Wang Teng's eyes and felt a sharper killing intent surging towards him. "How's this possible?" He couldn't remain calm anymore. His expression changed and he shouted in disbelief. In front of this killing intent, his aura was nothing. He felt like a child acting fierce in front of an adult. "You're nothing." Wang Teng mouthed these words. At the same time, a strong, fiery red glow engulfed his sword. It stung the muscular man's eyes, and he started tearing uncontrollably. "Damn it!" The brown-haired muscular man felt fear creeping throughout his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he started retreating furiously. "It's too late now." Wang Teng swung his sword. Fiery red sword glow instantly enveloped the brown-haired muscular man. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. A moment later, the airwaves subsided and the dust dispersed. The brown-haired muscular man was lying in a deep pit. There were burnt marks all around the hole. Actually, flames were still burning around it. The brown-haired man was in a sorry state. There was a sword mark on his chest, and it had taken his life away. The golden-haired lady looked at Wang Teng in fear. She felt like she was seeing a monster. He became stronger? Lu Feng was startled and shook his head with a bitter smile. No wonder Wang Teng was so confident with his ability. Everything would be fine, even without him. Wang Teng slowly placed his battle sword back into the weapon carrier casket. He saw the attribute bubbles floating above the man. He used his spiritual power to pull them over and pick them up. Then he turned to look at his teammates. He noticed that they were staring at him with gaping jaws. "Back to Earth," Wang Teng shouted before continuing. "Bring the corpses of those fellows and the golden-haired lady. Let's go back for supper." Oh, Hao Jingxing and the others nodded. Lu Feng felt speechless when he heard this. This brat was still thinking of supper. Wang Teng informed Xiaolu and asked them to let the police clear up the scene. The people that gathered for the night race were dispersed. Everything that was supposed to be controlled was controlled, and the implications were reduced to the minimum. Xia Lu and Hu Bing also arrived at the scene. They looked at the damage around them in astonishment. Hu Bing's face turned pale. He remembered how he had argued with Wang Teng earlier. He swallowed his saliva, his throat feeling a little dry. Xia Lu couldn't help but remember Wang Teng's indifferent face. Her gaze was a little complex. Wang Teng handed over his mission in the West Area Police Station and gained 200 school credits. Yang Zhenchao sent them off personally. "Old Brother Wang, thank you so much as expected, of the elites from Hanghai Military Academy. We didn't manage to catch them after putting in so much effort, yet you did it in 3 days," Yang Zhenchao said in bewilderment. "Captain Yang, you're too polite. We might have chances to cooperate again in the future. We will leave first."
"My teammates are tired. We need rest," Wang Teng replied. "All right, take care." Yang Zhenchao waved at them. Wang Teng left the police station. They had worked the entire night, so they were famished. When they returned to the university town, they ordered a table of barbecued meat from a roadside stall. Everyone asked for a beer, even the ladies, barbecued meat with beer. Match made in heaven. Before the barbecued meat was served, they cheered and gulped down the beer. Amazing. Hao Zhengxing shouted. "Why are you shouting?" Wang Teng kicked him. Hao Zhengxing didn't mind. Instead, he let out a chuckle. After some time, the barbecued meat was finally served. Wang Teng took a stick of barbecued lamb meat and asked, "What do you think of the mission tonight?" "It was difficult. Too difficult. It was also very dangerous," Hao Zhengxing replied while eating. "That's right, I felt that I was going to die," Yuan Jing said. "It's good that you realize this." "I was afraid that you might have gotten arrogant after killing 2 martial warriors," Wang Teng said. "Come on, we understand our own strength. Without your guidance, we would not have been able to kill the 2 martial warriors."
Hao Zhengxing shook his head and replied, Chapter 263, I want to be a good person, but the system doesn't allow me to. The few of them ate their barbecue and exchanged viewpoints on their takebacks for this mission. This was the first time they had fought with martial warriors, so there was definitely much to learn and improve. Hao Zhengxing and the others had to get it out of their chest, so this interaction helped them to relieve some stress. They also had a deeper understanding of this mission. It was beneficial for everyone. Half an hour later, everyone was satisfied. They went back to school. Most of them were injured, so they returned to rest. They agreed to go on another mission one day later. Wang Teng went back to his dormitory alone. Once there was no one around, the little crow flew down. He raised his arm to let it perch. He smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. Caw. The little crow cawed in reply. Here, this is your reward. Wang Teng took out a huge piece of star beast meat from his space ring and threw it at the little crow. The little crow spread its wings and flew into the air. It bit the star beast meat with its beak and found a place to feed itself. Wang Teng took a bath and dried his hair. He then went back to his room and pulled out the attributes panel. Earth Force 25, Water Force 25, Metal Force 25, Assassination 8, Earth Force 70, Assassination 5. Huh? Wang Teng looked at the attributes and exclaimed softly. Something weird seemed to have sneaked into his attributes panel, Assassination. He had received 13 points of assassination in total. Assassination, 13,100. Foundation. He closed his eyes to feel the skill. A memory appeared in the corner of his mind. It was regarding the assassination skill. There was much content for assassination, including assassination techniques that could catch people off guard, as well as 1,000 ways to poison your target. A skilled assassin was able to kill his target secretly. This was the world-class assassination skill. Of course, the assassination skill Wang Teng received was just the foundation. If he wanted to reach top class, he had to pick up more attributes. He could become as powerful as he wanted when he had enough attributes. Why do I always receive such weird skills? Wang Teng touched his chin. He was secretly elated, but he felt sad too. I want to be a good person, but the system doesn't allow me to. One day later, Wang Teng's team gathered again. They went to the logistics building to get their next mission. It was worth mentioning that they had received an additional 100 school credits because the police confirmed that there was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. That meant that they got 300 school credits in total as their reward. Wang Teng was the one who chose the mission this time again. He didn't refuse his teammates' offer. They had limited time, yet they had spent 4 days completing one mission. Although this mission was worth 4 to 5 missions, Wang Teng never compared his team with the other teams. If they wanted to gain the first spot, they must reach their limits. Hence, they shouldn't waste any time and complete as many missions as possible. If this wasn't his teammates' first mission, he wouldn't have let them rest. They had only suffered some light injuries here and there. Why did they need to rest? They should continue working hard. Let's choose this. Wang Teng picked a police mission and accepted it as a team. When his team members read the description, they felt depressed. Mission description. Help the police kill a wind element. 2-star soldier-level martial warrior, Lei Hui. He was once a policeman and stole an item from the police station. After he got discovered, he killed his comrade and escaped. Specialized in blade skill and grappling. Very powerful. Requirements. At least 5 1-star soldier-level martial warriors and 1 or 2 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. Reward, 400 school credits. This mission was more difficult than the one before. The previous mission almost took half of their lives. Now they had to do it again. They cried bitterly in their hearts. All right, stop looking as though you're going to die. The harder the mission is, the faster you improve, Wang Teng said indifferently. Leader talk is cheap, Hao Zhengxing said with a forced smile. My talk is expensive, Wang Teng nodded. Everyone this mission was released by the South Area Police Station. Hence, Wang Teng and his team came to the South Area Police Station to take over the mission. The person attending to them was a middle-aged man in uniform. He was the section chief of the South Area Police Station. Everyone Lei Hui stole the wind element scripture that we gained during a mission. It was an unexpected reward for us. He has wind talent, but he never had the money to buy any scriptures. That is why he took the risk to steal it. Unfortunately, when one of our staff discovered him, he killed his comrade mercilessly, disregarding their relationship. He did it to steal a scripture? Wang Teng was shocked. Aren't there many ways to get scriptures now? I know that normal people can sign contracts with elite families or corporations. If there was a choice, who wants to place their future in other people's hands? Chief Shin said in a meaningful tone, Once you sign the contract, it won't be easy to regain your freedom. Lei Hui isn't willing to listen to others. He's always looking for a better way. If no one discovered him, he would have succeeded. Wang Teng nodded to express his understanding. He could only say that Lei Hui was a little unlucky. With his alertness and intellect, there was a high chance he would be safe after stealing what was entrusted to him. In the future, he could just find a reason, like he met an old grandpa on the road who decided to give him a secret scripture because he saw potential in him. Since there was no evidence, no one could catch him. However, someone saw him. All right, back to the topic. We have been looking for him for half a year, but he's always able to evade our investigation because he knows our method of doing things. He ran to other provinces but came back to Donghai recently. For some reason, a witness saw him and reported to us. That's how we know his location. Chief Sin smiled bitterly. That bastard is hiding in Chengzhong village. Based on the information we received from the other provincial police, Lei Hui reached the 2-star soldier level in half a year. His improvement is amazing. He's a mutated element martial warrior, so it's harder to deal with him. Chief Xin looked at Wang Teng and his team suspiciously. He knew that this team was made of freshmen through the mission system. The mission had its requirements, so he wondered if these newbies hit them. Chief Xin, don't worry. Since we accepted this mission, we are confident. We won't joke with our lives. Wang Teng could tell what he was thinking. Also, the system approved this mission. This proves that we have the ability. Chief Xin nodded. He didn't say anything. He had already said what he should. They had accepted the mission, so they were responsible for the consequences. Chapter 264, Open the Door, Community Welfare, Chengzhong Village. Wang Teng and his team came directly to the village after leaving the police station. It was past 9 a.m., and many people had gone out for work. The rent for some apartments in a big city like Donghai was very expensive. Many working adults couldn't afford the rent, so they chose to stay in places like Chengzhong Village. The environment wasn't good, but it was cheap. Life was tough. Not everyone was as fortunate as Wang Teng. Even if they scrimped and saved, the amount saved might not be enough for Wang Teng and his friends to eat a single meal in the second-floor cafeteria. This was how cruel life was. There were many small shops in the village. A few elderlies were sitting in the shops, and very few people went in to buy things. The houses around them were pretty low. Sagging electric wires and clothes hangers with clothes placed over them could be seen everywhere. Wang Teng and his team stood on the roof of a building. They were watching the shorter building in front of them. Their instructor, Liu Feng, was present too. However, he didn't appear in front of them. He was always hiding during their mission. He wouldn't act unless an accident happened to the students. This is it. Yuan Jing looked at the exact location provided by the police. The building Lei Hui lived in was near the edge of the village. It was dilapidated, so not many people lived here. Are we going to act now? Hao Zhengxing asked. Yes, there's no one around, so we won't attract much attention. We will send someone to knock on the door. The others will hide around the building. I will look after the surroundings to prevent ordinary civilians from coming. Wang Teng nodded and replied. What reason do we use when we knock on his door? Li Wendong asked. Community welfare? Wang Teng said. Everyone. They didn't waste any time after Wang Teng made the arrangements. They started their plan instantly. However, they met a problem. Who will knock on the door? They looked at one another and couldn't make a decision. The person who knocked on the door had to bear some risk. Rock, paper, scissors. Wang Teng interrupted them. Everyone looked at him helplessly. However, they still accepted his suggestion in the end. After all, they didn't have a better option. Thus, these university students started playing a childish game like rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Hao Zhengxing took a deep breath and looked constipated. He lost. This was the real start. Other students hid around the building while Hao Zhengxing strode in front of the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Community welfare. Wang Teng. Wang Teng covered his face. This idiot. Bang. The next moment, the door was kicked open and a figure darted out, accompanied with a cold glint. It stabbed straight at Hao Zhengxing, who was outside the door. Damn it, leader, you tricked me. Hao Zhengxing was stunned. A shrill scream escaped his mouth. Fortunately, he had tensed up his muscles when he knocked on the door to get ready to escape at any moment. The person in the house was a real 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was no match for him. Thus, when he saw a figure charging out of the room, he shifted to the side without thinking. But the other party reacted quickly too. The blade turned and aimed at Hao Zhengxing's back. However, a strange thing happened. His attack wasn't able to hurt Hao Zhengxing. He seemed to have struck an invisible object. Small fry. Wang Teng sat on the edge of the roof and looked at the battle below. He pouted. A wisp of spiritual power was entangled around his hand. The figure couldn't figure out what was happening. His expression changed. The other students at the side finally reacted. They started attacking the man. Also, everyone finally saw that this was the culprit, Lei Hui. Lei Hui didn't stop after his failed attack. He evaded everyone's advances and ran towards the alley outside. "Oh no, don't let him run away." Hao Zhengxing crawled up from the ground as he shouted. He thought that he had evaded his opponent's attack. He didn't know how close he was to the gates of hell. Thus, when he saw the person running away, he chased after him immediately. "Be careful." His teammates reminded him uncontrollably as they followed in a rush. Wang Teng also got up. He tapped his feet lightly on the roof and shot forward. He kept close behind his teammates. Hao Zhengxing caught up with Lei Hui and whacked his rod on him. Lei Hui stopped for a split second and moved to the side. The students in hiding came out and surrounded him. "Lei Hui, surrender. There's nowhere you can escape," Hao Zhengxing shouted. "Newbies like you are not going to catch me," Lei Hui said in contempt. He could tell that these people didn't have much actual combat experience. They were very tender. He scanned his environment. Despite knowing this place very well, he needed time to calculate the best escape route. Although the youngsters in front of him weren't strong, he didn't plan to waste time with them. Since they found him, it meant that the police knew his hiding spot. He should escape as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait for more people to come and catch him. "Don't chat with him. Attack," Li Wendong shouted. He saw through Lei Hui's intention. They weren't stupid. They launched their attacks and started targeting Lei Hui with all their weapons. "It looks like I won't be able to leave without killing a few of you." A sharp gaze appeared in Lei Hui's eyes. Within half a year, he had turned from a policeman to a fugitive. He had experienced many things, cultivating a ruthless aura around him. He was a real desperado now. The blade in his hand started giving off a green glow. The blade glow pushed back Hao Zhengxing's long rod and came for Li Wendong's throat. Li Wendong raised his blade to block the attack. It was a close call, however. The strong impact still threw him back. 2-star soldier level versus 1-star soldier level. He was at a disadvantage in terms of ability, so he couldn't win a head-on collision. Lei Hui wanted to take Li Wendong's life, but the others had already arrived. Lei Hui could only turn around and block their attacks. He swept his blade horizontally and forced everyone back. Then he targeted Yuan Jing. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he flew up. He swung his blade at Yuan Jing, but his body suddenly stopped in midair. "It's that strange force again?" Lei Hui was dumbstruck. Yuan Jing wasn't a brainless lady. After all, she had managed to enter Honghai. She grabbed the chance and instilled force on her sword. She targeted Lei Hui's heart. Lei Hui's force exploded from his body as he forcefully shifted a small distance away. Slash. Yuan Jing's battle sword stabbed into his chest. However, it didn't pierce his heart. He managed to evade it with a hair's breadth. Lei Hui was a vicious person. No, he was a lichen. He gave a sinister smile and grabbed Yuan Jing's battle sword with his hand. As force enveloped his palm, he spurted a mouth of blood on Yuan Jing's face. Yuan Jing's expression changed. She instinctively abandoned her sword and ran back. A hole had appeared in the encirclement. Lei Hui threw a ray of blade glow behind him and dashed towards the gap. However, the moment he took a few steps, he tripped and fell face down on the ground. Slash. The battle sword that was still stuck in his chest penetrated his chest and appeared on his back. Wang Teng, Chapter 265. It's a lichen. Lei Hui, Hao Zhengxing, and the others were shocked. What was going on? They thought that Lei Hui was going to run away, but he fell instead. They were baffled. Indeed, they were baffled. They didn't know how Lei Hui fell. At this moment, Wang Teng jumped down lightly and landed in front of everyone. They finally got enlightened. "Leader, did you do something just now?" Hao Zhengxing asked in surprise. "Why do you think he fell?" Wang Teng glared at him angrily. Everyone was shocked. How strong was Wang Teng? He was able to kill a 2-star soldier level martial warrior like Lei Hui so easily. Also, they didn't even see how Wang Teng did it. This seemed a little frightening. "Thank you for saving me." Yuan Jing walked over and said softly, "You're welcome." Wang Teng knew what she was referring to. He didn't deny it either. He nodded and said, "You need to be decisive during a life or death battle. When your weapon falls into your enemy's hand, abandon it if necessary. Don't hesitate. Spare some energy so that you can retreat when you need to." "I understand." Yuan Jing accepted Wang Teng's guidance humbly. She could still feel the lingering fear in her heart. She would remember this lesson for a long time. "Leader, you tricked me." Hao Zhengxing looked at Wang Teng with hidden bitterness as he complained. "What are you saying? I don't even know what was going to happen. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Teng shook his head and replied, "Pfft." Others burst out laughing. "Hao Zhengxing, don't blame the leader. You're just stupid." Li Wendong laughed as he said, "Go away. I'm not stupid." Hao Jiangxing was furious. Everyone relaxed after they completed their mission. They had gotten more familiar with one another recently, so they started teasing each other. Suddenly, the lady in their team called Wang Peng screamed in fear. "He's not dead." Almost at the same instant, Wang Teng felt Lei Hui's corpse moving slightly. He frowned as he looked at Lei Hui. The others all turned to look at Lei Hui when they heard Wang Peng shout. "He's not dead?" Yuan Jing looked at the body that was twitching and shouted in astonishment. "Who cares? He doesn't look like a huge threat. Let's stab him again and send him to hell," Hao Jiangxing replied casually. He was about to go forward and stab the body. "Don't move," Wang Teng shouted. Hao Jiangxing stopped in his tracks instinctively. He turned to look at Wang Teng and asked, "What's the matter?" "Look!" Yuan Jing's voice was trembling. Suddenly, Lei Hui's body started convulsing violently as though he was having a seizure. His body was arched. There seemed to be something wriggling beneath his flesh. Then his body started expanding. Clang! The battle sword stabbed in his chest was squeezed out by his muscles and fell to the ground. Black smoke started wafting out of his wound. The wound healed rapidly, and Lei Hui bellowed in a low voice like a wild beast. "What is this?" Wang Teng intently stared at Lei Hui. He sensed the familiar aura. "Dark force? Why is there dark force on Earth?" Wang Teng fixed his gaze on the changes happening to Lei Hui's body. He was puzzled. Lei Hui's body became bulkier. Moreover, black fur started emerging from his skin. "Retreat far away." Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, "Leader." Hao Jiangxing and the others didn't know what was going to happen. However, they felt a chill travel down their spine because of Lei Hui's change. A strong sense of danger enveloped them. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but they couldn't just leave Wang Teng alone. "Go," Wang Teng said firmly. Dark apparitions were strange and hard to deal with. He was the only one who had seen one before. If any accident happened, his newbie classmates could be killed. When he noticed that Hao Jiangxing and the others were still standing around him, he explained, "This thing is no threat to me, but it's very dangerous for you guys. If it runs away, it will be extremely troublesome. You don't know the secret behind it, so just listen to what I say. Be careful." After hearing his explanation, Hao Jiangxing and the others knew that they wouldn't be of any help. They retreated far away while feeling bitter. Huff, puff. Heavy panting resounded in the area. Lei Hui slowly straightened his body. He was approximately more than 2 meters tall, and he was thick and bulky. His whole body was covered with black fur. When he raised his head, his entire face had changed. "Oh my God, it's a lichen," Hao Jiangxing couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the man's face. Lei Hui didn't look like a human anymore. Black fur was growing on his face, and 2 hideous fangs had popped out from the corner of his lips. He didn't look like a human or a wolf. Right now, his eyes had turned into the eyes of a beast. They were blood red in color. Another type of dark apparition? Wang Teng sized it up. "How?" Lei Hui gave a low roar. He shouted at Wang Teng, "I'm unable to transform completely because of you. You deserve to die." "He still has his senses?" Wang Teng was startled. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Lei Hui laughed in anger when he noticed Wang Teng ignoring him. He smiled like a maniac and said, "I will tear you to pieces." "No, I think he still got affected and turned more violent. He seems a little crazy," Wang Teng muttered. Lei Hui. Lei Hui's wolfish face twitched a few times uncontrollably. He seemed to have reached the peak of his anger. "This fellow, do you want to kill me now?" Wang Teng asked. "Lei Hui, do you feel like eating humans after you transform?" Wang Teng asked again when he didn't receive a reply from Lei Hui. "Lei Hui, do you feel like drinking human blood?" Lei Hui, Hao Jiangxing, and the others were stunned. "Why are you asking these weird questions? Shouldn't you kill him as quickly as you can? Are you doing a survey?" They exchanged glances with one another, shocked by Wang Teng's way of thinking. Wang Teng seemed very interested. He had many questions plaguing his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and continued asking, "Oh, right, what kind of mentality do you need for you to change into this ugly figure?" "Lei Hui, are you a psychopath?" "Lei Hui." Lei Hui's fury rose up a notch every time Wang Teng asked a question. He was about to explode soon. He didn't know why he listened to so many questions. "You, enough," Lei Hui shouted. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. He charged towards Wang Teng's head. Slash, the next moment a battle sword pierced through his heart. Lei Hui, what a similar scene. Lei Hui's eyes widened. He didn't even notice when Wang Teng had lifted his hand. But a sword was already in his chest. Why, he was curious. He had changed into a dark apparition and became so strong and frightening. Why was he still killed with a stab in his chest? What was wrong with this world? Lei Hui didn't understand. His mind was in a mess as he floated in midair. Chapter 266, Special Battle Technique, Dark Wind Bullet. Because you're too weak. Wang Teng decided to be kind and tell Lei Hui the answer when he saw his unwilling expression. Huh, wait, why aren't you dead? He asked immediately after. He was flabbergasted. Die! Lei Hui didn't show any intention of replying to him. Instead, he screamed and started pushing his body down. His hands turned into claws as he scratched at Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng raised his fist and punched Lei Hui's claws away. Bang! A huge force caused Lei Hui to fly back. Lei Hui felt as if his claws had hit a hard metal surface. He wasn't able to cause any damage to Wang Teng's defense. Despite the overwhelming force, he flipped in the air and stepped on the wall at the side with both feet. Then he ran out far away and escaped. He didn't get caught until now because he ran away whenever he had the chance. He was like a timid rat that only knew how to hide in the smelly ditch. Lei Hui's speed had increased tremendously after he turned into a lichen. He traveled on the walls as though he was running on the ground, but this time he had met his nemesis, Wang Teng, Steps of Gale. Wang Teng's speed shot up exponentially as he dashed towards Lei Hui. Lei Hui heard the sound of wind behind him. He turned and his expression changed instantly. Wind force intertwined around his claws. They turned into sharp blades as he slashed them at Wang Teng. Slash. The wind blades rubbed against the air as they came for Wang Teng. Wang Teng moved his body slightly and evaded the wind blade attacks. Lei Hui continued attacking him with the wind blades, though. He was trying to slow down Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng didn't slow down even though he was evading the attacks. On the other hand, he became faster. The distance between them gradually got shorter. Don't struggle. It's useless. You can't run away, Wang Teng said calmly. Lei Hui didn't say anything. When Wang Teng got closer, he suddenly turned around and spurted a green-black light ball out of his mouth. They were extremely close already. Furthermore, Wang Teng didn't expect him to attack using his mouth. His heart skipped a beat. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lei Hui's lips. Boom! The green-black ball moved as fast as lightning. It landed on Wang Teng's body and exploded in an instant. Green-black light engulfed him. You will definitely die once you get hit by my attack. Lei Hui felt a little proud. This was his trump card. He would only use it during a crucial moment to kill his opponent when the other party least expected it. However, after the light dispersed, he realized in astonishment that Wang Teng wasn't hurt at all. A layer of yellow force was protecting Wang Teng. This is a defense battle technique, Lei Hui shouted in disbelief. Why was this happening to him? Lei Hui felt depressed.
Why were all his attacks countered?
Where did this weird young man emerge from? Wang Teng remained unscathed. He dashed forward abruptly while Lei Hui was in shock. Lei Hui wanted to dodge, but Wang Teng had already arrived beside him. He felt excruciating pain in his neck, and his world started spinning. Huh? Whose furry body is this? It's so ugly. This thought emerged in Lei Hui's mind before he lost consciousness. He sank into the dark. This time, he returned to the arms of darkness. Huge body collapsed on the ground. Wang Teng took a step forward. He heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that he was dead. He's finally dead. This fellow is good at running away. After Lei Hui died, a few attribute bubbles floated up. He picked them up. Wind Force, 36. Intermediate Stage Wind Talent, 5. Dark Wind, Bullet, 1. Dark Force, 8. Wang Teng was amazed. Lei Hui had dropped many good things. He gave him so many attributes of Dark Force and Wind Force. Wang Teng was at 3-star soldier level for these two forces, so there was still a distance before he could advance. There was intermediate stage wind talent too. Wang Teng already possessed intermediate stage wind talent, so adding 5 more points of intermediate stage wind talent didn't cause any qualitative change. But his sensing of wind force became more sensitive. Intermediate stage wind talent, 11,500. Finally, there was a special battle technique, Dark Wind Bullet. This battle technique was the last skill Lei Hui used. He was able to spurt it out of his mouth and catch his opponent by surprise. It was an excellent skill to use. Good stuff. Wang Teng touched his chin. A sly smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. At this moment, Hao Jingxing and the others gathered around and looked at Lei Hui's corpse on the ground. They were curious, yet scared. This thing looked extremely unique. How could Lei Hui bear to let himself turn into a monster like this? How resolute was he? They couldn't understand his thirst for power. What on earth is this? Hao Jingxing asked. Yuan Jing and the others looked at Wang Teng. They hoped to get some answers from him. Dark apparition, Wang Teng explained. Since they had already met one, there was nothing to hide. Also, they needed to know about it in the future anyway. There was no difference in letting them understand earlier. If you meet one alone in the future, run as far as you can. You will most probably die if you fight with it, Wang Teng said. They hurriedly nodded. After all, they had witnessed it personally just now. This creature didn't die even though it got stabbed in the heart. You needed to chop its head off. It wasn't easy to kill. They didn't have Wang Teng ability, so they couldn't kill it as easily as him. But it's strange. I met another dark apparition in the past, and it died after I stabbed its heart. Are lichen dark apparitions different? Wang Teng frowned and asked. Is there something strange with its heart? Yuan Jing suggested. Wang Teng nodded. He took out his phone and called the South City Police to clear the corpse. The policemen were already waiting nearby. They rushed over immediately when they received the call. Chief Shin came personally. When he saw Lei Hui's corpse, he cried in shock. Dark apparition. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. The higher authorities probably knew about the dark apparitions. What happened? Chief Shin asked. Just like what you see. Lei Hui changed into a dark apparition, Wang Teng said. This bastard, he's crazy. Doesn't he know what this means? Chief Shin said angrily. Chief Shin, the difficulty of this mission exceeded its original level. Shouldn't you raise our reward? Wang Teng asked. Yes, I will. I will raise the reward to the correct difficulty level. Chief Shin nodded immediately. He smiled and said, You are really young and promising individuals. You are able to kill a dark apparition at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead. Hao Zhengxing and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Wang Teng's choice of missions was amazing. Accidents always happened, and the reward would increase. They didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. If a normal student met this kind of situation, they would have difficulty protecting themselves, much less completing the mission. Oh, right. There's something strange about Lei Hui. I stabbed his heart just now, but he didn't die. Chief Shin, do you know the reason? Wang Teng asked. What? Chief Shin was dumbstruck. He pondered before replying. The police have no right to take care of a dark apparition's corpse. We need to hand it over to the military. I will report the situation to them and inform you after the anatomy results are out. Okay, thank you, Wang Teng said. Also, I feel that Lei Hui had a motive for coming back to Donghai. Also, we should find out how he got his method of changing into a dark apparition. Chief Shin, you should inform the military about this. Okay, don't worry. We are extremely prudent when dealing with dark apparitions, Chief Shin replied. Chapter 267. What a pity. How unfortunate. Sigh. Wang Teng and the others went back to school after handing over the mission to Chief Shin. Wang Teng didn't interfere in the battle with Lei Hui until he was out of options. Even when Hao Zhengxing and the others got injured, he didn't move. There would always be injuries during a battle. Wang Teng could ensure their survival, but he wouldn't protect them like a nanny. Thus, after completing the mission, they went back to school to recuperate. Chief Shin's reply came quickly. He added another 200 school credits in the afternoon. Wang Teng accepted it readily. 200 school credits were enough. As for Lei Hui's heart issue, he received a reply too. Lei Hui's heart position was different from a normal person's. It was slightly to the right, not a special ability because he turned into a dark apparition. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It would be heaven-defying if dark apparitions couldn't die after stabbing their hearts. Only suffered some minor injuries, so Wang Teng's team started another mission quickly. Time flew. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Mind you, the students who were able to enter Huhanghai Military Academy were all outstanding. Hao Zhengxing and the others matured quickly. They had started as newbies, but now they were able to complete some one-star soldier-level missions with greater difficulties alone. Their mentality also underwent a transformation, becoming calmer and more decisive. Slowly but surely they were turning into real martial warriors. This day, Wang Teng and the others went back to school to rest. Suddenly, they heard some bad news. Something happened to a team. It was a team from Battle Class 2. 2 students died and 4 were seriously injured. The result was tragic. Instructors had already told them that there would be people getting injured and dying during missions. The students understood this too, but honestly, some of them weren't convinced until they experienced it personally. Hence, the team from Battle Class 2 got arrogant after doing a few simple missions and chose a 2-star soldier-level mission with a higher difficulty. In the end, the consequences were miserable because of some mistakes. Yes, an instructor was protecting them, but instructors weren't almighty. The students had been informed that the death rate would only be higher if they had the mentality that they were protected from the start. One's mentality was fundamental. They had to rely on themselves. However, the students were amazed that the instructor didn't manage to save the students. In the past, a few teams were saved by their instructors when they encountered dangers. You could only say that they were unlucky. The students from a top university with a bright future ahead died in their prime age. What a pity. How unfortunate. Sigh, everyone was talking about this in the logistics building. Some teams were prepared to choose missions with higher difficulty levels, but they were frightened when they heard the news. They decided to play safe. When Li Wendong came back after getting information from other people, his mood was a little low. He said a lady and a guy died from the class next door. We have seen them before and are quite familiar with them. I didn't expect them to die like this. Do you know the reason? Wang Teng asked. They went hunting for a two-star beast. The mission description claimed that there was only one, but there were two. They accidentally got ambushed by the other star beast, Li Wendong replied. Star beast. Some star beasts are harder to deal with than martial warriors. Also, they are smart and sly. These people are so careless. Where did they get the guts to choose this mission after only half a month of training? Hao Zhengxing said. But this also proves that the description of the mission might not be accurate. Accidents could always happen, Yuan Jing analyzed. That's right, accidents also happened during the two missions we chose. We might have become the mourning party for our classmates if it wasn't for our leader, Hao Zhengxing said with lingering fears. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's be more careful when choosing missions in the future and not end up like them, Li Wendong said. 2 days later, in a mountain near the edge of Donghai, Hao Zhengxing smashed the backbone of a wolf-star beast with his rod. He ended its life as it howled in agony. Star beasts are really hard to deal with. The students were panting heavily, and there were injuries all over their bodies. Blood was oozing out of a few wounds, drenching their outfits. They bared their teeth from the pain. They looked at Wang Teng with anger and bitterness in their eyes. The moment he heard that someone died in the hands of star beasts, Wang Teng accepted a one-star star beast hunting mission from the City Protection Bureau. Did he have to torture them like this? Although Wang Teng was doing this for their sake, it was still vicious. He didn't even give them any reaction time. Wang Teng ignored them. He picked up the 2 attribute bubbles dropped by the star beast in front. Wood Force 20, blank attribute 14. As the wood force merged into his force nucleus, Wang Teng suddenly shuddered. Wood element, 4-star soldier level, accomplished. Wood force 12-2000, 4-star. Wang Teng smiled brightly. He said to his teammates, "Let's go. We need to hurry back and attend to your wounds. You have almost lost all your blood." Hao Zhengxing and the others lowered their heads and looked down. There was indeed a pool of blood on the ground. They felt dizzy and started crying, "Ah, I'm going to die. Quick, we need to go back." Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. After Wang Teng left, Lu Feng appeared on the scene. He frowned as he muttered to himself, "More and more star beasts have been appearing everywhere on Earth. Even traces of dark apparitions got more frequent. Everyone is starting to do small actions. Troubled times." Another week passed. Wang Teng's team had completed 3 more missions. They were all quite difficult, and their completion degree was high. As the missions progressed, most of the work was done by Hao Zhengxing and the other 6 team members. Wang Teng only appeared at the end and didn't do anything most of the time. This made Lu Feng very surprised. At first, he didn't have high hopes for Hao Zhengxing and the other students. After all, this team was the weakest in the class. Putting Wang Teng inside was to standardize their ability. Wang Teng was strong, but the instructors didn't believe that he could lead this team to great heights. It would be good enough if their school credits were the mean of the other freshman teams. Unfortunately, the instructors were wrong. Wang Teng managed to lead this newbie team to the top. Lu Feng even felt that Wang Teng's team could be top 3 in terms of ability now. Of course, Wang Teng was an exception. If he included him, their team would undoubtedly be number 1. At night, in a dark alley, a figure was escaping at the front with 3 people hot on his tail. "Don't run!" someone shouted. Of course, the more he shouted, the faster the person in front ran. But as he was passing a crossroad, a black figure dashed out from the alley at the side abruptly. Bang! With a low thud, the escaping figure fell to the ground. He fainted on the spot. Who asked you to run? The others gathered around. The moonlight shone on them, revealing their faces. It was Hao Zhengxing and his friends. Leader's method is really useful. Did we manage to ambush a 1-star soldier-level peak martial warrior? Hao Zhengxing said in disbelief. Chapter 268. Chen Yang became arrogant again. He got depressed again. In the dark and small alley, a few figures were surrounding an unconscious person and commenting in low voices. They would snigger occasionally. The whole scene looked eerie. People might think that this was a bunch of perverts planning something disgusting. Enough! Wang Teng looked at them speechlessly. It was just a small trick. Did they have to kick up such a huge fuss? Move, move, let me do something. He waved his hands to ask the others to move away. Then he took out a brick and started hitting the unconscious person's head furiously. Hao Jiangxing and the others felt their faces twitching. This young man was too ruthless. They exchanged glances with one another. They saw the same thought on each other's faces. Was their leader's mind twisted? A few moments later, Wang Teng raised his head. He looked delighted and refreshed. He had received 8 points of spirit attribute. Hao Jiangxing and the others weren't looking at him, pretending not to see anything. I hate this kind of scum, Wang Teng muttered to himself as if he was explaining his actions. Hao Jiangxing and the others didn't believe him at all. They all sniggered in their hearts. You also hit people who aren't scum? Let's go. This is the last mission. We will be calculating our scores tomorrow, Wang Teng said. Hee, I wonder where we are ranked. Hao Jiangxing said excitedly. Our school credits shouldn't be too low. Lu Feng walked out from the dark as their voices slowly faded. The corners of his lips twitched as he said, Your school credits are exceptionally high. The next day, all the freshmen gathered in the stadium once again. The whole place was filled with the sounds of discussions. Everyone had changed after the baptism of that 1 month. After going through the actual combat missions, most of them had taken a few lives. Hence, the change in their aura was obvious. They weren't as tender as they were before, becoming more mature. Of course, some people got arrogant. Do you know that our team went to search for a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior? It was so dangerous. Fortunately, our leader managed to turn the tide at the last moment and kill the target by injuring himself. A student was talking excitedly. Your team dared to take a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior task? We only took 1-star soldier-level peak martial warrior missions. Someone else exclaimed. It's nothing, it's nothing. Chen Yang waved his hand and pretended to be humble. However, the smile at the edge of his lips exposed his delight. Leader, don't be humble. Our team is able to receive so many school credits because of you, the student continued to curry favor with Chen Yang. Keep a low profile, low profile. Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. Hey, Wang Teng and his team are back, someone suddenly shouted. The members in Wang Teng's team are the weakest. I wonder how many school credits they got. Not many, right? The others are just burdens. It's already a miracle that they managed to come back alive. A small discussion on Wang Teng's team started in the stadium. Chen Yang smiled brightly. He walked over to Wang Teng and said, Wang Teng, let's see whose school credits are higher. The loser will. No. Wang Teng waved his hand and replied directly. Chen Yang, damn it, can you let me finish my sentence? You don't dare to bet with me because you know that your school credits are too low, right? You probably wasted your month, Chen Yang mocked. Hao Jiangxing and the others glared at him angrily. Did this fellow think that he was amazing? Why was he mocking them for no reason? Ah, yes. It feels good to waste time, Wang Teng remained indifferent as he replied lazily. Chen Yang choked on his own sentence. This fellow always had surprising remarks. Was it fun to be unique? Chen Yang, you said that you wanted to challenge our leader in the past, but you don't even dare to fight with him. Why do you have the face to mock us now? Li Wendong said. I had a problem when I was cultivating. It wasn't because I didn't dare to fight with him. Wang Teng, why don't we arrange a time for a battle? Chen Yang's expression froze as he laughed awkwardly. Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. Then he smiled and replied, Okay. Chen Yang's gaze froze. When? Don't tell me it's 1 month later again? Wang Teng said, Ha ha ha, 1 month might not be enough. You might have to wait 1 year. Hao Jiangxing laughed and said, Chen Yang's expression turned ugly. He glared at Hao Jiangxing coldly and replied, How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is a rest day. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. Chen Yang didn't say anything after this. He snorted and turned around to leave with his teammates. Brother Teng, is that fellow planning to challenge you again? Ho Ping Liang walked over and asked. Ha, yes. He had probably solved his cultivation issue now. Wang Teng smiled and replied, Who believes that bullshit? Chen Yang probably felt that his ability increased tremendously and got a little overconfident, Ho Ping Liang said. I think that he isn't stupid. He's able to kill a 2-star star beast, so he might have become a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Lu Shu shook his head and said, He was in the same team as Ho Ping Liang. Even if he's a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior, the difference is still vast. Baili Qingfang glanced at Wang Teng. The heads are here, Song Shuheng suddenly shouted. The heads had all come together. They asked everyone to stand in their teams before Tong Hu stood up and said, Today, the actual combat missions have ended. Unfortunately, 2 of our students have left us forever. The atmosphere turned a little heavy. This is what I've reminded you about at the start. As a martial warrior, You must always be prepared to face death. I will not repeat what I've said. You must have already felt it personally. It will be more difficult when you carry out missions alone in the future. I hope that all of you can take care of yourself. Now, I will announce the overall credit ranking. Tong Hu looked at the long list in his hand and coughed. This is a little long. You can take a look when I paste it on the notice board later. I will just announce the top 3 teams. Everyone felt speechless. Head Tong Hu was a carefree person. In third place, we have Chen Yang's team from Battle Class 1. They have a total of 1,020 school credits. What? Our team is only in third place? Chen Yang's expression changed slightly. He couldn't accept the fact. Tong Hu glanced at him and didn't bother to answer him. He continued, in the second place, we have Ho Pinglang's team from Battle Class 1. They have 1,360 school credits, 140 more credits than us. Chen Yang felt depressed. Why are they all from Battle Class 1? The students from other classes looked at each other. In the first place, we have Wang Teng's team from Battle Class 1. Tong Hu paused for a moment before saying, they have 2,300 school credits. Battle Class 1 again? Oh my God, 2,300 school credits. What missions did Wang Teng's team do? Why are their credits so high? Everyone was in shock. They glanced at Wang Teng's team. How? How is that possible? Chen Yang's face turned pale. Wang Teng's team had 1080 more credits than him. Why did he even think of fighting with them? Chapter 269, Out of the Ivory Tower. Once Wang Teng's team's school credits were announced, everyone was startled, especially when they exceeded the second team by close to 1,000 points. At the start, everyone felt that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to lead the team properly because the weak students would be a burden to him. Hence, even if their team wasn't the last, they wouldn't have a high score. A strong person in the team didn't mean that the team would be strong. However, Wang Teng was much stronger than they had imagined. He was able to lead his team to the top no matter how weak it was. There was another point that they couldn't accept. The top 3 teams were all from Battle Class 1. When Head Tong announced the third and second position, they still wondered if the others could get first place. However, when the top position was revealed, it was still from Battle Class 1. The instructors from other classes felt embarrassed. A dangerous glint appeared in their eyes as they glanced at their students. It looked like they weren't training them hard enough. On the other hand, the instructors from Battle Class 1 were full of smiles. Before the other instructors could say anything, they smiled and cupped their hands together. Thank you, thank you. The expressions on the other instructors' faces turned worse. Besides Battle Class 1, the other students felt a chill down their spines. Was it already winter? Did the temperature drop? The heads left after the results were announced. The instructors talked to the students for some time and left too. It was the weekend. The students were able to rest for 2 days before starting their lessons. In the stadium, the students were talking about the missions. They left in small groups. Chen Yang hid among the crowd, wanting to leave secretly. Chen Yang, remember our battle tomorrow? Wang Teng shouted at his back. Chen Yang stumbled. He turned his head awkwardly and said in embarrassment, Wang Teng, I think that I haven't completely healed from the injury last time. I feel uncomfortable again. Why don't we fight another time? You look radiant. You don't seem to have any problem, Wang Teng said indifferently. Ah, my chest, it hurts. Chen Yang clutched his chest violently. His face turned pale, and he vomited blood. Wang Teng, the people around them were stunned. What was going on? Wang Teng, look, my injury relapsed again. Let's fight another time, Chen Yang said pitifully. Wang Teng's expression was strange. He was caught between laughter and tears as he waved and said, Go ahead. Think carefully before you challenge me again? Chen Yang scurried off. He was extremely embarrassed and his face was scorching. He didn't mind fighting, but he didn't want to get tortured. When he heard Wang Teng's team's school credits, he woke up from his stupor. His arrogance burst immediately. Wang Teng loved to hit people's heads. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't fight with him when he knew that he couldn't win. As for his pride, he would feel even more humiliated if he got turned into a pig's head. Once Chen Yang left, everyone burst out laughing. Some confused students started laughing too when they heard what happened. Chen Yang was hilarious. He challenged Wang Teng twice and ran away twice. He kept humiliating himself. Some restless students who wanted to challenge Wang Teng threw this thought away after they saw Chen Yang's plight. Their difference was still too wide. After an internal agreement, the team decided to let Wang Teng take 30% of the accumulated school credits. The remaining 70% would be evenly split among the other students. No one felt that Wang Teng took too much. Instead, they thought that he took too little. He was crucial during the missions. Without Wang Teng, they wouldn't even get 300 school credits. Besides, their actual combat skills had also improved vastly. This wasn't something that could be gauged using the school credits. However, Wang Teng didn't ask for more. This percentage was good enough. His teammates were the ones completing most of the missions in the second half of the month. He was only in charge of picking up attributes. Hao Jiangxing and the rest didn't know that they provided free labor for him. It was a win-win situation. After getting the school credits, Hao Jiangxing and the others returned the credits they borrowed back to Wang Teng. The team mission ended successfully, hence the temporary team dispersed. The school resumed normal lessons in the next few days. However, everyone quickly realized that there were lesser theory lessons. More free time was given to the students to allow them to arrange their own cultivation. Wang Teng was busy picking up attributes. At the same time, he continued challenging the top 100 students in the school as his master, Dan Taichuan, instructed. However, the seniors at the top were often not in school, especially the top 10 students. None of them were in school, so Wang Teng couldn't find them. He had no choice but to stop his challenges. Today, Wang Teng was picking up attributes in the actual combat training building when his water force suddenly reached 4-star soldier level. Water force 3-2000 4-star. This is it. All my 5 elements have reached 4-star soldier level. Wang Teng smiled. Then he frowned immediately. The upgrading speed is getting slow if I continue picking up attributes in school, Wang Teng started contemplating. The stronger students in the school were mostly outside doing missions or cultivating while traveling. You wouldn't be able to see them in public areas. The students normally seen in school weren't very strong, so the attributes they dropped weren't a lot to Wang Teng. It was extremely inadequate. I'm as strong as the top 10 students in school now. I can't waste my time in school. It's time to walk out of the ivory tower, Wang Teng thought to himself. He came to look for his instructor and told him his plan. You want to take a long break? Lu Feng looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Yes, Wang Teng answered decisively. He had thought about this carefully. Why? Lu Feng asked. My ability, Wang Teng didn't complete his sentence. But Lu Feng understood. It was true that Wang Teng's ability wasn't on the same level as the other freshmen. It was disadvantageous for Wang Teng's cultivation if they forcefully placed him together with them. What about your theoretical knowledge? Lu Feng hesitated and asked. I will take the exam at the end of the semester. At that time, I will get a satisfactory score, Wang Teng promised. Lu Feng was still in a dilemma. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't decide this. Follow me to see the head, and let's see what he has to say. Wang Teng and Lu Feng came to Tong Hu's office. They stared at each other for a moment before Tong Hu brought Wang Teng to President Peng Yuanshan's office. All right, I understand Wang Teng can stay. Head Tong and Instructor Liu, you can go back first, Peng Yuanshan said calmly. Yes. After the two of them left, Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Teng and smiled. I knew that you will make this request one day. All the outstanding students like to act alone. You are no exception. Chapter 270, Departure and Travel. President, this is not about acting alone. At this stage, I have no choice but to make this decision, Wang Teng said helplessly. You're right. Peng Yuanshan nodded. It's unfair to put you with the other freshmen with your ability. It's not about fairness. Everyone has their own path. This is just my choice, Wang Teng said. I will accept your request. Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything else. He agreed. Thank you, President. Wang Teng was grateful. Every school had its rules, especially in Hanghe Military Academy. The rules were stricter. Freshmen were not allowed to leave the school for no reason. However, Peng Yuanshan had made an exception for him. Don't thank me so early. I will allow you to take a long break, but you must promise me a few things, Peng Yuanshan said. Please say it. I don't care how you study. In the semester finals, you must get excellent marks for all your courses. You will also have to reach 5-star soldier level, Peng Yuanshan said. No problem. Wang Teng agreed without any hesitation. Peng Yuanshan probably didn't know that these weren't difficult for him at all. He would only need to spend some time picking up attributes for his theory courses. By then it would be hard for him to fail. As for reaching 5-star soldier level, he was only 1 level away. There was still a long time until the semester exam. He would definitely be able to reach it. That was a fast reply. It looks like you're really confident. Is my request a little too low? Peng Yuanshan smiled and asked, I think that it's enough. We need to give the other students some room to catch up with me. If I stand out too much, they will feel inferior, Wang Teng replied shamelessly. You little brat. Peng Yuanshan pointed at him with his index finger. He then shook his head and laughed. What plans do you have? I will go to the Singwu continent, Wang Teng replied. I guessed that. Peng Yuanshan pondered before suggesting, when you go to the Xingu continent, don't just think about killing star beasts and doing missions. There are many things you can learn there. From what I know, some people disguise themselves as locals and merge with the people there. They roam the Xingu continent to acquire their knowledge and wisdom. You will have many gains. You can do that? Wang Teng opened his eyes wide. How do you think we interacted with them at the start? Peng Yuanshan said meaningfully. I see. Wang Teng touched his chin. He was enlightened. We merged into their culture and stole their knowledge. We shortened the gap between us. By the time they reacted, we could already speak to them on the same level. We have our advantage, and they have theirs. We have common interests and goals, so we can maintain this so-called peace, Peng Yuanshan said. Is it because of dark apparitions? Wang Teng asked. Not really. Peng Yuanshan stopped talking. You're leaving me hanging again. Wang Teng was speechless. He changed the topic when he noticed that the president had no intention of continuing. Can't the martial warriors from the Xingu continent tell that we're in disguise? As long as you don't meet someone with strong spiritual power, they won't notice anything amiss, Peng Yuanshan said. Of course it won't be a problem if you have a way to hide your spiritual mark. Spiritual mark? This was the first time Wang Teng had heard of this phrase. He was curious. Do you know why people from the Xingu continent aren't able to pass through the dimensional rifts? Peng Yuanshan asked. Could it be because of the spiritual mark? Wang Teng replied, Yes, based on our research. Every world has its own mark. All the locals in that world have this mark. It's in their spirit, Peng Yuanshan explained. That's why people with strong spiritual power can tell the difference in the spiritual marks. Wang Teng took over the conversation. That's right, Peng Yuanshan nodded. Why can we pass through the dimensional rifts then? This was the biggest question Wang Teng had. It didn't make sense. This is related to world repelling, Peng Yuanshan said. Are you saying that our world repels them, but their world doesn't repel us? Wang Teng was dumbstruck.
Did the different worlds have their own conscience?
Could things get more outrageous? You can say that, Peng Yuanshan felt that he spoke too much, so he waved his hands and asked Wang Teng to leave. All right, you will know it when you should. There's no use in asking so many questions. Now leave, don't bother me. Wait, you can't leave me hanging. This is so uncomfortable. Wang Teng felt extremely frustrated. However, he still got chased out of the office by Peng Yuanshan. One day later, Wang Teng finished his preparations. He informed his family and told them not to worry. He even called Lin Chuhan to tell her his schedule in case she worried when she couldn't find him. Then, he passed through the dimensional rift and left Earthyong City. Wang Teng bought a few Xingu continent attires. The attires here were quite vintage. Humans here were similar to the humans on Earth. There were both white and yellow-skinned humans. Their attires were different too. It was like the difference in Eastern and Western culture. Wang Teng was a yellow-skinned human. When he wore the ancient-looking attire, his aura changed entirely. He wore an amazing outfit and carried his weapon carrier casket behind his back. He was like a handsome young master traveling through the pugilistic world. He was imposing, carefree, and charismatic. A person with a handsome face would look good in anything he wore. Wang Teng stared at the mirror and shook his head. He felt frustrated. Sigh. I wonder how many innocent young ladies will be charmed by me. After getting his clothes, Wang Teng arrived at the Force Floating Airship Transfer Station in Yong City. He was going to head to the other cities where Xingu continent locals were gathered. The transfer station was packed with people. You could see many different races rushing along with their luggage bags, chasing after their Force Floating airship. Shouts were heard everywhere, making the scene noisy. After asking the person at the ticketing counter, Wang Teng learned that the nearest city was Yang City. He decided to make that his first destination. Please give me a ticket to Yang City. Wang Teng spoke to the beautiful lady at the counter. The counter lady looked at Wang Teng's face. Her eyes shimmered slightly as she said, Okay, please wait for a moment. After Wang Teng paid, she quickly handed him a ticket through the window. The Force Floating airship heading to Yang City is about to depart. The Force Floating airship heading to Yang City is about to depart. Passengers who haven't boarded the airship, please board as soon as possible. An announcement rang out from the broadcast system. Wang Teng hastened his pace and finally managed to catch the Force Floating airship that was about to depart. Get in quickly. If you were a little later, you would have to wait 3 more hours. The ticket officer smiled and said, Thank you. Wang Teng thanked the officer and stepped into the Force Floating airship. Wait. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Wang Teng looked behind. 2 young ladies around 17 years old were running over frantically. It looks like I'm not the only lucky person. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't take much notice of the two ladies and stepped into the force-floating airship. He found a corner seat and closed his eyes to rest. After some time, the force-floating airship shuddered slightly and rose into the sky. Wang Teng looked out of the window. The building and humans below were becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, they turned into tiny dots. "Jingxin, there are free seats here," a voice broke his train of thought. Wang Teng turned and saw the two ladies from earlier walking over. "Hello, we can't find any empty seats. Can we sit here?" The two ladies looked around his age, and they were very pretty, especially the lady who spoke. She wore a long black dress, and her aura was elegant and noble. "Sure," Wang Teng nodded and replied. "Thank you," Fei Qingxin thanked him. "You're welcome. No one was sitting here anyway," Wang Teng said. "You're a bad guy. You keep staring at our Qingxin." The other lady beside her suddenly rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, wasn't it normal to size up a beauty when he saw one? Why was he a bad guy? "Chow chow!" Fei Qingxin scolded her friend. She turned and said to Wang Teng, "Don't listen to her bullshit. My name is Fei Qingxin. This is Meng Chao. What about you? You both are not just beautiful, but even your names are pleasant." Wang Teng smiled and said, "I'm Wang Teng." "Your name doesn't sound like a good person's," Meng Qiao said. She didn't seem to like Wang Teng. "Wang Teng, my bestie has a sharp tongue. Ignore her." Fei Qingxin smiled awkwardly. "Did you come from another city? Did you come to take a look at this city built by the other world?" Otherworld, Wang Teng thought to himself. In the past, they always referred to the Xingwu continent as the otherworld. This was the first time he heard someone calling Earth the other world. He found it strange, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, I came here because I was curious." "Are you locals from Yang City?" "Yes, we sneaked out." Fei Qingxin stuck out her tongue cheekily. She asked, "What about you? Where are you from?" "I am from another province. I'm traveling the Xingwu continent, and I'm preparing to visit Yang City." Wang Teng had already thought of his excuse. There were 5 main provinces in the Xingwu continent, and every single one of them was vast. If he claimed that he was from a faraway province, no one would be able to find anything. "You must be very strong since you're able to travel the Xingwu continent at such a young age," Fei Qingxin said in admiration. "Tisk. Qingxin, don't get fooled by him. Look at how clean he is. He doesn't look like someone who has been traveling for long." "I think that he's a liar who's good at swindling young ladies." Meng Chao came to expose him again. She didn't care about what he thought.
I can't bathe.
Wang Teng was speechless. Who knows if you're telling the truth? You don't look like a good person. You look like a pretty boy. You must be weak," Meng Chao scoffed. "Chow Cow, this is too much." Fei Qingxin smiled apologetically at Wang Teng. She hurriedly pulled Meng Chao away. "What's wrong with you? Why are you targeting him?" "I'm not targeting him. He's just suspicious, Qingxin. I promised your brother that I will take good care of you." "I can't let you get fooled by those stupid guys outside," Meng Qiao said. "Pfft. What do you mean by getting fooled by stupid guys? Am I an idiot?" Fei Qingxin rebuked. "How will I know? The words 'so handsome' were almost written in your eyes when you looked at him," Meng Qiao said with disdain. "I didn't." Fei Qingxin immediately blushed. Chapter 271, Force-Floating Airship Attack. The distance between Yang City and Yang City wasn't short. The force-floating airship could help save a lot of time. Fei Qingxin was afraid that Meng Chao would cause more trouble after what she had done, so she stopped chatting with Wang Teng. After she sat down, she smiled apologetically at Wang Teng and closed her eyes to rest. Meng Chao glared at Wang Teng. She seemed a little delighted, as if she felt proud that she was able to convince Fei Qingxin to stay away from Wang Teng. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind. They were just strangers he met on his journey. Traveling could be boring. If they were able to talk, they could chat with each other. If they couldn't, they could just rest. No harm was caused. When Wang Teng boarded the force-floating airship, it was past 2 p.m. Time flew. Soon it was evening. There were still 2 more hours until they reached Yang City. It was dinner time. So many people were heading to the restaurant on the force-floating airship. Wang Teng was hungry too. He got up and walked to the restaurant. Fei Qingxin and Meng Chao got up at the same time. Meng Chao pouted unhappily when she noticed that Wang Teng was preparing to go there too. What a coincidence. She looked at Wang Teng's back view curiously. Could he have heard our conversation just now? He knows that we are going to the restaurant, so he's going there first. That way he can greet us later and prevent us from suspecting that he followed us.
Chow Chow, why are you always discriminating against him?
Fei Qingxin said unhappily. She felt that Meng Chao was being unreasonable. All right, well, won't talk about him anymore. Meng Chao shook her head helplessly. but in her heart she sighed. Her bestie was still being stubborn. Wang Teng had already entered the restaurant. He didn't know what Meng Chao said behind his back. If he did, he would probably snigger. This lady was a drama queen. Restaurant was decorated lavishly. The entire area was segregated into two sections, normal food section and the forced dishes section. Wang Teng walked directly to the forced dishes section. It was worth mentioning that the Xingwu continent used gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins as their currency. You could exchange the coins at a fixed ratio. 4 stones could be used too. In fact, 4 stones could be used as a currency anywhere. Of course, it was mainly used between martial warriors. Wang Teng changed some gold coins when he came. Besides, he had gathered many 4 stones on his previous visits. The forced dishes section only accepted 4 stones. Forced dishes were made for martial warriors, so it was more appropriate to use the martial warriors' currency. Wang Teng ordered a few dishes and sat down to enjoy them alone. The normal dishes felt tasteless now that he got used to eating forced dishes. It was easier to get rich, but harder to go back to poverty. Wang Teng shook his head as he lamented in his heart. Fortunately, he wasn't poor. Fei Qingxin and Meng Qiao saw Wang Teng ordering many forced dishes when they arrived at the restaurant. It was extremely extravagant. He was eating his dishes happily. This pretty boy is quite rich. We don't even dare to eat so much. Is he a rich young master who sneaked out of his family? In that case, you need to be more careful. This kind of person is skilled at fooling young ladies, Meng Qiao said. Fei Qingxin was a little astounded. After she heard Meng Qiao's words, she rolled her eyes uncontrollably. What was wrong with her bestie today? She didn't like Wang Teng at all. No matter what he did, it was wrong in her eyes. She didn't say anything, though. There was no need to make her bestie unhappy because of someone she just met. The two of them ordered a few forced dishes that weren't expensive and started eating and chatting happily. Suddenly, the forced floating airship vibrated violently. What is happening? The people in the restaurant were shaken. Everyone jumped to their feet. The forced floating airship was a stable airship, unlike airplanes. Why did it vibrate suddenly? Such accidents rarely happened. Look, there are so many birds outside, someone shouted in fright. What? Aren't there martial warriors clearing this air route regularly? Why are there bird-star beasts? There was an uproar, and some started to feel scared. Getting attacked by bird-star beasts wasn't a small matter. The airship might get destroyed, and they might get killed. Some low-class martial warriors would definitely fall to their deaths after dropping from such a high distance, much less normal people. Also, below them was a primary forest. Even if they survived the fall, they might become dinner for other star beasts. Everyone, a flock of bird-star beasts are attacking us furiously. The defense rune array of the force floating airship can only survive for a few minutes. The situation is critical. We hope that the martial warriors on board can help. Once we pass this ordeal, we will reward everyone accordingly. An agitated voice was heard on the broadcast system. The gazes of the martial warriors in the restaurant flickered. After looking at one another, they ran out. All of them were on this force floating airship. If the force floating airship was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to escape. The reward didn't matter. They just wanted to protect themselves. Why do we have to meet this? Meng Qiao's face was pale. She grabbed Fei Qingxin's hand while feeling at a loss. Don't worry, there are many martial warriors on the force floating airship. We will be fine. Fei Qingxin forced herself to calm down. She patted the back of Meng Qiao's hand as she consoled her. Yes, there are many martial warriors. We will be fine. Meng Qiao nodded continuously as if she was encouraging herself. The two of them observed the situation outside through the windows in the restaurant. Meng Qiao suddenly saw the figure who was still calmly eating food in the restaurant. She frowned and barked. Hey, why aren't you helping them? The situation is so dangerous, but you still have the heart to eat. They are able to handle the issue. It's useless for me to go out. Wang Teng had used his spiritual sight to scan the surroundings just now. Based on the intensity and number of lights, he predicted that the human martial warriors had an overwhelming advantage. These bird-star beasts wouldn't be able to cause any harm. They would only be slaughtered. As for him, he would just eat his food and pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the bird-star beasts using his spiritual power. How delightful was that? Also, other than him, many other martial warriors had similarly remained silent. They had arrived at the same conclusion. The other martial warriors looked at Wang Teng in surprise when they heard this. This young man was strong. Meng Qiao had no idea about this, so she thought that he was only making an excuse. He just didn't have the guts to go out. You coward! Why did you come up with so many excuses when you don't dare to go out and kill the star beasts? This is disgusting. Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. Anyone would get angry when they got targeted again and again. Before he could reply to her, Meng Chao turned her head and said to Fei Qingxin, "Qingxin, look! This fellow looks impressive but lacks real worth. Traveling the continent? I think that he's just using it as a lie to fool young ladies. Don't get too close to him." Fei Qingxin was frowning slightly too. However, she just pulled Meng Chao and said in a low voice, "Forget it. He has his own plans. We can't force him to do anything." She sounded a little distant. "What's this?" Wang Teng felt frustrated. He didn't want to argue with the two young ladies, so he got up and left the restaurant. "He's just putting on a show. He doesn't have the face to stay here anymore after we exposed him," Meng Chao said with disdain. Chapter 272, Ghost Fire Talent. Wang Teng came to the platform outside the Force floating airship. He saw a layer of yellow glow covering the entire Force floating airship like a giant bubble. The fight between the martial warriors and the bird-star beasts had come to an end. The red fire sparrows had flames all over their bodies. Balls of fire kept spurting out of their mouths as they attacked the Force floating airship and the martial warriors on it. However, most of them were 1-star level. Only a few of them had reached 2-star. Thus they posed no threat to the martial warriors. The corpses of the fire sparrows fell from the sky above. Some landed on the platform while others dropped directly to the primary forest below. The Force floating airship continued on its fixed route. Wouldn't stop to pick up the corpses of these fire sparrows. Furthermore, it was a primary forest, which was extremely dangerous. The corpses of the fire sparrows might have been eaten by other star beasts by the time they went down. Fortunately, many fire sparrows' corpses dropped on the platform, so the martial warriors managed to earn a fair amount of money. They would decide how the items would be split among themselves. It had nothing to do with Wang Teng. He had already gotten what he wanted. Fire Force 90 blank, attribute 200, as their names implied. These fire sparrows were undoubtedly fire element star beasts. They gave him 90 points of Fire Force. Fire Force 715 2000 4-star. Wang Teng smiled when he saw the rise in his Fire Force on his attributes panel. This was a good sign. Including the past blank attributes he had collected, he had a total of 750 blank attributes now for his emergency needs. After the battle ended, everyone in the Force floating airship heaved a sigh of relief. No other accidents happened during the rest of the journey. 2 hours later, the Force floating airship slowly landed in a prosperous and massive city. Wang Teng walked down from the Force floating airship. There were many similar airships parked on the plaza in front of them. Lights were shining down from the sky as more Force floating airships came towards the city from afar. They landed on the plaza. The plaza was filled with people. It was bustling. Yang City was a huge and prosperous city. Numerous people traveled here or left this place on Force floating airships every day. Fei Qingxin and Meng Chao walked down from the Force floating airship too. When they walked past Wang Teng, Fei Qingxin bade farewell to him politely. "Wang Teng, we're leaving first. Hope to see you again." Meng Chao didn't even look at him. She pulled Fei Qingxin and left in a hurry as though he was some sort of a virus. Looking at them, he knew that her words were just polite. They probably hoped that they would never see him again. Wang Teng shook his head. It was irritating enough to meet a lady like Meng Chao. He hoped that he would never meet them again, or else he might hit her uncontrollably. He followed the crowd and walked out of the plaza. He asked for directions before heading into the city. Even at night, Yang City remained noisy and lively. All the buildings along the street were lit up brightly, and the entire city was ablaze with lights. Small shops and stalls were everywhere. The cries of street vendors echoed in the air. The buildings in the city were magnificent, and the shops along the streets sold all kinds of high-class items. They were all exquisite and extravagant. It was overwhelming for the passers-by, who could indulge in pleasures without stopping. However, Wang Teng came from Earth, so he had seen this kind of scene before. He wasn't surprised. Still, the city streets of the Xingwu continent gave him another perspective of this world. Peng Yuanshan was right. He might be able to see extraordinary things if he came out to travel. Haiyu Hotel. Wang Teng stopped outside a building. "Let's stay here. I heard good reviews along the way." When he walked in, someone came to welcome him immediately. The person bowed and asked, "Mister, are you staying or eating?" "Please give me one of your best rooms," Wang Teng said. "All right, follow me." The attendant brought Wang Teng to the lobby and booked a room for him. Then he passed him the keys. "This is your room. It's on the 3rd floor, the 5th room after you turn left. Do you need me to bring you up?" the attendant asked. "No, I will go by myself." Wang Teng rejected him and came to the 3rd floor alone. He opened his room and scanned it once. The facilities inside were complete and beautiful. This was how a 5-star presidential suite in the Xingu continent should look like. As expected, as long as you had the money, you could get anything. He opened the window. After some time, a black dot landed from the sky and stopped outside the window. It was the spirit, flame, ghost crow. The little crow was a good helper. Besides, it needed to raise its ability too. Naturally, Wang Teng brought it along so that they could progress together. "Are you full?" Wang Teng smiled and asked. When the force-floating airship was attacked by the fire sparrows, he had ordered his little crow to dine on the dead fire sparrows secretly. That was why he asked the question. "Caw, caw!" the little crow cried 2 times. It seemed to be in a good mood. It suddenly lowered its head and spat out a fiery red ball-like object with an uneven surface. It raised its head and looked at Wang Teng. "Star core," Wang Teng was shocked. This was a 1-star star core. The little crow got a 1-star star core. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He thought of something and asked, "Is this the star core of a fire sparrow?" They were able to understand each other through the pet contract, so the little crow nodded. "Really?" Wang Teng exclaimed. "You are quite lucky." On the force-floating airship, he had heard that none of the martial warriors managed to get the most worthy items, a star core or a star bone after all. The intelligence and level of the fire sparrows weren't that high, yet his little crow managed to pick up one. "Are you sharing your master's good luck?" Wang Teng touched his chin and muttered to himself, "Caw, caw." "You want to eat this?" Wang Teng asked in astonishment. Through the pet contract, Wang Teng could feel the little crow's desire. He said immediately, "Eat it then. You're the one who found it. It hurt a little, but it was good for the little crow. He wouldn't be stingy. This bit of money was nothing to him. When the little crow got stronger, he could get it back from it with interest." After the little crow got Wang Teng's consent, he picked up the fire element star core. It swallowed the star core in one mouth, not knowing what its unscrupulous master was planning. Once the fire element star core went down his throat, its body was covered with a red glow. A wisp of flame spurted out of the little crow's body. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that the little crow had another talent called ghost fire. However, it hadn't awakened this talent yet. From the name, one could tell that this was a fire element offensive talent. Was the fire element star core about to activate the little crow's ghost fire talent while raising its ability? Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. Unfortunately, the talent was still dormant. But he felt that he had found a method. He could find more fire element star cores to feed the little crow. Its talent might awaken one day. The little crow was only an assistant now, but once it awakened its ghost fire talent, it would be able to actively participate in battles. Just thinking about it made him excited. "Hurry and grow up. Your master is so impressive, you mustn't be weak either," Wang Teng expressed his expectations shamelessly. Chapter 273, Intermediate Stage, Rune Master, Yang City, Haiyue Hotel. The next morning, Wang Teng got up early and prepared to go out. He asked the hotel's attendant for the location of the Rune Society. As he walked along the streets in the morning, Wang Teng recalled the attendant's expression when he asked about the Rune Society. His reaction was interesting. He was shocked before he turned respectful. This kind of respect was different from the respect towards customers. It originated due to a difference in societal status. Wang Teng sighed. It looked like the position of run masters on the Xingu continent wasn't low. No wonder all the top universities on Earth had set up a faculty to teach rune studies especially. He wondered about the social statuses of blacksmiths and alchemists. Yang City was a huge city. Even in the early morning, the streets were busy and packed with people. Wang Teng even met a team of guards in armor. They looked domineering. Their armors clanged loudly as they walked, and the passers-by would make way for them immediately. Wang Teng stood at the side of the road and watched them walk away. Then he followed the attendant's guidance and walked past a few streets. Finally, he reached the Rune Society. In front of him was an enormous and magnificent building. The name of the building was written in light gold on the plaque, giving off a faint glow. Large crowds were moving back and forth in the plaza outside the Rune Society. There were all kinds of races mixed together, including dwarves, orcs, and humans. Many people wore long gowns with a prominent rune logo at the chest area. Wang Teng guessed that these were the staff of the Rune Society. When he walked through the main doors of the Rune Society, a large lobby welcomed his vision. There weren't many people inside the lobby, so it looked empty. The staff was all busy doing their own things. The people who entered the lobby didn't stop either. They walked in a straight line and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The corridor in the lobby had all kinds of rune patterns carved on its walls. It looked very strange. Wang Teng only glanced at them since his gaze was attracted by the massive number of bubbles floating on the floor. He made the right choice to come to the Rune Society. He was right. There were many attribute bubbles he could pick up. Spirit 10 Rune Knowledge, 8. Rune Knowledge, 6. Spiritual Realm, 4. Spirit 1. Rune Knowledge, 10. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles were pulled over by Wang Teng and entered his body like fish in the sea. There are spirit attributes? Wang Teng was shocked. This was the first time he had picked up spiritual realm attributes. It looked like this Rune Society was filled with hidden dragons. He calculated and realized that he had gained 18 points of spiritual realm and 46 points of spirit in total. Wang Teng's spirit attribute rose tremendously. Huge amount of spirit attributes surged into his mind like a storm, twirling like a bottomless tornado. It took a while to calm down. Spirit, spiritual realm, 71.7, a 100. As his spiritual attributes increased, Wang Teng's spiritual power also followed suit. His ability rose subsequently too. He also gained 156 points of rune knowledge. This rune knowledge wasn't the basic rune knowledge he had learned in school. Rather, it was much more profound and professional. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. He thought that another segment would appear in his knowledge row, but there wasn't one. However, there were still some changes to his attributes panel. There was a new section, secondary jobs. There were 3 jobs in this secondary job section: Rune Master, Blacksmith, and Force Chef. Blacksmith, 125, 1000, advanced stage. Force Chef, 520,000, Master, Rune Master, 83, 500, intermediate stage. At the same time, some introduction appeared in Wang Teng's mind. These secondary jobs were split into a few levels: beginner stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, master, and grandmaster. Could it be that the secondary jobs are segregated into different levels in the Xingu continent? Do the people on Earth follow the same example? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He noticed that alchemist still hadn't appeared and remained in the knowledge row. Obviously, knowing spiritual herb differentiation didn't make him an alchemist. Wang Teng understood instantly. My Rune Master level has reached the intermediate stage. I picked up 156 points of rune knowledge just now and jumped from beginner stage to intermediate stage immediately. Including the basic rune knowledge I had, I'm at 83 points now? A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's lips. He didn't have to worry anymore. He came here to get the Rune Master qualification certificate. He planned to use it as his way of merging into the Xingu Continent Society. Wang Teng stood in the lobby with his weapon carrier casket on his back. Keeping in mind his young age, he was extremely eye-catching. A young lady in the Rune Society uniform, a long dress, walked over. She smiled at Wang Teng and asked, "Mister, is this your first time here? Do you need any help?" "Yes, it's indeed my first time. I want to get the Rune Master qualification certificate. I wonder what's the process like?" Wang Teng nodded and replied, "You're a Rune Master?" The lady was slightly stunned when she looked at Wang Teng's young face. "Yes," Wang Teng nodded. "Follow me." The lady was honestly startled. Her attitude became respectful as she raised her hand to lead Wang Teng to the counter. She took out a form and a pen and passed them to Wang Teng. "Please fill in this form. We will arrange the test for you later." Wang Teng filled up the form casually. The lady took the form and glanced at the age row. He was 18 years old. She sighed and exclaimed, "It's rare to see someone so young taking the Rune Master qualification test." Then she held the form and led Wang Teng down the corridor in the lobby. They stopped in front of a huge door. There were 2 martial warriors standing guard outside the huge door. Wang Teng scanned these 2 people. He sensed that they were at least 2-star soldier level. Yet they were guarding the door here. "I brought this person to take the exam. Please let him in," the lady said to the 2 martial warriors. "The first round of exams will take place half an hour later. Don't walk around after you enter the room. Just wait in your seat." One of the martial warriors was amazed when he saw Wang Teng. This fellow looked very young, but he wasn't able to see through him at all. Thus he decided to speak politely. Wang Teng nodded to show that he understood. The martial warrior opened the door to let him in. The young lady was surprised to see the martial warrior's attitudes. However, she didn't say much. She stamped the form and handed it to Wang Teng. "You just have to pass the form to the examiner during the exam." "Okay, thank you." Wang Teng nodded and entered the room. It was brightly lit. There were many people in the room. Low discussions and laughter were heard occasionally. Most of them were youths around 20 years old. However, Wang Teng saw 2 people around his age. They had elders accompanying them. Chapter 274, Young Man, Be My Disciple. They turned to look at Wang Teng uncontrollably when they noticed someone walking into the room. Another person. He's so young. He can be compared to the young ladies and masters from the elite families. You don't know if he can pass the exam. It's too early to compare him with them. The moment Wang Teng stepped in, discussions about him rose immediately. All of them were shocked by his age, but a majority of them remained suspicious. Most young examinees had come here to gain experience. They rarely passed the test. People who were able to pass the Rune Master exam at this age were all extraordinarily talented and outstanding geniuses. At the same time, a massive amount of resources was needed to groom them. The bar was too high for ordinary people. Wang Teng ignored their gossip and walked to a corner, quietly waiting for the exam to start. After some time, no one cared about Wang Teng anymore. They started talking about the young masters and ladies from elite families. From their discussions, Wang Teng knew that the two peers with elders accompanying them came from the Rune elite families of Yang City. Young man with an elder beside him came from the Liu family in Yang City. His name was Liu Xinghui. The young lady with the middle-aged man beside her was the genius from the Su family, Su Lingyun. I rely on the system. If these two people are able to pass the exam, besides the advantage of their families, they must be extremely talented. Wang Teng sized up the two youths. Time passed quickly. When the exam was about to start, the examiners from the Rune Society entered the room one by one. There were 3 examiners, 2 humans, and 1 goblin. The goblin was small, and his skin was crumpled. His mouth stuck out, and he had the chin of an ape. 3 advanced stage run masters are our examiners. The youngsters in the room exclaimed. The 3 examiners walked directly to their seats and sat down. They didn't announce the start of the exam. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Everyone was confused. A few more minutes passed when the door of the room was opened once again. An elder with silver-white hair walked in. He was very old, but you could still see that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. A pair of sharp ears protruded out from his silver hair. Fairy? This elder was a fairy. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. Suddenly he heard the crowd shouting again. President! President! Wang Teng was shocked. For the people here to call him president, he must be the president of the Yang City Rune Society. Why is the president here? Look at who's behind the president. I think it's his disciple, Su Lingxuan. Is the president asking Su Lingxuan to take the exam today? No way. Su Lingxuan is only 16 years old. Since Su Lingxuan is able to become the president's disciple, this is proof that she's much more talented than Su Lingyun. If it's her, it might be possible. Wang Teng's expression turned weird. This piece of news was a little mind-blowing. He couldn't help but look at the 2 ladies. Su Lingyun, Su Lingxuan. Are they both from the Su family? Wang Teng felt puzzled. Their names were similar, along with their looks. This was fun. One was an extremely talented lady who became the disciple of the president of the Rune Society. The other was talented too, but she wasn't accepted. Their background was the same, but their fate was different. Fate could be very irritating sometimes. At this moment, Wang Teng could see jealousy on Su Lingyun's face. After the president of the Rune Society came, he nodded at the 3 examiners. Then, they announced the start of the exam. A human examiner stood up and said, The exam is straightforward. We've chosen 10 one-star rune arrays. You have to create at least 3 arrays to pass the exam. The more arrays you create, the higher your points. After the Runemaster job appeared, Wang Teng knew that there were 1 to 9-star rune arrays. A beginner stage Runemaster was able to create at least 3 one-star rune arrays. Everyone stood in their position and looked at the 10 one-star rune arrays shown on the screen on the wall. Some people frowned, while others smiled brightly. Then, they picked up the rune pen on the table and started creating their rune arrays. Wang Teng glanced at the names without any changes in his expression. He started creating the arrays immediately. He was an intermediate stage rune master now. 1-star rune arrays posed no challenge to him. Within half an hour, he created all 10 1-star rune arrays on the metal board on his exam table. Then he raised his hand. Everyone's gazes were attracted to him. You're done? The 3 examiners frowned. Yes, Wang Teng replied calmly. Even the president of the Rune Society glanced at Wang Teng. He's so fast. Is he here to create trouble? Everyone was confused and in disbelief. The 3 talented youths, Liu Xinghui, Su Lingyun, and Su Lingxuan, looked at Wang Teng simultaneously. This young man around their age had actually completed his arrays already. The 3 examiners' faces turned black, but they didn't say anything. They exchanged glances with one another and walked to Wang Teng's seat. A set of 10 perfect rune arrays appeared in front of their eyes. The 3 of them were shocked. They pounced on Wang Teng's exam table in unplanned unison and observed the rune arrays on it carefully, especially the goblin examiner. He was too short, so he could only climb onto the table. He took out a magnifying glass and laid on the table to observe the arrays. His posture looked a little funny. Perfect, flawless. The three examiners were bewildered. They raised their heads and looked at Wang Teng. The astonishment in their eyes remained there for a long time. No way! Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard this. The president of the Rune Society walked over at this moment. President, take a look at this. The 10 one-star rune arrays created by this young man are perfect, the three examiners said hurriedly. The President Gorlin got even more curious. This young man had managed to get such high praises from these run masters. He strode over and scrutinized the arrays for a long time. In the end, he was also amazed. He sized up Wang Teng and smiled. He asked abruptly, "Young man, why don't you be my disciple?" Everyone collapsed in shock. "President, you're not going by the books." Su Lingxuan looked at her master and Wang Teng in confusion. Was she going to have a senior brother? Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyun didn't seem to be in a good mood. The other people were envious too. This was the president of the Rune Society. All these times, did you know how many people wanted to be his disciple but failed? President had only accepted Su Lingxuan as his disciple, but today he laid his eyes on this young man he just knew and even asked him to be his disciple. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "I was too rash. Don't reject me now. We can talk again after the exam," Gorlin said. Then he said to the three examiners, "You can give him his score first." The three examiners nodded. There was no need to discuss. They gave full marks to Wang Teng. Chapter 275, Treatment of a Runmaster. After Wang Teng finished his exam, another half an hour passed. Su Lingxuan completed the 10 one-star rune arrays. However, her completion rate wasn't as high as Wang Teng's. There were flaws in her array, but it was already awe-inspiring for a 16-year-old young lady to reach this stage. President Gorlin was delighted with his disciple's performance. The three examiners gave her a final score of 83 points. It should be a happy matter, but Su Lingxuan couldn't smile at all. She came beside Gorlin and asked, "Master, how much did he score?" Gorlin knew who his disciple was referring to. He could also tell that she was depressed. He smiled and said, "In this world there will always be extremely talented people. You can compare yourself to him, but you can't lose your composure. Make these outstanding people your goals and you will definitely have great achievements in the future." Su Lingxuan was stunned for a moment. She seemed enlightened as she nodded seriously and said, "I understand, Master." "All right. Why do you have to be so serious?" Gorlin laughed. "Ha ha, Master, you spoke so sternly, so I have to be serious too." Su Lingxuan resumed her cheeky manner. She smiled and continued, "All right, you haven't told me how much he scored." The three examiners gave him full marks. Gorlin noticed that she wasn't dejected anymore, so he told her Wang Teng's result. Full marks. Although Su Lingxuan had prepared herself mentally, she was still shocked by the number. Some people had indeed scored full marks in the past, but that was only a handful. It was too difficult to create a flawless array. Not only did you need hard work, but you also needed extremely high talent. No wonder her master asked her to maintain her composure. She might die from frustration if she compared herself to him. Su Lingxuan shook her head. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, are you really going to take him as your disciple? Will I be a senior sister? It will feel great to have such a powerful junior brother." "Seriously? Even if I take him in, you will be his junior sister? He's older than you?" Gorlin burst out laughing. He shook his head and said, "I do want to take him in. He's gifted. So it's a pity if I miss him. But he seems to have some concerns. I will need to have a chat with him after the exam." "Ha ha ha. Master, so you have people you can't handle too." Su Lingxuan laughed at her master's plight. "You little fellow." Gorlin also laughed out loud. "All the best. Master, you can do it." Su Lingxuan waved her fist playfully as she cheered for her master. Gorlin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Time flew. The 2-hour exam ended quickly. Some people panted and sighed while others furrowed their brows deeply. Some were relieved. 3 examiners came down from their seats to mark the examinees' efforts. It wasn't hard for advanced stage rune masters to evaluate one-star rune arrays. They could tell at one glance where the mistakes and flaws were before giving the final score. Very soon, everyone's score was out. There were more than 20 participants, but only 6 people passed. Some people couldn't even create 3 one-star rune arrays. Naturally, they failed. Some managed to carve all 10 one-star rune arrays, but there were fatal flaws in their work. They failed their exam too. Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyun were among the 6 who passed the exam. Their results weren't low. One scored 45 while the other scored 50. In this exam, the passing mark wasn't 60. There were 10 one-star rune arrays in total. If you carved one correct one-star rune array, you would get 10 points. Hence, you would only need 30 points to pass the exam. Based on Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyin's score, they had completed at least 4 to 5 one-star rune arrays. It was already outstanding. After all, they were very young. However, in front of Su Lingxuan, their results paled in comparison, much less Wang Teng. Su Lingyin scored 83, while the fellow from God knows where scored full marks. Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyin were flabbergasted when they heard Wang Teng and Su Lingyin's score. Their expressions turned a little ugly. They would have been satisfied with their scores if Su Lingxuan and Wang Teng weren't present. But now, it was incomparable. They were famous talents in Yang City, yet they were thrown to the sidelines. They didn't have the face to call themselves geniuses anymore. The other examinees were talking among themselves softly. They were thunderstruck. That young man scored full marks? I really want to see how well he drew his rune arrays. The 3 examiners and the president all said that this rune arrays were perfect. They gave such a high score, so it must be flawless. Su Lingxuan scored very well too. She's only 16 years old. It's very impressive. Compared to the 2 of them, Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyun are nothing. Liu Xingwei and Su Lingyun heard these discussions. Their faces were black and their gazes were filled with envy. As the exam came to an end, a few staff from the Rune Society walked in with trays on their palms. There were black gowns placed on the trays. One of the examiners stood up and smiled. Everyone, congratulations on becoming beginner stage rune masters. In the future, you will be a member of the Rune Society and you can enjoy the special privileges given by the Society. You can take missions and exchange items on our mission and exchange platforms. We will be giving you our special internal long gown. There are runes carved by our advanced stage run masters on these gowns. It has defensive ability, repels dust, is waterproof, and protects you from poison. The cost price of each gown is 1,000 4-stones at least. It isn't just a symbol of your status, it's a symbol of honor. I hope that you will treasure it. Everyone stared at the long gowns held by the staff with an intense gaze. The people who didn't pass the exam were jealous. The staff went forward and passed the long gowns to the examinees who had passed the beginner stage run master exam. Everyone held on to the gowns with delight. Some even took off their coats and changed into this exquisite run master black gown right away. Before becoming run masters, they lived in impoverished circumstances. Now, after changing into the black gown, they seemed to have transformed into a different person. They started exuding the noble aura of a run master. The tailor makes the man. This was exactly what it meant. At this moment, Gorlin walked over with Su Lingxuan and smiled as he said, "Young man, shall we find a place to talk?" I want to take the intermediate stage rune master exam first," Wang Teng replied. Gorlin was shocked. The others were dumbfounded too. Chapter 276. Pass the intermediate stage rune master exam. You want to take part in the intermediate stage rune master exam? Gorlin and the 3 examiners stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Su Lingxuan, who was standing behind Gorlin, also stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes. Her jaws dropped slightly. She thought that she had heard wrong in the room. Everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Teng. They were already amazed when he aced the beginner stage run master exam with full marks. They were stunned by his talent, yet he still wanted to take the intermediate stage run master exam. How should they explain his talent now? Everyone turned speechless in unplanned unison. There was pin-drop silence in the exam room for a moment. This brat. Liu Xingwei looked at Wang Teng, who had become the spotlight in the room. His eyes were burning with the flames of jealousy. In the past, this treatment belonged to him. That guy had snatched it away from him. On the other side, Su Lingyun wasn't envious of Wang Teng. Her point of conflict was Su Lingxuan. She looked at Wang Teng's angular face, and a glint flashed past her eyes. If he passed the intermediate stage run master exam, where did this fellow come from, though? If he really passed the intermediate stage run master exam, he would be a devil in human skin. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Teng as though he was a monster. They smiled bitterly. Don't underestimate the intermediate stage rune master exam. Not only do you need to create 2-star rune arrays, but you must also possess 2-star force and mortal realm spiritual power. Su Lingxuan couldn't help but reminded him. 2-star force and mortal realm spiritual power. Wang Teng glanced at the young lady. 2-star force was what the people on the Xingwu continent called it. It meant 2-star soldier level. As for the mortal realm, that was the stage before the spiritual realm. Typically, a person's spiritual power stopped at the mortal realm. However, Wang Teng had already reached the spiritual realm. one step higher. He had ticked all the boxes for his advancement. If Su Lingxuan knew his real power, what would she think? If I can, I still want to try, Wang Teng said. Gorlin regained his composure and gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. He said, "Are you sure you want to take the intermediate stage Run Master exam?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. The three examiners walked over. Their expressions turned serious when they heard that Wang Teng still wanted to take the exam. "Young man, this isn't a joke," the Goblin examiner said. "If Wang Teng passed the intermediate stage Run Master exam at this age, they could only describe his talent as monstrous. In the entire rune industry of the Empire, no one as impressive as him had appeared in the last few hundred years. You don't have to be so serious. It's just an exam. There are intermediate stage Run Master exams in the Rune Society every day, right? There must be many people taking part in it. Adding me inside won't make a difference. If it's not possible, forget it." Wang Teng felt speechless by their nagging. "Of course you can. Why can't you? Hurry up and prepare for the exam," Gorlin said immediately. If they stopped Wang Teng only to realize that he was indeed an intermediate stage Run Master, it would be a massive loss for the Yang City Rune Society. There were rune societies in all the cities in the Empire. Although they came from the same background, competition still existed between them. If an unprecedented talent appeared in Yang City, it would only spell more benefits for them. The three examiners reacted quickly. Just like what Wang Teng said, it was merely an exam. Many people took the exam every day, so what difference would Wang Teng make? His results would explain everything. Three examiners personally brought Wang Teng to another room with Gorlin. The words Intermediate Stage Run Master Exam were written on the door of the room. There were even fewer people in the Intermediate Stage Run Master's exam hall. You could count them with your fingers. When the examiner inside saw Gorlin walking in with Wang Teng, he was surprised. He got up and said, "President, why are you here?" "I brought someone to take part in the Intermediate Stage Run Master exam," Gorlin replied. "Oh, who is it? Why do you have to send him over personally?" There were three examiners for the Intermediate Stage Run Master exam, too. They were startled when they heard Gorlin's reply. They knew that Gorlin's disciple, Su Lingxuan, was at most a beginner stage Run Master. They were also familiar with her, so they noticed that she wasn't present. Instead, they saw Wang Teng, who was standing behind Gorlin. They were confused. "It's him." Gorlin tilted his body to reveal Wang Teng. He glanced around him and said, "Has your exam started?" "He's joining the Intermediate Stage Run Master exam at such a young age?" Astonishment filled up their eyes as they exchanged glances with one another. They nodded and said, "Yes, it hadn't started yet." "Let him participate then," Gorlin said without explaining Wang Teng's identity. "Okay." The three examiners didn't probe further. They asked the staff to prepare another exam table. The Intermediate Stage Run Master exam was about to start. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Gorlin looked at Wang Teng as he walked up to his exam table. His eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself. Outside the exam room of the Intermediate Stage Run Master exam, Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun hadn't left yet. They gathered in the corridor and waited for Wang Teng's result. Su Lingxuan was present, too. She stared intently at the closed door and wondered to herself, "Seriously? Why didn't Master bring me along?" Lu Xingwei looked at Su Lingxuan, who was alone at the side. His eyes lit up and he inched towards her. He pretended to be intimate and called out to her, "Lingxuan, do you think that fellow will pass the exam?" Su Lingxuan frowned secretly. She moved half a step away and said, "I don't know. Let's just see the result. I think that he won't. That fellow probably wants to attract the president's attention." Liu Xingwei didn't notice Su Lingxuan's actions. He continued talking to himself. "Even Master isn't sure. I don't know anything." Su Lingxuan scoffed. Liu Xingwei's expression froze. How does it feel to get the cold shoulder?" Su Lingyun sneered from the side. Liu Xingwei's face turned red. He snorted and kept quiet. Su Lingxuan frowned. Su Lingyun had a sharp tongue. However, she couldn't do anything to her cousin. Ever since Gorlin took her in as his disciple, Su Lingyun started hating her. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, the door opened and Gorlin and the three examiners walked out. "Master, what's the result?" Su Lingxuan ran forward hurriedly and pulled Gorlin's hand as she asked. Gorlin sighed. "He didn't pass?" Wang Teng's face appeared in Su Lingxuan's mind. She looked a little disappointed. Liu Xingwei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Su Lingyun was dismayed. Her gaze turned indifferent again. "No, he passed. I'm just sighing over his astonishing talent." Gorlin lamented. Su Lingxuan was shocked. She rolled her eyes at him uncontrollably. Liu Xingwei staggered. Su Lingyun raised her head abruptly. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Chapter 277, Divine Spirit Master. They all had different expressions when they heard that Wang Teng had passed his exam. However, their astonishment was the same. Wang Teng came out a bit slower than Gorlin. He was picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by the intermediate stage rune masters in the room before he came out. Rune Master 106 500 intermediate stage. He remained indifferent when he saw everyone's expression. He had seen too many similar expressions before and was used to it. Thus, he remained calm, but to Gorlin his attitude was commendable. At this age, with such impressive talent, he was still able to remain undisturbed by favor and flattery. How many young people could do this? Some beginner-stage rune masters who hadn't left nodded at Wang Teng and came to greet him. They wanted to leave an impression on his memory. After all, this amazing talent might become a renowned master in the future. There was no harm in knowing him beforehand. Su Lingyin came forward and said with a smile, "Hi, I'm Su Lingyin, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Never slap a person who smiles." Wang Teng couldn't reject her, so he nodded and replied, "I'm Wang Teng. You're not a local, right? Let me bring you around when you're free." Su Lingyin said. Lu Xingwei snorted when he saw everyone fawning over Wang Teng. He turned around and left. "The exam is ended. If there's nothing, you can leave." Gorlin waved his hands at everyone in the corridor. Then he turned and smiled at Wang Teng. "Now we can talk." "President, why must you keep a nobody like me here?" Wang Teng said with a bitter smile. "You must be secretly delighted. Many people will give anything to get invited by my master," Su Lingxuan said angrily. Gorlin noticed Wang Teng's consideration, so he waved his hands casually and said, "Don't worry, I honestly just want to talk to you. I won't force you to do anything."
All right.
Since he had already expressed his stance, Wang Teng couldn't reject him anymore. He nodded. Everyone was envious when they watched Wang Teng leaving with Gorlin. Then they started chatting about the things they had experienced today as they dispersed. They felt honored to be able to witness the rise of a legend. Wang Teng followed Gorlin deep inside the Rune Society. There were corridors everywhere. After taking many turns, they finally walked out of a door. A small garden laid in front of them. The air smelled pleasant and fresh, and there were all kinds of strange creatures popping out from the bushes. They weren't scared of Gorlin and Su Lingxuan, but when they saw Wang Teng, they sized him up with wide eyes. Wang Teng looked at this bunch of translucent creatures jumping around the bushes. "They were like jelly," he exclaimed in surprise. "This is slime." "Slime, what's that?" Su Lingxuan glanced at Wang Teng curiously. She said, "They are called soft, muddy babies, one. Soft, soft, muddy babies." The corners of Wang Teng's lips twitched. He kept repeating this name. It was pretty descriptive. "This name is not bad, right?" Su Lingxuan chuckled. "My master has been studying these little fellows recently, so he caught a bunch of them and raised them at home. Not bad." Wang Teng had a strange expression. Then he joked and said, "Master Gorlin, aren't you a run master? Why are you studying slime? Do you want to be a biologist instead?" "Ha ha 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 ha! Wang Teng. I can call you Wang Teng, right?" Gorlin laughed. After receiving Wang Teng's agreement, he continued, "The runes we have come from the research of star beasts. Life is the most magical presence in this world. Every single life contains huge secrets. This soft, muddy baby might be the lowest form of life, but it comes in many different forms. It's able to embrace any force elements like a human. It's a mysterious creature. I'm researching their shape-shifting ability. I really want to know what kind of life pattern allows it to shift its shape so casually. I might even create a new rune." "Shape-shifting?" Wang Teng's gaze lit up. He instantly thought of many links and implications. When he looked at the slime again, oh wait, it was called soft muddy baby, his gaze turned dangerous. "Master, you're just bored. Many elders tried to study this creature, but they failed. It has been deemed impossible." "Why are you so stubborn?" Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes. "Ha ha, this is my dream as a child. I'm getting old, so if I don't do it now, it will be too late." Gorlin smiled and replied. He didn't mind her comment. There was a small wooden house in the garden. Gorlin brought Wang Teng to a quiet study room in the wooden house. Su Lingxuan poured a cup of dark green drink for Wang Teng. Gorlin smiled and explained, "This is a special fruit wine made by the fairies. Have a taste." Wang Teng held the wooden cup and smelled the wine. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. It was so pleasant. He couldn't help but take a small sip. "This is delicious. You're not from the Xingwu continent." Gorlin suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. Wang Teng was caught off guard. He spat out the mouth of fruit wine he had just swallowed. It landed squarely on Gorlin's face. Su Lingxuan was startled. It was partly because of what Gorlin said and partly because Wang Teng had spat wine on Gorlin's face. The three of them were stunned, and there was a moment of dead silence. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Cough. Gorlin regained his senses first and coughed awkwardly. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his face calmly. Su Lingxuan held back her laughter and glared at Wang Teng. Wang Teng pretended as if nothing had happened and he didn't see anything. He replied calmly, "President Gorlin, I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't your elder tell you that you won't be able to hide your spiritual mark in front of a warrior with strong spiritual power? Don't worry. Since I said it, I won't harm you. Do you think that someone as strong as me will bother talking to you?" Gorlin said. Wang Teng sighed in his heart. He replied, "President, how do you know? Even if you have strong spiritual power, you can only notice the difference in my spiritual mark when I activate my spiritual power. I don't think I used my spiritual power in front of you. When you entered the Rune Society, you used your spiritual power to scan the lobby once. I noticed you at that time. At the start, I didn't place much attention on you. Many people from your world come here since there's trade between the two worlds. It isn't strange for a person from Earth to appear in my Rune Society. However, when I coincidentally met you taking the Rune Master exams, I understood what you wanted to do," Gorlin replied slowly. "Spiritual power." Su Lingxuan turned her head violently to look at Wang Teng as she listened to their conversation. This fellow actually possessed spiritual power. What? Right at the start? Wang Teng was shocked at something else. When he observed the lobby at that time, he didn't detect any person with strong spiritual power. That was why he dared to pick up the attribute bubbles with his spiritual power. He was certain that President Gorlin wasn't there, but he still managed to detect his presence. How frightening was his spiritual power. The next moment, he smiled bitterly. He was too careless. "President, why are you telling me this?" he asked. "So that you can become my disciple." Gorlin smiled. He looked like a sly old fox. Wang Teng looked at him in a daze. Su Lingxuan was bewildered too, however. She remembered her master's method of doing things and felt that it was understandable. He might appear to be of noble character and high prestige and act kind and amiable in front of everyone, but in reality his heart was black. After all, he was an old monster that had lived for a few hundred years. "What do you think?" "Young man, if you acknowledge me as your master, I will keep your secret for you. I will even teach you how to hide your spiritual mark." Gorlin sniggered. "Why?" Wang Teng asked sternly. Gorlin seemed to know what he was referring to. He suddenly retracted his smile and looked at him intently. "The world is different. Can you be more specific?" Wang Teng asked. "You will have to figure it out yourself." Gorlin couldn't keep his mysterious aura for more than 3 seconds. He immediately started smiling slyly again. Wang Teng felt like vomiting blood. Why does everyone like to leave him hanging? It feels so uncomfortable to know half of what's happening. "But I already have a master," he said. "A run master?" Gorlin asked. "No, she teaches me martial arts," Wang Teng replied. "That won't be a problem then. It isn't conflicting. Even if your martial arts master knows, she won't mind," Gorlin said. "All right, master." Wang Teng forsook his dignity and greeted Gorlin. "Very good." Gorlin stroked his white beard and nodded in satisfaction. He pointed at Su Lingxuan and said, "She will be your junior sister in the future. Remember to take care of her." Su Lingxuan was agitated as if someone had rubbed her the wrong way. "Why? I'm the senior sister here. You're younger and weaker than him." Gorlin smiled as he replied to her, "Shouldn't seniority be based on the time you enter the clan?" Su Lingxuan expressed her unhappiness. How about this? If you can make Wang Teng call you senior sister, you will be his senior sister." Gorlin immediately threw this problem to Wang Teng. "Junior sister, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. There was no way he was going to call this lady, who was younger than him, his senior. "Call me senior sister?" Su Lingxuan was furious. "Junior sister, call senior sister." "Junior sister. All right, all right. You can quarrel over your seniority in the future. Let's talk business now." Gorlin hurriedly stopped the two of them. He said to Wang Teng, "Let's talk about your spiritual power now. How much do you understand your spiritual power?" Wang Teng's interest was instantly hooked. His expression was grave as he shook his head. "I don't understand much." Gorlin choked on his words. He took a few breaths before continuing. "What a waste. You're fortunate that you met me. Simply put, spiritual kinesis is the objectification of your spiritual power. Very few people are able to breed spiritual kinesis. You need to be extremely gifted and lucky. You are undoubtedly very lucky. Spiritual kinesis is related to a mysterious and ancient job, Divine Spirit Master. Divine Spirit Master? Wang Teng felt that this was his lucky moment, his time to shine. He asked hurriedly, "What is a Divine Spirit Master?" The moment he finished speaking, a wave of spiritual kinesis emerged from Gorlin's body. The fire force around them surged towards him and congregated into a giant fire serpent in front of him. It lowered its head to look at Wang Teng. "This is a Divine Spirit Master." Chapter 278, Two Foodies. What the fuck? These three words hovered in his mouth for a while before he spurted them out. The giant fire serpent looked alive. Every single one of its scales seemed exceptionally real. Its huge body slid around Gorlin and protected him in the middle. The serpent's head rose into the air and looked down at Wang Teng. It stuck out its tongue softly. Anyone who saw this scene for the first time would be blown away. This was the first time Su Lingxuan saw Gorlin displaying his ability too. Her jaws dropped as she stared at the serpent, dumbfounded. "What is feek?" Gorlin frowned and asked. "Cough." Wang Teng started coughing awkwardly. He smiled in embarrassment and said, "Master, is this the ability of a Divine Spirit Master?" Gorlin didn't probe further. He nodded and replied, "That's right. A Divine Spirit Master uses his spiritual kinesis as his hands to control the force around him to work for him. He can also wield all sorts of weapons and launch powerful attacks." While explaining, he raised his hand. A thick book floated down from the bookcase behind him and landed on his palm. "I know how to wield weapons. I have been doing that for a long time. However, controlling the force around me, I attempted it a few times but failed. I can only control the force in my body," Wang Teng said. "If everyone knows how to control the force around them, then the Divine Spirit Masters won't be so secretive anymore." Gorlin smiled. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "You must have a medium if you want to control the force around you. This medium is the legacy of the Divine Spirit Masters." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was starting to get excited. Gorlin was undoubtedly a Divine Spirit Master. It would be a massive gain if he could get the legacy of the Divine Spirit Masters from him. "Ha ha! Do you want to learn?" Gorlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Teng's expression. "Of course." Wang Teng nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry. Since you accepted me as your master, I will pass my legacy to you," Gorlin said. Wang Teng took a deep breath. "Thank you." He could imagine how precious the legacy of Divine Spirit Masters was, yet Gorlin decided to pass it to him, a disciple who had just joined him also. He was from Earth, not a part of the Xingwu continent. Those who were not one's kin were sure to be of a different heart. Yet Gorlin ignored this dilemma altogether. This was a display of his magnanimity. "Master, what about me? What about me?" Su Lingxuan didn't think that much. When she saw the magic of a Divine Spirit Master, she couldn't control her excitement anymore. She pulled Gorlin's arm and started shaking him. "Stop shaking, stop shaking. If you continue shaking, my bones will get dislodged," Gorlin said helplessly. "I want to teach you, but you haven't awakened your spiritual power yet. You won't be able to learn it even if I teach you." "Ah, I'm a talented young beauty. Why can't I learn?" Su Lingxuan was dejected. Then she thought of something and turned hopeful. "Master, do you have a way to let me awaken my spiritual power?" "Stop thinking of bad ideas. If it were so easy to awaken one's spiritual power, we would have lots of Divine Spirit Masters." Gorlin shook his head. Su Lingxuan became depressed again. Gorlin felt his head hurting as he looked at her. He quickly looked at Wang Teng to ask him to comfort her. However, this was the first day he knew Su Lingxuan. He didn't understand her at all, so he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only look at the floor to express his helplessness. Gorlin could only do it himself. He said softly, "Lingxuan, this is probably Wang Teng's first time in Yang City. He's not familiar with the city, so why don't you bring him around? I heard that a new bakery has opened along Onken Street. Their pastries are very special and they are delicious. Don't you want to try?" Su Lingxuan's eyes lit up. However, she still appeared a little unwilling. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing reluctantly. "Since Master asked, I will bring Junior Wang Teng around the city." Sigh. "I don't have a choice since I'm his senior sister." Wang Teng saw the young lady's throat moving up and down. It was quite obvious. She seemed to be swallowing her saliva. She was a foodie. He wanted to correct the way she addressed him, but since she had just suffered a huge blow, he decided not to argue about seniority with her for now. Gorlin stood in the garden and watched them walk away. He smiled and shook his head. Then he laid on the rocking chair at the side and read a book as he rocked slowly. Sunlight shone on his white beard, and the special creatures shuttled back and forth through the bushes. The leaves were rustling as if playing a soothing tune. Some unknown flower fairies danced around the flowers. They would land on Gorland's head occasionally. The scene was quiet and peaceful. Su Lingxuan brought Wang Teng to the streets. Although this young lady kept staring at the street food, she was still faithful in her duties. Whenever she met a symbolic building, she would explain its significance to Wang Teng. Of course, there were remunerations in order. "Senior brother, I'm hungry. Can you buy a fried crispy pastry for me?" Su Lingxuan touched her stomach and looked at him righteously. Her intention was, "I'm hungry because I brought you out for a walk. Where's your conscience if you don't buy food for me?" It didn't matter if this was really her intention. The most important thing was her saliva was about to drip down from the corner of her lips. "Wipe your saliva quickly. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He went to buy 2 fried crispy pastries.
Mind you, it did look quite delicious.
Su Lingxuan blushed as she sucked her saliva back. Her actions were extremely smooth. Wang Teng bought the pastries and passed one to Su Lingxuan. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease her. "Do you admit that I'm your senior brother now?" "Did I say that?" "You must have heard wrong." Su Lingxuan ignored Wang Teng the moment she got her food. She denied what she said and started eating her fried pastry happily. She chewed furiously with her little mouth and her cheeks were puffed up. She made the food look appetizing. "Hey, you little brat." Wang Teng felt speechless after that. Whenever they saw something delicious, Su Lingxuan would stop in her tracks and look at Wang Teng. 1 hour later, Wang Teng glanced at Su Lingxuan's flat stomach. He sighed. "You're small, but you eat well." Su Lingxuan glanced sideways at Wang Teng and sniggered. "You're not bad either." "Cough. I practice martial arts. It's normal for me to eat more." Wang Teng coughed and replied to her calmly. "Humph, men," Su Lingxuan sneered at the same time in the restaurant to their left. Liu Xingwei and a few young men were laughing and chatting happily around a table beside the window. They were toasting each other and the atmosphere was lively. "Hey, isn't that Su Lingxuan from the Su family?" one of the young men exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned and looked in the direction he was staring at. "It looks like Su Lingxuan. Who is the person beside her?" Chapter 279. I Have a Bad Temper. Su Lingxuan came from a Rune elite family and was the disciple of the Rune Society. Along with her extraordinary talents, her appearance and aura were also top class. She was a beauty desired by many, hence she was very popular among the youngsters in Yang City. However, she rarely appeared in public, so there was no chance to invite her. This caused the youngsters in Yang City who wanted to chase Su Lingxuan to feel helpless. Fortunately, there was no news that Su Lingxuan was close to any young man. Hence, they weren't in a rush. You had to savor good wine just like how you needed to chase a beauty slowly. But at this moment there was another young man beside Su Lingxuan around her age. If that wasn't bad enough, they looked intimate. "Who is this person?" A handsome young man around 17 years old asked coldly. Others looked at one another and shook their heads. They had no idea. "It's him." Liu Xingwei opened his mouth, his gaze flickering. "Xingwei, you know him?" the handsome young man asked. Liu Xingwei looked at the young man opposite him and came up with a plan. He said, "This fellow is not from Yang City. I met him when I was taking my beginner stage Roadmaster exam today. Su Lingxuan was there too. I didn't expect them to get together." "An outsider is snatching our lady?" Handsome young man Wan Feiyu furrowed his brows as he asked, "How was his exam?" "Not bad. He passed the beginner stage Runemaster exam. I heard that his performance was not bad." Liu Xingwei replied, "He must be talented to pass the exam at this age." However, he's just a beginner stage Runemaster." A tinge of disdain appeared in Wan Feiyu's eyes. He got up and walked down the restaurant. "Come, let's go and meet him." Others exchanged glances with one another and followed hurriedly. Liu Xingwei finished the wine in his cup, an evil smile appearing at the edge of his lips. Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan were walking along the streets when they suddenly saw a bunch of young men dressed elegantly closing in on them like raging bulls. It was easy to tell that these young men came from good backgrounds. The passers-by moved aside as though they were some frightening monsters. "Why is it them?" "Let's leave, quick. They are extremely irritating. If we get tangled in their matters, we won't be able to do anything today." Su Lingxuan frowned. She pulled Wang Teng to the side hurriedly in an attempt to hide among the crowd. "They are here for us." Wang Teng looked at Su Lingxuan and said helplessly. As expected, Wan Feiyu and his gang walked straight to Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan. They blocked their path. "Lingxuan, long time no see. You rarely come out." "Why didn't you come and look for me?" "Uncle Su tells us to get together more often." Wan Feiyu smiled and said, ignoring other factors, his looks were indeed outstanding. As he grew up in an elite family, His aura as a noble and elegant young master possessed lethal attraction to those ordinary young ladies. But Su Lingxuan wasn't mesmerized by him at all. She glanced at him and said, "I'm busy. I came out to buy things for my master. I don't have time to waste. Please give way." "What do you want to buy? I can accompany you. My family's business covers all the city. You can just tell me if you want to buy anything." "I will solve it for you as soon as possible," Wan Feiyu replied. "No need. I will buy it myself. There's no need to trouble you," Su Lingxuan said. Wan Feiyu didn't want Su Lingxuan to leave, though. He continued, "It's not troublesome. I just need to give an order." Then he pretended that he had just noticed Wang Teng and exclaimed, "This young man looks unfamiliar. Lingxuan, don't get too close to a stranger. It will be bad if you get fooled. After all, we come from elite families. So many people are eyeing us. We won't know what's the motive of some unknown people." He glanced at Wang Teng. "This fellow is more handsome than me. Pretty boy," Wang Teng chuckled. By saying these words directly in his face, this fellow was looking down on him. Wang Teng knew his intention at one glance. His methods were a bit tender, though. "Wan Feiyu, you're stepping over your line." This time Su Lingxuan didn't give in. Her face turned cold as she spoke to him. "Little Lingxuan, I know that you can't understand it now, but I will prove to you that I'm doing it for your sake." Wan Feiyu was hypocritical. He turned around immediately and sneered at Wang Teng. "I know that you passed the beginner stage Roanmaster exam, but in front of the Su and Wan family, you're nothing. Go away if you want to fool Lingxuan. Don't make me hit you. Beginner stage Roanmaster?" Wang Teng's expression was strange. He had already noticed Lu Xingwei, who was standing behind this young man. Hence, when he heard the young man's words, he understood the entire story. He gave Lu Xingwei a meaningful glance before talking to the young man in front of him excitedly. "Oh, if you hit me, what will happen? It seems like you want to do this the hard way." A hint of anger flashed past Wan Feiyu's eyes. His face turned black, and his tone was cold. "You should understand the situation before you stand up, young man." Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't even know that he was being used. What an idiot. Liu Xinghua's expression changed slightly. However, Wan Feiyu didn't notice it. Instead, he was stimulated by Wang Teng's gaze. "Wan Feiyu, don't kick up a fuss." Su Lingxuan wanted to explain, but Wan Feiyu didn't want to listen. Anger was already burning in his heart. He lost control of his emotions and said, "Bastard, why are you looking at me like this?" "You can do your own interpretation, idiot." Wang Teng also got impatient. He shouted furiously, "Get lost, you're looking for death." Wan Feiyu was trembling in anger and couldn't hold himself back anymore. He took a step forward, throwing a punch at Wang Teng.
Be careful.
Su Lingxuan's expression changed as she cried hurriedly. She didn't expect Wan Feiyu to act suddenly. They were so close at this distance. It was difficult for Wang Teng to evade. Her face turned pale. If something happened to Wang Teng, how would she answer Gorlin? Delight flashed past his eyes when Lu Xingwei saw this scene. The smile at the edge of his lips became brighter. So what if he is more gifted than me in terms of rune talent? He'll still get beaten by others. However, the next second, the expression on his face froze. Slap! A crisp sound resounded on the street. Wan Feiyu's wrist was grabbed by a strong and powerful hand. How is this possible? Wan Feiyu's expression changed entirely. He was in disbelief. He struggled frantically to escape Wang Teng's clutches, but he realized he was unable to move. "I have a bad temper." Wang Teng looked at Wan Feiyu expressionlessly and said, "Let me go." Wan Feiyu's face turned hideous. He clenched his other fist and smashed it on Wang Teng's temple. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the lower half of Wang Teng's body ruthlessly. He showed no mercy. He wanted Wang Teng's life. Wang Teng's face remained indifferent. He raised his leg calmly and kicked Wan Feiyu's knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was exceptionally spooky. At the same time, he waved his fist and slammed it on Wan Feiyu's arm. Another crisp sound sent a chill down the onlookers' spines. Wan Feiyu's left arm dropped 90 degrees down. "Ah!" A cry of agony escaped Wan Feiyu's mouth. The youngsters that came with Wan Feiyu were frightened. Liu Xingwei wasn't any different. He looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. How dare he? Where did he get his courage? Chapter 280. You want to ruin my reputation? How dare you? Let go of Feiyu. Let him go quickly. You evil culprit, how dare you be so vicious? Wan Feiyu's companions shouted furiously. However, no one dared to go forward and help him. Wan Feiyu was at the 2-star soldier level, but he couldn't even last one round with Wang Teng. He was defeated instantly. They weren't going to look for a beating. Wang Teng grabbed Wan Feiyu's right hand and twisted it slightly. "Ah!" Wan Feiyu immediately screamed in pain. His voice was sad and shrill, and his face was distorted. It was all because of the pain assaulting his senses. Wang Teng turned and looked at the people who were shouting and clamoring. He asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Everyone was stunned, on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Su Lingshun felt speechless too. This fellow seemed a little evil. A moment ago she was worried about Wang Teng, but now she realized that her worry was for nothing. One of Wan Feiyu's kneecaps had been shattered from Wang Teng's kick. His left hand was broken too, so he couldn't move at all. He kept gasping for air due to the pain. At the same time, the pain allowed him to calm down. He knew that he had hit a rock today. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want? Shouldn't I ask you that? Why are you asking me?" Wang Teng looked at him and replied with an innocent face, "I admit defeat. Let me go, and I promise that the Wan family will not look into this matter," Wan Feiyu said. When he lowered his head, a hint of hatred flashed past his eyes. Do you think I will believe you?" Wang Teng looked at him mockingly. "If you kill me, you will never be able to walk out of Yang City." Wan Feiyu's expression changed. This guy was ruthless. He had broken his arm and leg without any hesitation. What if he really wanted to kill him? "Why don't we make a bet? Let's see if I can walk out of Yang City after I kill you. How about betting 1,000 force stones?" Wang Teng touched his chin and suggested. "Wan Feiyu, how am I supposed to take the bet when you're going to kill me? Threat. This is a direct threat. This guy must be evil. How else is he able to say these crazy words? Everyone, Su Lingxuan, silence means consent." Wang Teng smiled and continued, "Do you think I can or can't walk out of Yang City? I will send you off after you make your decision." He grabbed Wan Feiyu's throat with his other hand and pretended to exert force. "Wait, wait!" Wan Feiyu was scared out of his wits. He shouted continuously. "What do you want to say?" Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. Wan Feiyu stammered. His Adam's apple kept moving up and down as an idea appeared in his mind. I will give you 1,000 force stones and you can let me go." "Who do you think I am?" Wang Teng's face turned black. "Do I look like someone who extorts money from others? You're trying to ruin my reputation. You're so malicious. I can't let you remain alive." He tightened his grip as though he wanted to choke Wan Feiyu to death. "No, no." Wan Feiyu was terrified. "No, what?" Wang Teng asked. "You're not extorting. This is my compensation for you. I was rude to you just now, but I've realized my mistake. I can't express my apology using words only, so I want to show my sincerity with the force stones." Wan Feiyu never knew that he was so eloquent. In the state of emergency, he finished the entire speech in a single breath. He didn't even pause midway. Do you think I'll want your 1,000 force stones?" Wang Teng scoffed. 3,000? Wan Feiyu increased the number at once. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. His desire to live was extremely strong now, yet Wang Teng remained indifferent. 5,000, no expression. 6,000, 7,000, 10,000. Wan Feiyu swallowed his saliva as he cried. His eyes were bloodshot. The psychological pressure Wang Teng gave him was overbearing. He felt that he was on the brink of death. He might really die here if he wasn't careful. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression changed suddenly. He became exceptionally amiable. He smiled and said, "You're too polite, but since you're so sincere, I will accept your gift with reluctance." Wan Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He felt that his back was drenched with cold sweat. Su Lingxuan was flabbergasted. This whole episode had taken her breath away. She started to have a tinge of respect towards Wang Teng. He was so impressive. The young masters looked as though they had seen a ghost. Wan Feiyu had always been domineering and bossy, yet he was so timid in front of Wang Teng. If they didn't see it personally, they would think that this was a fake Wan Feiyu. Thus, when they looked at Wang Teng again, their gazes changed completely. This fellow was a devil. "Come, take out your sincerity and show me," Wang Teng said gently. Wan Feiyu felt a little scared. "I don't have so many force stones with me." "What?" Wang Teng glared at him. "Are you playing tricks on me now?" No, I only have 4,500 force stones with me at the moment. I will go and collect the rest. It will only take a minute." The cold sweat on Wan Feiyu's forehead poured down again. His mind worked furiously. He turned and shouted at Lu Xingwei and his friends, "How many force stones do you have? Take it out. Take everything out." The young masters took out their force stones anxiously. They stuck their heads together for a long time before they finally gathered 10,000 force stones. "Here, 10,000 force stones. We will give you the remaining 2 as a present. Can you let me go now?" Wan Feiyu looked at Wang Teng pitifully. Wang Teng wore a weird expression. Was he so scary? Why was this young man so frightened? However, these young masters are really wealthy. They managed to gather more than 10,000 force stones just like that. Should he blackmail them again if he had the chance? Don't be so ruthless in the future. It's expensive. Wang Teng persuaded them kindly. After that, he disregarded the young man's expression and released his grip. Wan Feiyu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Teng smiled ambiguously at Liu Xinghui, who was trying to hide in the crowd. He walked towards him. Liu Xinghui's expression changed at once. He smiled in embarrassment. "Brother Wang, we met again really soon. This is unexpected." "Yes, it is unexpected, indeed." Wang Teng smiled gently. The two of them started greeting each other like friends who had just met. Just when Liu Xinghui was about to heave a sigh of relief, Wang Teng sent him flying with an abrupt slap. Bang! Liu Xinghui was thrown back 5 meters and slammed heavily on the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's, and blood and saliva kept seeping out of his mouth. 2 of his molars were mixed in the saliva and blood. He looked at Wang Teng absent-mindedly. Gradually fear appeared in his gaze, and his face turned pale. The others were stupefied. This fellow was so moody. A moment ago he was still smiling, but the next second he slapped Liu Xinghui. However, the crowd couldn't understand his action. Was there a grudge between them? Is it fun to play such small tricks behind my back? Wang Teng walked in front of Liu Xinghui and looked down at him as he asked. "I don't know what you're saying." Liu Xinghui's gaze flickered as he replied innocently. "Chapter 281, your request is too much. Your acting is good," Wang Teng scoffed. Liu Xinghui covered his face and said, "You must have misunderstood me." Wang Teng turned to look at Wan Feiyu. He asked, "He didn't tell you what happened during the exam, right?" Wan Feiyu instinctively gave a fawning smile when he saw Wang Teng looking at him. However, after hearing his words, he got suspicious. He replied, "He only told me that you passed the beginner stage runmaster exam." Wang Teng didn't just pass the beginner stage runmaster exam. He also passed the intermediate stage runmaster exam. My master saw potential in him and wanted to take him in as his disciple. Liu Xinghui was at the scene too. He knows about it. Su Lingxuan opened her mouth and said. She cast a meaningful glance at Liu Xinghui. "You passed the intermediate stage runemaster exam and President Gorlin wants to take you in as a disciple?" Wan Feiyu's expression turned ugly. If Wang Teng had only passed the beginner stage runmaster exam at his age, he was a talent. However, if he became an intermediate stage runmaster, he shouldn't be underestimated. He might become a master-level character like Gorlin in the future. Also, if the president of the Rune Society took Wang Teng as his disciple, his status would be wholly different. Wan Feiyu wouldn't have provoked Wang Teng if he knew this. "Oh, right. My master has already accepted Wang Teng as his disciple." Su Lingxuan knew what he was thinking, so she added fuel to the fire. Wan Feiyu's face turned green with anger. He glared at Liu Xinghui furiously. Good, Liu Xinghui, you're amazing. Sigh?" Liu Xinghui sighed. He shook his head and crawled up from the ground. After patting the dust off his body, he smiled. "I did scheme against you, but you can only blame yourself. You got jealous when you saw Su Lingxuan walking with him, so you wanted to hurt him. You brought this upon yourself. Despicable." Wan Feiyu gritted his teeth and cursed. Others were shocked. They all looked at Liu Xinghui, who seemed to have turned into a different person. Their gazes were filled with contempt. "You're really shameless." Wang Teng clapped his hands and laughed. "Do you admit that you schemed against me, so? You want to beat me up, but you won't dare to kill me. Only an idiot like Wan Feiyu will get intimidated by you," Liu Xinghui said confidently. He looked at Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan with a sinister gaze. These two people had put him in a tough spot today. He would make them pay in the future. You, Wan Feiyu, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "You're right. I don't dare to kill you." Wang Teng nodded and said, Liu Xinghui snorted. "But I can hit you until you're almost dead." Wang Teng laughed out loud. "You can try," Liu Xinghui said coldly. "Your request is too much." Wang Teng shook his head. The next second, he launched his attack. Liu Xinghui was a runmaster, so his martial arts cultivation wasn't that high. He only saw something flashing past his eyes, and then he was thrown into the air again. Bang! He landed forcefully on the ground. This time, the other side of his face got swollen. 2 more teeth fell out from his mouth along with fresh blood. He truly looked like a pig's head now. Wan Feiyu felt a little delighted when he saw this scene. How dare Liu Xinghui play him? He deserved to be in this state. But this Wang Teng is really courageous. Isn't he afraid of the Wan and Liu families' revenge? He had offended 2 families at once. He wouldn't be able to get off scot-free even if he was President Gorlin's disciple. Wan Feiyu's eyes shimmered. He knew that Liu Xinghui was the reason behind his humiliation. But Wang Teng was the one who broke his arm and leg. He had even extorted more than 10,000 force stones from him. This was an undeniable truth. He couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Xingui looked up slowly and glared at Wang Teng. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred. Continue. I love tough cookies. They are more fun to break than weaklings who back down after a single punch. They aren't fun at all. Wang Teng smiled as he walked towards Lu Xingui. Wan Feiyu felt frustrated. Was he calling him a weakling? He got humiliated without doing anything. At that moment, a gold brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand. Lu Xingwei's expression finally underwent a change. The others were stunned. Where did this brick come from? Wang Teng arrived in front of Lu Xingwei in a few steps. Lu Xingwei wanted to dodge, but Wang Teng pressed his head down and started hammering him mercilessly with the brick. Bang, bang, bang. Low thuds stunned the crowd. Every single sound represented a hit on Lu Xingwei's body. It was painful just listening to it. The muscles on Wan Feiyu's face twitched. Suddenly he felt fortunate that he had pleaded for mercy in time. If not, he would have been treated inhumanely too, right? Su Lingxuan's eyes were glistening as she stared at the brick. Wang Teng gradually came to a stop. He let out a deep breath and said, "This feels good." When Lu Xinghui heard his comment, he stumbled and rolled his eyes. His entire face was distorted. It was swollen like a basketball. Only a martial warrior could handle this kind of beating. "You haven't fainted yet?" "You're a tough person." Wang Teng smashed the brick at him again when he noticed that he was stumbling but didn't fall. Bang! Lu Xinghui's eyes rolled back in their sockets and he finally collapsed. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. There were multiple attribute bubbles on the ground, all belonging to Lu Xinghui. Spirit 8, Spirit 10, Enlightenment 12, Spirit 6. He picked them up. Lu Xinghui is a runmaster, but he dropped many attributes. Wang Teng wondered to himself. Lu Xinghui had dropped a total of 36 spirit attributes. It was higher than a normal person. Spirit, spiritual realm, 75-100. He picked up another 20 points of enlightenment. The amount was sizable. Lu Xinghui was indeed a genius. His enlightenment was quite high. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 56-100. After a period of accumulation, Wang Teng's enlightenment attribute had reached its halfway mark. As his enlightenment climbed higher, his cultivation talent would get better and better. Wang Teng ignored Liu Xinghui, who was lying on the ground like a corpse. Wan Feiyu and his friends shrunk back when they met Wang Teng's gaze. They looked like rats that had met a cat. "Leave. Don't let me see you again in the future," Wang Teng said. Wan Feiyu didn't dare to say anything. He left hurriedly with the help of his friends. As for Liu Xinghui, no one cared about him. "Let's go back," Wang Teng said to Su Lingxuan. "Okay." Su Lingxuan nodded. They walked towards the Rune Society. Along the way, she said, "You've offended them, you know. They won't let you go so easily." "Tell me about the two families," Wang Teng said. "The Wan family is an old and well-known martial arts family. Their business covers the entire Yang city, and they are very powerful. Wan Feiyu is the third son of the Wan family's head. He has an elder brother and an elder sister. Their talent and ability are much higher than his. Elders of the Wan family might not act, but you still have to be careful about his siblings." As for the Liu family, Su Lingxuan started explaining the details to Wang Teng. Chapter 282, Yongye Mountain Ridge and the Cultivation of the Divine Spirit Master. Along the way, Su Lingxuan explained the Liu and Wan family to Wang Teng. All in all, you shouldn't go out alone for the time being, she reminded him in the end. Wang Teng smiled. However, he didn't take her advice to heart. Based on what Su Lingxuan said, there were a few talented young people in the Liu and Wan families who might take revenge for Wan Feiyu and Lu Xingwei. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. After all, Su Lingxuan didn't know his true ability. He wasn't afraid of any martial warriors below 5-star. The martial warriors above 6-star were the kings of their regions. They were boss figures in Yang City, so they wouldn't make a move easily. Even if they didn't care about their reputation and bullied him, he could still find his master Gorlin after some time. Su Lingxuan and Wang Teng went back to the Rune Society. "You're back?" Gorlin was still sitting on his rocking chair and reading his book. He smiled when he saw the two of them. "Yes." They nodded their heads and sat down beside him. "Did you have fun?" Gorlin asked. "Don't talk about it." Su Lingxuan was frustrated. She immediately told Gorlin what happened just now. Gorlin laughed when he heard the story. "Young people are full of vigor." "Why are you laughing at our plight?" Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes at him uncontrollably. "Don't worry. Since they know that you're my disciples, they won't do anything to you. It's just a small trifle between you youngsters, Gorlin said to Wang Teng. If they come and find me again, they'll be the ones suffering, Wang Teng said indifferently. You can continue boasting. Su Lingxuan had learned that Wang Teng wasn't weak when she saw him in action earlier. However, she didn't think that he was comparable to the renowned talents from the Wan and Liu families. After all, Wang Teng was already very gifted in rune making. If his martial arts talent were on par with those people, it would be too monstrous. Wang Teng, you haven't found a place to live in Yang City, right? Gorlin didn't stay on this issue anymore. He changed the topic and asked Wang Teng casually. That's right, Wang Teng nodded. Move over here. I have many empty rooms. I'll ask Lingxuan to help you tidy your room, Gorlin said. Okay, thank you, Master. Wang Teng thanked him. Why is it me again? Su Lingxuan was unwilling to follow her master's arrangement. She felt that she had to do all the work ever since Wang Teng came. Ha ha ha! Well, you became my disciple first, Gorlin teased her. Yet you didn't give me the position of the senior sister? Su Lingxuan retorted. Wang Teng chuckled secretly. At night, Wang Teng moved into the small wooden house in the garden at the back of the Rune Society. Although Su Lingxuan complained, she still helped him tidy up his room. The place was neat and clean with new blankets on the bed. It gave off a pleasant, sunny smell. As Wang Teng stood in the room, the small and angry face of Su Lingxuan appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Then he sat down on the bed and started cultivating his force until midnight. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Come to the garden, it was Gorlin. Wang Teng opened his eyes in shock. He pondered to himself as he walked out of his room and came to the garden. Gorlin was standing in front of the little wooden house. He knew that Wang Teng was behind him without turning around. He opened his mouth and said, Follow me. After he finished speaking, his body floated up slowly and rose into midair. He flew towards the night sky. The spiritual power in Wang Teng's mind surged out when he saw this. It enveloped his body and brought him into the air. He followed closely behind Gorlin. Gorlin was aware of Wang Teng, so he didn't travel at his fastest. If not, based on his speed, Wang Teng could only breathe dust behind him. Master, where are we going? Wang Teng hurriedly caught up with him and asked as he tilted his head. Yongye Mountain Ridge. Gorlin smiled. Yongye Mountain Ridge? Wang Teng thought of something, and a map appeared in his mind. Yongye Mountain Ridge was at the southwest section of Yang City, more than 30 kilometers away. Based on their speed, they would only need half an hour. What are we going to do there? Wang Teng asked. The cultivation of a divine spirit master will cause a huge ruckus. Besides, you need some things to help you. There's an ample number of star beasts on Yongye Mountain Ridge. It's a suitable location for your cultivation, Gorlin explained. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't ask any more. Now let me explain the cultivation methods of a divine spirit master. The strength of a divine spirit master comes from his spiritual power. We use a special method to control the force around us using our spiritual power. We can also change this force to launch offensive attacks. This special method is known as Art. Gorlin started his explanation. Wang Teng listened with rapt attention. Feeling that he had learned a lot, his enlightenment was extremely high now, so he could understand what Gorlin said immediately. Simply put, a divine spirit master used his spiritual power to execute different arts and used these arts to control the force. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at their destination. A vast mountain ridge appeared in the dark, like a large-sized centipede creeping in the night. It twisted and turned. The mountain ridges branched out like the legs of a centipede. Under the dim moonlight and starlights, it looked frightening. Wang Teng had seen the Yongye Mountain Ridge on the map, but he didn't have this feeling at that time. He was a little astounded by the scene. Let's go. Gorlin chose an area closer to the outskirts. He led the way and landed on the ground. Two of them walked in the eerie dark forest. Even so, with their eyesight, they were able to see everything clearly. After some time, they met a few wolf-star beasts that were looking for food. Gorlin floated in midair and retracted his aura. He left Wang Teng on the ground to face the famished wolves alone. Since it was the practice of a divine spirit master, he couldn't use his martial arts. He could only fight them with his spiritual power. Mind you, this was the first time Wang Teng was using his spiritual power solely for a battle. Along the way, Gorlin had already taught Wang Teng a few simple arts. Now, with a thought in his mind, his spiritual power started moving on a certain path. It maneuvered the fire force in his surroundings. Very soon he gathered more than 10 fire arrows in front of him. So fast. Gorlin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although this was the first time Wang Teng executed this fire arrow art, he succeeded on his first try. Also, one could tell that he had good control over his spiritual power based on his execution speed. Roar. The wolf star beasts gave a low growl. A few pairs of wolves' eyes stared at the fire arrows in front of them, sensing the danger they posed. Their chests started heaving up and down violently. Suddenly, they pounced on Wang Teng. They chose to attack first. Wang Teng smiled. He waved his hands, and the fire arrows shot out like bullets. They left trails of red in the air as they flew towards the star beasts. Chapter 283. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who's too outstanding? The wolf star beasts had silver-white fur, with a rim of gold fur around their neck and claws. It made them look like immortal beasts. They were two-star star beasts, so they were pretty intelligent. They didn't dodge when they saw the flaming arrows shooting towards them. Instead, they congregated their sharp golden glow on the claws and slashed it forward. Bang! 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 When the golden claws hit the flaming arrows, they gave off a metallic sound. They actually managed to block the arrows. However, 3 arrows still managed to weave their way around the claws and hit their targets. After a few cries of agony, 3 star beasts fell on the ground and died. The remaining 4 wolf star beasts turned ferocious. They leaped into the air and closed a distance with Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He converged a few strings of fire force into a rope, sending it towards the 4 wolf star beasts. The 4 wolf star beasts were in midair, so they didn't have time to dodge. Hence, they got entangled by the ropes. Wang Teng executed his fire arrows again and stabbed the remaining wolf star beasts to death. It sounded like a long action scene, but in fact, it happened within a split second. The 2-star star beasts got killed immediately, showcasing the might of a divine spirit master. Not bad. Gorlin slowly landed and nodded calmly. But there are still flaws in your moves. You could have used your spiritual power to control the flaming arrows and make them change directions when you're attacking. That way, you would have killed the star beasts on your first try. Wang Teng wanted to explain that he was going to execute the art a few more times to get the hang of it. But if he said this, his master might feel awkward, so he decided to remain quiet. He nodded and said, "You're right. I will take note of this in the future." "Okay, let's continue." Gorlin nodded. He walked forward as he sighed in his heart. There was no sense of satisfaction in teaching this new disciple since he didn't need to guide him much. It was a happy yet helpless thing. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who was too outstanding? When the star beasts were killed, they had dropped multiple attribute bubbles. Wang Teng picked them up while keeping his spiritual power, Metal Force 50. Blank attribute 64, Gorlin didn't notice anything amiss. Well, he wouldn't know that Wang Teng was able to pick up attributes no matter how hard he thought. Wang Teng waved his hand and kept the corpses of the star beasts in his space ring. Then he ran after Gorlin. He didn't plan to hide the existence of his space ring. In the morning, he noticed that Gorlin had a space ring, too. Even Su Lingxuan, Lu Xingwei, and the children from the elite families had one each. This meant that the space ring wasn't rare among the upper society circle, even though it was precious. The night passed quickly. 2 hours before daylight, Wang Teng and his master returned to Yang City. Wang Teng had made considerable improvements in a single night. He learned a few powerful arts and had become a real divine spirit master. In the past, he only knew how to control weapons with his spiritual power. That was just the most basic art. It also used up much of his spiritual power, so he lost more than he gained, but in some aspects there were pros in controlling weapons too. After all, the attacking power of spiritual power with sharp weapons was tremendous. The shooting star spiral was one such example. It was sharp and had special abilities. It was definitely a good weapon for sneak attacks. After returning to his little wooden house, Wang Teng laid on his bed and fell asleep instantly. 8 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. Violent knocks shook his door. "Who is it?" Wang Teng woke up and shouted with a frown. He used his hand to block the sunlight streaming in from the window. "It's me. The sun is shining on your butt." "Why aren't you awake yet?" Su Lingxuan called out sweetly. "Let me sleep a bit more." Wang Teng turned his body and muttered. "Get up. I've prepared breakfast," Su Lingxuan said. "Young madam, I'm really sleepy. Can I get up later to eat?" Wang Teng said helplessly. "No. It's breakfast time now. You must get up and eat. If you don't come outside, I will kick the door," Su Lingxuan said. "Fick, are you a devil? I can't even sleep." Wang Teng was irritated. He got out of bed and opened the door violently. He glared at Su Lingxuan and said, "You're ruthless. Why are you up so late? What bad things did you do at night?" Su Lingxuan gave him a sly look. She had an evil smile as she peeked into his room. "I just came to Yang City and I'm not familiar with this area. What bad things can I do?" Wang Teng was speechless. "Oh, so you can't do bad things because you're unfamiliar with this area, right? Does this mean that you can do bad things once you get familiar? Su Lingxuan was enlightened. She looked at him with disdain. Wang Teng suddenly realized that this little girl was sinister, too. Why did he say two? One. I don't want to bullshit with you. Wang Teng raised his legs and walked out. He didn't even close the door. There was nothing inside, so she could look at it however she wanted. Su Lingxuan lost her interest. She helped him close the door and caught up with him hurriedly. "Where's breakfast?" Wang Teng asked. "Oh, I didn't make breakfast. Let's go out and eat." Su Lingxuan sniggered. Wang Teng turned around abruptly to glare at Su Lingxuan. He got fooled by this little girl. "Haha, come on. I know a delicious breakfast place around here. I'll bring you there." Su Lingxuan chuckled and said, "You want me to treat you again, don't you?" Wang Teng smiled coldly. "It's nothing to you. You just earned more than 10,000 4 stones yesterday. Breakfast will only cost you a few of them," Su Lingxuan said. "A man can't be stingy. You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this." "Is this a problem of being stingy, also? Who can't find a girlfriend? Don't you know how to speak?" The edge of Wang Teng's eyes twitched. His face turned black as he scolded her. All right. How about this? In the future, you will treat me, and in return, I will find girlfriends for you. What do you think?" Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, "You're making a profit, you know. The ladies I introduce are all beauties. Do I look like someone who will give up my principles for beauties?" Wang Teng remained expressionless and righteous. He said without any change in his tone, "How beautiful are they?" Pfft! Su Lingxuan almost choked because of this twist. She had a different view of Wang Teng after hearing what he said at first. She didn't expect him to be so serious. Did she have some misunderstanding of him? Yet, the moment this question popped out, the image he built in her heart collapsed. It collapsed entirely? "Beautiful. Very beautiful. You will definitely be satisfied," Su Lingxuan said hurriedly with a strange expression. Cough. I suddenly feel that it's only right of me to treat my junior sister for some breakfast. Wang Teng nodded and replied. Su Lingxuan snorted in her heart. She had a new understanding of how shameless her senior brother was. Chapter 284. Soft Muddy Baby Killer. The two of them finished their breakfast outside and went back to the Rune Society. They brought a serving for Gorlin too. Su Lingxuan wasn't polite when she asked Wang Teng to treat her. She chose the best and most expensive dishes. Wang Teng didn't mind, though. After all, you couldn't spend too much on food. After breakfast, Gorlin started teaching them rune studies. As the president of the Rune Society, his knowledge of runes was unmatched in the entire Yang City. But he didn't spend much time teaching. After talking to them for 2 hours, he passed the time back to them and allowed them to practice and fumble their way around. Wang Teng used the opportunity when Gorlin went out for business to sneak into the Rune Society and picked up the rune attributes dropped by the rune masters. Rune Knowledge 2. Rune Knowledge 5, Spirit 6. Rune Knowledge 4. After Wang Teng picked up all the attribute bubbles, his rune knowledge and spirit attributes increased exponentially. Approximately 1 hour later, he received a total of 45 points of rune knowledge and 28 points of spirit. Spiritual Realm, 78.100. Rune Master, Intermediate Stage 15150. I might be able to become an advanced stage Rune Master within a few days. Will Master Gorlin be shocked if he knew? Wang Teng thought of this happily. After picking up a round of attributes, there weren't many bubbles left. Wang Teng didn't plan to waste his time here anymore. He returned to the garden behind the Rune Society, but Su Lingxuan wasn't there. He didn't know where she had gone. Just when he was about to go back to his room to sleep, he saw a bunch of slimes jumping around among the bushes. Oh wait, they were called the soft muddy babies. His eyes suddenly lit up. He then looked around him. Very good. There was no one around. Wang Teng walked forward carefully. He reached out and grabbed a soft muddy baby. They weren't agile and even seemed a little clumsy. With his speed, he was able to catch it in one try. The soft muddy baby kept struggling in Wang Teng's hand. Its entire body was like a ball of jelly, soft and flexible. Its shape kept changing, and it almost slid out of Wang Teng's hand. It kept making strange "you" sounds with its mouth. It was quite cute. In the past, Wang Teng had seen the description of this kind of creature in all kinds of dramas and novels. However, he had never touched one before, so he didn't know where their sound came from. He was curious as he sized up this strange creature. Speaking about it, this world was really weird. It gave birth to this kind of creature, but nothing's impossible anymore since an alternate world has already appeared. Wang Teng thought to himself mockingly, then his gaze turned serious. He scanned his surroundings again and even used his spiritual power to check the area to confirm that there was no one around, so Hey, he activated the fire force in his body. A ball of flame rose on Wang Teng's palm. Splurt. The soft, muddy baby didn't even have time to cry in agony. It turned into ashes instantly. I've sinned. Wang Teng had 3 seconds of silence for this soft, muddy baby. Then he looked at the attribute bubble that was dropped on the ground.
Water Force 1.
That was it. Nothing else. There was only 1 point of water force. Nothing else. What happened to the morphing talent? Wang Teng looked at the 1 point of water force speechlessly. This soft, muddy baby didn't fail to live up to its useless reputation. Unfortunately, a useless creature couldn't become the main lead. Never mind, 1 point means 1 point. No matter how little the attribute was, it was still an attribute. He mustn't waste it. Wang Teng picked up the attribute and touched his chin. He wondered to himself, talent attributes are rare. The probability of it dropping is low, so should I kill a few more just to make sure? Will Master Gorlin explode in anger if he knew that I killed his research target? He couldn't make up his mind. However, when he thought of the possibility of a morphing talent, Wang Teng forced himself to be ruthless and grabbed another soft, muddy baby. Don't blame me. I'm doing this because I have no other choice. A ball of flame emerged in his hand. Poof, another soft, muddy baby was dead. Earth Force 1, Wang Teng. Let's continue. Wood Force 1, Fire Force 1, Metal Force 1. More and more soft, muddy babies died in his hands. However, they only gave 1 point of attribute each. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Wang Teng's forehead. This was too difficult. Too difficult. Could it be that the morphing talent doesn't exist? Wang Teng was puzzled. Should he just give up? He looked at the few soft, muddy babies left and felt a little guilty. The last one. Wang Teng felt a little unwilling to give up after spending so much effort. His eyes flickered as he tried to convince himself. Yes, that's right. This will be the last one. Splurt. Another small life was taken away by the ruthless flame. Wood Force, Wang Teng was about to go crazy. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Shall I try another one? This will really be the last one. Wang Teng's gaze was firm. He caught another soft, muddy baby and sent it to heaven. Another attribute bubble dropped on the floor. Before he could pick it up, he heard a shout. Wang Teng, what are you doing? Wang Teng shuddered. His head turned numb as he flicked the ashes on his hand away stealthily. He then stood up and looked innocently at Su Lingxuan, who had suddenly appeared. Junior sister, when did you come back? Where did you go and play just now? Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what were you doing just now? Su Lingxuan glared at him with wide eyes. She strode over and looked at the mess on the ground as well as the few soft, muddy babies left. They shrunk together pitifully. Her expression turned malicious as she said, You? Wang Teng shifted his feet secretly and said, I didn't do anything. Junior sister, you must believe me. Su Lingxuan obviously didn't believe him. She glared at Wang Teng in disbelief and said, You're crazy. The soft, muddy babies are so cute. How can you kill them? I didn't do it. I didn't. Don't bullshit. Wang Teng shook his head fervently. I saw it personally, I will tell, Master, Su Lingxuan said. Don't. I admit, but I didn't kill for the sake of killing. I'm doing experiments. Wang Teng rolled his pupils and said hurriedly. Experiment? What are you experimenting with? Su Lingxuan asked curiously. I'm studying their morphing talent. Master Gorlin is so stubborn about it, so is his disciple. I need to inherit his will. Wang Teng started talking nonsense with a stern face. Really? Su Lingxuan's expression softened. However, she still had her doubts. She felt that something was weird here, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Yes, that is the truth, Wang Teng nodded his head furiously. What did you find out? Su Lingxuan asked. This, Wang Teng was stunned. He looked around him and suddenly saw the attribute bubble he hadn't picked up beside him. His eyes lit up. Chapter 285, Morph Talent, Men in Women's Clothing. It appeared. It really appeared. Wang Teng was elated. He didn't have much hope at first, but the morph talent appeared after Su Lingxuan caught him red-handed. God bless him, or her. He immediately started thanking all the deities in the sky. God, angels, Zeus, he didn't miss a single deity. This was so difficult. He had killed so many soft, muddy babies. If he didn't get this talent, the soft, muddy babies would have died an unworthy death. He picked it up. He touched it with his right leg, and the morph talent attribute bubble immediately merged into his body. As the morph talent integrated into his mind, Wang Teng instantly got enlightened. This morph was not able to allow him to change his body shape like the Muddy Babies. For instance, the Muddy Baby could change from round to rod-shaped, but a human couldn't. After all, the physical composition of a human was different from the Muddy Babies. However, after receiving this talent, Wang Teng was able to change his muscle and skin shape. That meant he could change his appearance entirely. Amazing. Wang Teng was beyond happy. As expected, this talent didn't disappoint him. Su Lingxuan noticed his long silence, so she snorted. "You didn't find anything? Or are you lying to me?" Wang Teng snapped back to his senses. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he said, "Why will I lie to you? I was collecting my thoughts just now. Actually, I've already had some ideas. I will demonstrate to you after Master is back." "Really?" "Master didn't find anything after studying for such a long time. You only studied for half a day and discovered something." Su Lingxuan was shocked. She didn't believe that Wang Teng had achieved any results. She only asked because she wanted to expose Wang Teng's lie. "What will I gain from lying to you? I will get exposed the moment I stand in front of Master," Wang Teng replied. "But it's impossible to find anything." Su Lingxuan always felt that the morphing ability of the soft, Muddy Babies was possible because of their body structure. It was never any morph talent represented by their life patterns. "Who says that it's impossible?" Wang Teng gave her a meaningful glance. But Su Lingxuan felt uncomfortable under his stare. She wanted to rebuke him. "There's no but, my stupid junior sister. Don't use your ordinary mind to judge a genius's thoughts," Wang Teng boasted. "Me? Ordinary?" Su Lingxuan felt that she had heard a joke. She pointed to her nose in disbelief. This was the first time she heard someone calling her ordinary. This fellow was really arrogant and infuriating. "That's right, I'm talking about you." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Well, I will wait and see how amazing the thoughts of a genius are." Su Lingxuan was so angry that she smiled. "Wait and see." Gorlin didn't come back in the afternoon. Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan went to do their own things after they finished lunch. Wang Teng went back to his room and opened his attributes panel. He decided to experiment with the morph talent he had gained earlier. Morph 1/100. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Only 100? Looks like the limit of this morph talent isn't high. Let's give it a try. The muscles on Wang Teng's palm started wriggling along with his thoughts. Seconds later, his palm changed. Whether it was the size, the palm prints, the fingerprints, or the overall shape, it was completely different from before. Mind you, every human's fingerprint was unique, yet the morph talent allowed him to change it. This showed how amazing this talent was. "This is so magical." Wang Teng flipped his palm. He got more interested as he looked at his palm. He stared at it a while longer and started muttering to himself. "However, with the current level of my talent, it's difficult to even change my palm's appearance. I will not be able to change my entire body." His gaze landed at the last row of his attributes panel, blank attribute, 814. He had been saving them for a long time. It was time to put them to use. With a thought, 99 points of blank attributes were deducted from his total. The description behind the morph talent immediately changed to perfected. Morph 100, 100, 100, perfected. Wang Teng savored the feeling of having a perfected morph talent. Then he smiled. The muscles all over his body started squirming and changing. His face, his body, every spot was changing. After a few moments, he had changed completely into a different person. His appearance was rough, and he had a fat figure. He wasn't the handsome young man anymore. "Even my mom won't be able to recognize me." Wang Teng touched his chin as he looked at the mirror and wondered to himself. He got addicted to playing with his appearance. He stood in front of the mirror and started morphing without stopping. He found it very interesting. He was able to change into a lady and shrink Adam's apple. However, there was no way he could make a certain part of his body disappear. Wang Teng looked down with a weird expression. "Is this what you call a man in women's clothing?" Cough. After some time, he walked out of his room with his original appearance. Wang Teng left the Rune Society and found a secluded spot. He changed his appearance. Soon he turned into another young man around his age. Once he changed his attire, he became a wholly different person. He asked around for the location of the Alchemist Society and the Blacksmith Society in Yang City. Wang Teng went to the Alchemist Society first. Alchemist Society wasn't far from the Rune Society. In fact, the Blacksmith Society was also nearby. They formed a triangle. The Alchemist Society was a strange building shaped like a furnace. It was more eye-catching than the Rune Society. When he walked near, he could smell the faint smell of herbs. It was pleasant. Wang Teng walked into the Alchemist Society. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that it looked similar to the Rune Society. It was quiet and clean. The staff was doing their jobs in an orderly manner. Similarly, many attribute bubbles were floating in the building. Wang Teng used his spiritual power to pull them over quickly. Last night, Gorlin gave him a personal lesson. He had already taught him how to hide his spiritual mark. Thus, he didn't have to worry about getting found out. It saved him much trouble. Alchemy 10, Spirit 8, Alchemy 6, Alchemy 5, Spirit 4. After a round of collections, Wang Teng had a huge gain. He received 188 points of alchemy and 32 points of spirit in total. Spiritual realm 81-3 100. Alchemist intermediate stage 88 500. His secondary job also changed a little. A new alchemist row appeared, and he jumped directly from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Other people had to spend a long time building their foundation, whether they were alchemists, rune masters, or blacksmiths. However, for Wang Teng, he just skipped levels and achieved what other people had to spend a few years or even tens of years to get in a blink. 2 hours later, Wang Teng walked out of the Alchemist Society. He had successfully passed the intermediate stage alchemist exam and gained the position of an intermediate stage alchemist. Beside him, 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society were talking to him enthusiastically. Chapter 286, Dead, Yao Wang and Duan Did. Brother Yao, your talent is astonishing. That's right. No talent like you have appeared in this empire for the past hundreds of years. You're only 18 years old. The Alchemist Society in Yang City has hit the jackpot. The Empire Alchemist Session held 3 times a year will be happening soon. If you are able to participate as a representative of Yang City, you will definitely be able to set the empire on fire. However, Brother Yao Wang, your name is a little... They exchanged glances with each other, not knowing whether they should laugh or cry. This name was a little arrogant. But it was just a name, not a nickname. Names were given by parents, so they couldn't say anything about it. This surname is quite rare. I've never heard of an elite alchemist family with this surname. Could it be an unknown elite family who lived in hiding? I heard that many outstanding descendants of these secretive families come out to gain experience after they become adults. They will return to their families when they finish. I admire people like them. The 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society sent Yao Wang off. They were impressed as they lowered their voices and discussed with each other. Yao Wang was Wang Teng's alias. A moment ago, Wang Teng completed the intermediate stage alchemist exam in the Alchemist Society and passed it successfully. He had alerted many people, an 18-year-old intermediate stage alchemist. This was a rare talent. He was destined to have an extraordinary future. He might become a master or even a grand master. If a grand master emerged in the Alchemist Society of Yang City, it would go down in history. Even if he couldn't become a grand master, there were great benefits in becoming a master too. Every master-level alchemist had the power to influence decisions on a higher level. If the president of the Alchemist Society was around, he would be alerted by his talent. The people in the Alchemist Society were immersed in happiness. However, they didn't know that the Yao Wang, whom they placed so much hope on, had changed his appearance. He was heading to the blacksmith now. Blacksmith Society had a different style from the Alchemist Society and the Rune Society. The latter were elegant and noble, while the Blacksmith Society was bold and unrestrained. Blacksmiths had high status too, but most of them were rough and wild. They were bulky and massive. The difference between them and run masters and alchemists was huge. All along, these 3 groups of people disliked each other. They would always compete when they met. Wang Teng had already changed his appearance to one suitable for blacksmiths. His muscles bulged out of his shirt. He was lean but muscular, and he didn't look as frightening as the other hunks. His face was sharp and angular. In other words, he was a handsome man. The edge of his lips went up when he walked into the Blacksmith Society and saw the floor full of attribute bubbles. He picked them up. Smithry 8, Spirit 3, Smithry 6, Spirit 5. Wang Teng immediately gained another round of Smithry and Spirit attributes. He collected 122 points of Smithry and 24 points of Spirit. Spiritual, Realm 83.7, 100, Blacksmith, Advanced Stage 191,000. He had exceeded 100 Smithry attributes in one go. This was unexpected. His blacksmith level had reached the advanced stage after his journey to the Red Leaf Dwarf tribe. Even with an additional 122 points of Smithery, he was still at the advanced stage. More than 1 hour later, Wang Teng walked out of the Blacksmith Society with a rough and sloppy-looking dwarf beside him. "President, you don't have to say any more. I don't have any intention of finding a master." Wang Teng gave a bitter smile as he looked at the president of the Blacksmith Society beside him, who was talking continuously. Do all the bosses want to keep a genius as their disciple whenever they see one? Wang Teng thought to himself speechlessly. This muscular and short dwarf in front of him was the president of the Blacksmith Society. He was also a chatterbox. His speed of talking and the amount of nonsense he had were enough to traumatize a person. However, it was undeniable that he had high hopes for Wang Teng. He was using a rare metal to forge a weapon when he heard about Wang Teng. He immediately abandoned his half-done work and ran over to find him. The intermediate stage blacksmith who came to report this matter to him felt his heart aching when he saw the rare metal get thrown to the side. This rare metal would turn to scrap in a blink of an eye. Even if it was recycled, its value would be heavily compromised. The president of the Blacksmith Society felt helpless when he heard Wang Teng rejecting him again. With a sad expression, he said, "Sai, Duan Day, why don't you want to accept me as your master? I'm a master blacksmith. I'm only one level away from a grand master. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple? I don't give them a chance, yet you're rejecting me. Do you know that this is a huge loss for you?" He couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. Duan de Wang Teng immediately interrupted him and said, "President, I still have some urgent matters to attend to. I will make my move first." He turned into a flash of lingering shadows without giving the president any time to react. He disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Hey, why did you run away?" "I'm not done yet, you little brat. You're so talented. But you don't want to be my disciple." The president of the Blacksmith Society shook his head as he nagged. He then turned and walked into the building. "President! President!" The people in the building stopped in their tracks and bowed to him. They treated him with respect. However, when they heard him muttering, their expressions changed and they hurriedly ran away. They were afraid he would catch them and nag them in place of Wang Teng. Wang Teng turned a corner and confirmed that the president of the Blacksmith Society didn't chase after him. He heaved a sigh of relief. "This is too scary." He shook his head. He still had lingering fears. Wang Teng found an empty place and changed back to his original appearance. He wore a gown and walked towards the Rune Society blatantly. During dinner, Su Lingxuan tattletaled on Wang Teng with shimmering eyes. "Master Senior Brother killed many soft, muddy babies today." Gorlin was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Wang Teng. "What's the matter?" He didn't feel sad for the soft, muddy babies. After all, he also dissected them during his experiments. He was just curious why Wang Teng chose to kill those harmless creatures. "I was curious about your research, so I did my own study." Wang Teng started talking nonsense. "Oh, right, Senior Brother says that he achieved some results?" Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng and said with an evil smile. She didn't believe that Wang Teng found anything. She mentioned it in front of Gorlin because she wanted to embarrass him after he got exposed. "Oh, really?" Gorlin didn't mind. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Of course." "I will reveal my gains after dinner," Wang Teng said confidently. It was Gorlin's turn to be surprised. Wang Teng didn't look like he was boasting. He sounded so confident, so he might really have found something. "I shall take a good look later then." Gorlin smiled and replied, "Tisk, you're just acting. If you really found something, I will," Su Lingxuan pouted. Yao Wang in Chinese means God of Medicine, Chapter 287. Finish this bottle of chili and you're still my smart and cute junior sister. "What will you do?" Wang Teng taunted her. Su Lingxuan glared at him. Suddenly she saw a bottle of chili on the table. She said, I will eat this bottle of chili." "You said it. Master will bear witness." Wang Teng hurriedly blocked her path of retreat. Su Lingxuan was flabbergasted. "You guys," Gorlin burst out laughing. After dinner, they went to the study. There were runes and rune pens placed on the table. Wang Teng picked up a rune pen and started contemplating. "You can't draw it, right?" Su Lingxuan teased him. "Senior Brother, if you don't know how to do it, you can just admit it. There's no point in being stubborn at this point." "All right, Lingxuan. Give Wang Teng some time to think. Don't disturb him." Gorlin was much more patient than her. He stood at the side and spoke to Su Lingxuan calmly. Wang Teng glanced at Su Lingxuan. He knew what to draw, but he needed to decide how much he should reveal to them so that they wouldn't be dumbstruck. It would be a little too astonishing if he drew the complete rune. What would happen after the morph rune appeared? He wasn't worried. Morph talent and morph rune were two different concepts no matter how strong the morph rune was. It couldn't be compared to the morph talent. Wang Teng didn't say anything, his expression unchanged even when Su Lingxuan teased him. After contemplating, he started drawing with his rune pen. Soon, a few outlines of runes appeared on the paper. "What are you drawing?" Su Lingxuan didn't understand the drawings at all. Just when she was about to mock him, she heard Gorlin's surprised voice. This is... Her expression changed slightly when she saw Gorlin's pondering face. Her heart dropped. No way. Su Lingxuan kept quiet instantly. She turned to look at Wang Teng and saw him giving her a sinister smile. A bad feeling crept up her heart. She bit her lips, glaring at him without backing down. She didn't care if she was right. She must not lose in terms of stance. Gorlin got more and more enchanted by the runes on the table. In the end, he pushed Wang Teng away and leaned closer to study them. He kept exclaiming, "Interesting, interesting. I didn't expect it to be like this." After some time, he lifted his head and looked at Wang Teng with appreciating eyes. "I didn't expect you to get this result. It's not perfect, but if we continue researching, we will be able to patch the flaws," he said. "You taught me well," Wang Teng chuckled as he curried favor with his master. "Ha ha, I only taught you for 1 day. It has nothing to do with me. It's your innate talent." Gorlin was caught between laughter and tears.
Master, will these outlines be beneficial for your research? Wang Teng asked.
"Yes, they will help a lot. I did gain some inspirations, but this is your work. I will not steal it. You should continue the research. It will help you greatly in your rune studies," Gorlin said. Wang Teng was speechless. This wasn't how the script should go. He planned to give Gorlin some inspiration. With Gorlin's attainments, it wouldn't be difficult for him to come up with the morph rune. That would save him much trouble. But Gorlin wanted to stop his research altogether. "Master, do you have to be so righteous?" Wang Teng didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He found an excuse and said, "Master, why don't you continue the research? My attainments in rune study aren't high, so I will have to spend a lot of time if I want to go in depth." "This isn't a good thing for me." Gorlin was startled as he looked at Wang Teng. He pondered for a long time before he replied, "How about this? I will continue my research. If you're interested, you can find time to do your own experiments. We will verify our results with each other and perfect the rune together." Wang Teng didn't reject him anymore. He nodded and said, "Okay, we will do it this way." Su Lingxuan was thunderstruck. Wang Teng really managed to come up with the morph rune. Although it was just an outline, it was an impressive discovery. Mind you, Gorlin didn't manage to find anything after researching for a long time. Wang Teng only studied it for a day, yet he achieved astonishing results. It felt incredible just thinking about it. If it stopped at that, it would still be fine. However, Master Gorlin even wanted Wang Teng to carry on the research with him and verify their results. He had already placed Wang Teng in the same position as him. This treatment made her extremely jealous. "Junior sister, what did you say just now?" Wang Teng looked at Su Lingxuan with an evil gaze. His sly voice pulled her out of her thoughts. "If I have any findings, you will eat that bottle of chili, right?" "Ha, ha, ha!" Su Lingxuan's face was tense. She immediately gave an awkward and rhythmic laugh before saying in embarrassment, "I think that there might be some misunderstanding. Senior brother, listen to me. Before I listen, please eat that bottle of chili," Wang Teng said mercilessly. He took out the bottle of chili and pushed it in front of Su Lingxuan. You! Su Lingxuan was stunned. "When did you take it?" "When you said you wanted to eat it, I brought it along." Wang Teng sniggered. Su Lingxuan felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She glared at Wang Teng. "You're a scheming man? Wang Teng, you were the one who wanted to eat it. Why are you calling me a scheming man now? You asked for it. Who can you blame now?" Wang Teng said with a cold smile. "Master," Su Lingxuan didn't know what to do. She could only turn and plead for Gorlin's help. She looked at him pitifully and begged him in a sorrowful tone. "Ha ha ha, this matter is between the two of you. Don't look for me." Gorlin found it interesting too. He laughed loudly and turned to leave. "Ah, master, don't leave, save me." Su Lingxuan wanted to run away, but Wang Teng stopped her. "Are you trying to escape?" When Su Lingxuan saw Wang Teng blocking the door, she knew that she wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't move. Her pupils started twirling furiously. She called out sweetly, "Senior, stop, stop!" Wang Teng felt his head turning numb from her greeting. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He stopped her hurriedly before she could finish and said, "I'll give you a chance. You can either eat this bottle of chili or help me wash my smelly socks. Choose. What? You want your smart and cute junior sister to wash your smelly socks? You are so ruthless." Su Lingxuan widened her eyes and questioned him as if she had heard something astonishing. Bang! Wang Teng slammed the bottle of chili on the table. "If you don't want to, forget it. Finish this bottle of chili and you're still my smart and cute junior sister." Su Lingxuan felt that the person in front of her was a devil with horns. She regretted it. She regretted seeking death. "Junior sister, it's just a bottle of chili. You won't die if you eat it." Wang Teng consoled her. However, it had the opposite effect. Su Lingxuan couldn't hold back anymore. She pouted, and tears started flowing down her face. Wah, this was Wang Teng's expression. Chapter 288, Coxcomb Jade Scale Python Su Lingxuan condemned Wang Teng's inhumane behavior. She refused to eat the chili, but she could wash the smelly socks. For the next few days, Wang Teng worked hard in cultivation, picking up attributes. He appeared in the three societies using his three identities, Wang Teng, Yao Wang, and Duan Dai. Every day he picked up many skill and spirit attributes. Now his Rune Master and Alchemist levels had reached the advanced stage too. Rune Master, Advanced Stage 16 4000 Alchemist, Advanced Stage 22 1000. If the other Rune Masters and Alchemists knew his astonishing speed of progression, they would question their whole life. This was impossible. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't plan to reveal his true ability. Instead, he would unveil it bit by bit and then surprise. This was more interesting. Of course, whether it was a surprise or a shock would depend on what he displayed. Also, Wang Teng's spirit attribute rose quickly. He had hit the 90 mark. Spirit, spiritual realm, 90.3, have 100. As his spirit attribute got stronger, he felt the spiritual power in his mind getting more and more powerful. If that deep whirlpool of spiritual power released its true potential, he might frighten himself. At night, he would follow Gorlin to the Yongye Mountain Ridge for his Divine Spirit Master practice. He became skilled in the attacks of a Divine Spirit Master as time passed. His ability kept improving. He killed many star beasts possessing different elements, so his force slowly increased too. Wang Teng's talent amazed Gorlin. He kept exclaiming in his heart. Towards the end, he decided to let Wang Teng cultivate on his own. He wouldn't follow him anymore. One night, at a certain part of the Yongye Mountain Ridge, Wang Teng floated in midair and waved his hand. A spear made of fire instantly shot out from his hand. There was a huge earth element giant ape star beast in front of him. It was entangled by vines and was unable to move. It struggled furiously. When the long flaming spear shot towards it, it howled and wriggled. It slammed the ground with its big palms, wanting to break free from the vines. Under its overwhelming force, the vines started breaking one by one. However, new vines grew out from the ground and pinned the ape to the ground like metal chains. Slash. Long flaming spear reached the beast in a split second and penetrated the giant ape's heart. The giant ape stopped struggling. Its eyes were wide open as blood spurted out of its wound. Life was draining away from it quickly. After a few whimpers, it soon fell into the embrace of death. Earth Force 56. Blank Attribute 43. He picked them up. As expected of a 4-star star beast, it dropped so many attributes. Wang Teng muttered to himself as he glanced at his attributes panel. Ever since Gorlin allowed him to practice on his own, Wang Teng started letting himself loose. The 1-star and 2-star star beasts were unable to satisfy his appetite. He decided that he would only kill 4-star star beasts and above. More attributes would drop from them. Earth Force 356, 2000, 4-star. Blank Attribute 1860. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction when he saw the changes in these two attributes. With a swoosh, he appeared beside the giant ape. He placed his palm on the ape's body. Force flowed out of his body as he sensed the corpse. Unfortunately, there was no star core or star bone. He still kept the corpse in his space ring. At that moment, he had a sudden thought. He looked up at the night sky, his vision changed, and he looked down from the sky. This was the spirit flame ghost crow's vision. Wang Teng noticed an intriguing thing, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Interesting, he flew into the air and merged into the darkness. He shuttled through the dense forest as he headed in the direction where he was looking just now. He traveled without making a sound, like a spirit in the dark. In the mountain valley, a group of 7 was attacking an enormous python. These people were all powerful, at least at 4-star soldier level. One of them even had wings behind his back. This should be a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. The enormous python seemed to be a 5-star star beast. Even among the 5-star star beasts, it was a strong presence. That was why these 7 people were unable to defeat it based on their ability even after such a long time. Soon, Wang Teng arrived at the scene. He hid using his dark force and activated his wave invisibility skill. At this moment, he was like a dark spirit. It was impossible to find him. He stood on the branch of a tree and observed the battle happening not far away. His gaze was instantly attracted by the appearance of the giant python. It had a crown shaped like a coxcomb on its head. Its scales were green, and it looked unique. Coxcomb Jade Scale Python. Wang Teng gazed at it strangely from afar. He learned this python's name from the shouts of those people. Wang Teng didn't plan to help them. He just wanted to watch the show and see if there were any bubbles he could pick up. As he thought about this, he looked to his left, a few hundred meters away from his current position. Another group of people was hiding in the dark. He had noticed this interesting scene through the spirit-flamed ghost crow's vision. This was why he decided to come and take a look. Be careful. This cockscomb jade scale python is a rare poison element star beast. Its attacks are extremely poisonous and can even corrode our force. We can't fight it head-on. A young lady's voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Poison element star beast? Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The cockscomb jade scale python hissed into the air, spurting poison from its mouth. It shot towards the 7 people like a rain of poisonous arrows. The lady's reminder came right on time. Everyone evaded the attack before the poisonous arrows reached them. When the arrows landed on the ground and the trees, green smoke rose from the ground beside them. It gave off a toxic stench. Move, don't smell it. The young lady's voice was heard again. Everyone followed her order. They surrounded the cockscomb jade scale python once again after the smoke dispersed and showered it with attacks. The cockscomb jade scale python was alone, so under the attacks of the 7 martial warriors it kept retreating. It squirmed its body vigorously. The green scales on its body were as hard as steel, but under the onslaught of the martial warriors, its flesh exploded and turned bloody. The python hissed in pain. At that moment, a crazed look appeared in its snake eyes. The cockscomb on its head suddenly erupted, and black smoke billowed out from the hole. It quickly spread to the surroundings. The young lady who spoke just now had a sharp change in her expression. She shouted hurriedly, "This is bad. There's an error in our information. Retreat." Her companions' expressions changed too. They turned around and dashed away almost at the same instant, but it was too late. Black smoke spread out at an astonishing speed. It merged into the air and instantly proliferated. The martial warriors only managed to withstand the black smoke for a few moments. Then they collapsed. Even the sole 5-star soldier-level martial warrior could only persevere for a few seconds at most. Then its wings scattered and it dropped from the sky. Chapter 289. News of Poison Scripture. No one knew if the 7 people who got poisoned were dead or alive. Poisonous smoke continued spreading without a stop. The group of people hiding in the dark had no choice but to run away. On the other hand, Wang Teng didn't move. He wasn't affected at all. This poisonous smoke paled in comparison to the demon lotus poison body. When Wang Teng released the poison force inside him slightly, the poisonous smoke evaded him like the civilians who saw their king. With Wang Teng in the center, there was a non-poisonous area around him. His eyes shone slightly when he saw this. He knew that the poisonous smoke wouldn't be able to harm him, but he didn't expect this to happen. The poisonous smoke filled up the entire area, remaining in the air for a long time. The giant python laid motionless in the dark. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and noticed that its force glow was weak. Its vitality was running low. The group of people hiding in the dark were starting to get agitated. I probably didn't expect this black smoke to last for so long. "You Jingfu? What's going on?" a handsome young man shouted at the person beside him with an unhappy expression. "Young Master Yao? I'm not sure either. The information we got only says that this cockscomb jade scale python will give off poisonous smoke from its cockscomb when its life is in danger. It didn't say that the poisonous smoke will last for so long," a scrawny middle-aged man replied in a helpless tone. He looked frightened. "Useless. You can't even do a simple thing." Yao Yu's expression turned cold. He glared at Yu Jingfu and continued furiously, "If we wait too long, Princess Yao will be dead. What am I supposed to do to a corpse?" Young Master Yao, calm down. The cockscomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. It might not have the time to care about other things. Also, based on my observation, the poison in the smoke isn't too strong. It's used to confuse the opponents so that the python has time to escape. With the princess's ability, she should be able to withstand it for some time. "Let's wait patiently. The black smoke will soon disperse," Yu Jingfu explained anxiously. Yao Yu's expression softened. He replied, "I'll believe you one more time. If you ruin my plan, I'll make you pay for it." Yu Jingfu furrowed his brows. Despite feeling bitter in his heart, he could only reply, "Yes, yes. If I ruin your plan, I will accept the punishment." This is very interesting." Wang Teng sat down on the branch as he studied the black smoke. He also guessed that it would disperse soon, so he waited silently. Approximately 10 minutes later, the black smoke disappeared, as expected. Yao Yu and his men carefully inched towards the area. The cockscomb jade scale python was nowhere in sight. Wang Teng knew that it was hiding below the marsh. Its aura was still present. This should be the home of this cockscomb jade scale python. It wouldn't leave easily. Yao Yu and his men arrived in front of the people who had collapsed. They weren't dead, just unconscious. Young Master Yao, look, I was right. Yu Jingfu gave a fawning smile. He came forward to take credit for his words. You're still a little useful. Yao Yu nodded and continued. Take out the antidote and give it to the princess. We might not be able to save her if the poison goes deep into her body.
Okay, young Master Yao is very thorough. Yu Jingfu didn't let the opportunity of throwing in a word or two of flattery slip by. He took out a jade bottle and poured a pill out. He fed it to the young lady lying on the ground. Wait. When Yao Yu saw Yu Jingfu's rough and wrinkly hand, he frowned uncontrollably. He kicked the man away and said, "Give me the pill. The princess will be my woman in the future. Don't touch her with your dirty hands." Yu Jingfu stumbled and almost fell.
However, he didn't get angry when he heard Yu Jingfu's words. Instead, he laughed and passed the pill to him. He hesitated and asked, Young Master Yao, she's still a princess. If you do that to her, you might not be able to answer to Lord Yang. What do you know? What's done can't be undone. For the sake of his reputation, he won't do anything to me, Yao Yu replied with disdain. Wise words, Yu Jingfu smiled and praised the young man. All right, cut the bullshit. You will get your benefits after this matter ends, since you offered me great help. A hint of disdain flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. However, he didn't express it. He took the pill and fed it to the lady in front of him. Right at that moment, the lady opened her eyes abruptly, a cold glint flashing past her pupils. The lady took out a dagger from her sleeve and clenched it in her hand. She stabbed at Yao Yu's chest. Yao Yu was startled, but he reacted quickly. He pushed his palm out as fast as lightning and grabbed the lady's wrist. He smiled and said, Everyone says that the princess is no weaker than the male warriors. They're speaking the truth. You're despicable. Li Rongshui glared at the young man with her beautiful eyes. There was disdain written all over her face. I do things with integrity. How am I despicable? Yao Yu smiled and asked. Shameless, Li Rongshui shouted angrily. Princess, it's not good to curse your fiancé. Yao Yu smiled and replied. He wasn't provoked by her words. Stop dreaming. If you dare touch me, you will only get a corpse in the end. Li Rongshui rebuked without backing down. That's not up to you. Yao Yu continued to wear a handsome smile on his face. At the same time, a pill appeared in his hand. He flicked the pill and it slid down Li Rongshui's throat. What did you feed me? Li Rongshui's expression changed. Weakening pill, Yao Yu said. You. Li Rongshui immediately felt her body going numb. She couldn't exert any energy at all. I'm doing this for your sake. You're at your prime. Why should you seek death? Yao Yu smiled. He said to the female martial warrior behind him, Look after her. Don't let her die. Yes, the female martial warrior replied. Li Rongshui's face turned pale and despair appeared in her eyes. Young master, what about the others? Another person behind Yao Yu asked. Kill them. Yao Yu remained expressionless. His tone was calm, as though he was asking them to kill some ants. Yao Yu, how dare you? Li Rongshui shouted. Kill them! Yao Yu didn't look at her. He repeated his words to the people behind him. His teammates acknowledged him and walked forward. They stabbed their long swords into the hearts of the unconscious martial warriors, taking their lives away mercilessly. Fresh blood spurted out, reflecting in Li Rongshui's eyes. Yao Yu, I will take revenge one day. I swear to God, Li Rongshu said with hatred. She glared at him until her eyes almost popped out. Yao Yu smiled. He didn't take it to heart. Yu Jingfu took a step forward and said, Young Master Yao, the coxcomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. Shall we grab this chance and kill it? There'll be changes if we stay here. Let's not complicate matters. Yao Yu shook his head and replied, You're right. Yu Jingfu thought of something and asked again. I heard that the Lord Yang residence is collecting information on the 100 poisons to help Lord Yang detoxify the poison in his body. If there's a poison scripture, may I take a look at it? I knew that you were interested in this. If there's one, I'll let you look at it. The poison element scripture is rare, but it's useless to a normal martial warrior, Yao Yu replied. Don't even think about it. I'll not give it to you even if there's one, Li Rongshui said coldly. Chapter 290. Excuse me, sorry to disturb. Yu Jingfu felt awkward. However, he didn't dare to face Li Rongshui's anger. You're going to be one family in the future. Why are you flaring up at me? Yao Yu chuckled. He patted Yu Jingfu's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm her man. I'll make the decision. Yu Jingfu smiled in embarrassment and didn't dare to say much. Since Yao Yu had promised him he would get his benefits for sure. Li Rongshi was so angry that her chest hurt. Yao Yu was so brazen and shameless. He was already claiming that he was her man. What a pipe dream. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's find a good spot for the princess and me to spend a lovely night." Yao Yu waved his hand proudly and said, looking at Li Rongshi's beautiful face and perfect figure, he was already getting restless. "Congratulations, young master, for achieving your dream." Yao Yu's subordinates congratulated him in unison. Yu Jingfu also smiled and said, "Congratulations, young master." "Yao, ha ha ha, you've all helped me today. I'll reward you handsomely when we go back." Yao Yu laughed loudly. He was fully content. Li Rongshui's face turned green. At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the jovial atmosphere. Excuse me, sorry to disturb you."
Ha!
Yao Yu's laugh was stuck in his throat by the sudden voice. He jumped in shock and almost choked. It felt as if someone had grabbed his throat. "Who? Who is it? Come out!" Yao Yu and his subordinates turned towards the source of the sound and yelled. They saw a young man standing not far away. He was looking at them innocently. "Who are you?" Yao Yu asked coldly after he regained his composure. There was a malicious look in his eyes. He had no good impression of this young man who had jumped out and frightened him. "It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask the princess one question." Wang Teng pointed at Li Rongshui and said, "You eavesdropped on us just now." Yao Yu's face turned black. There was killing intent in his eyes. On the other hand, Li Rongshui's gaze shimmered. "Not really. I didn't hear much, only a little." Wang Teng chuckled and replied. Yao Yu's face was as black as the bottom of the pot, but he wasn't stupid. Since Wang Teng dared to step out, he must have some confidence. He couldn't decide what to do. "What do you want to ask?" Wang Teng smiled. He seemed to know what Yao Yu was thinking, but he didn't care. Instead, he asked Li Rongshui, "Does your family collect poison element scriptures?" "What if we don't? What if we do?" Li Rongshui retorted. She had a sudden thought. "If you do, I'll save you, and you can repay me with the poison scripture. If you don't, I'll leave," Wang Teng answered straightforwardly. "If they do, I can give it to you. Why do you have to ask her?" Yao Yu asked, without changing his expression. "Oh, nothing. I don't want to make a deal with a rapist. I'm embarrassed to be in the same league as you," Wang Teng replied directly. Yao Yu's face turned green and white with anger. Li Rongshui's eyes lit up. This might be her only chance. However, the man opposite her was very young, and he was also alone. Could he really do it? "How dare you?" Yao Yu's subordinates turned furious when they saw Wang Teng humiliating Yao Yu. "Do you want to beat me?" Wang Teng squinted. Yao Yu raised his hand to stop them. He asked without any expressions, "Do you really want to become my enemy?" "Not really. If you don't start the fight, I'm too lazy to fight with you," Wang Teng replied. "Are you an idiot?" Corners of Yao Yu's mouth twitched. He realized that it was too difficult to communicate with the young man opposite him. Although he seemed easygoing, he was actually infuriating. "I'm not an idiot, but I sell swords." "Do you use a sword?" "Do you use the upper sword or the lower sword? Or do you practice the ultimate sword skill, the unity of man and sword?" Wang Teng said cunningly. "I don't use swords, I use a blade," Yao Yu replied instinctively. Li Rongshui's expression became weird, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Wang Teng and felt that this fellow was a little cheeky. "What are you laughing at?" Yao Yu frowned and asked. "Young Master Yao, he might be calling you a bitch," Yu Jingfu reminded him kindly as he held back his laughter. Yao Yu immediately understood. His expression turned cold and gloomy as though a storm was brewing inside him. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're looking for death? Hey, the princess over there? Do you have poison scriptures or not?" Wang Teng ignored Yao Yu and shouted at Li Rongshui again. Yao Yu felt indignant and upset for getting ignored. He ordered his subordinates in a cold voice, "Kill him!" "Hey, don't be impatient. She still hasn't replied to me. There's no point in fighting now," Wang Teng shouted hurriedly. Li Rongshui was speechless. She felt that if she didn't reply to him, he might really walk away. Hence, she immediately shouted, "Of course I have. As long as you save me, I'll pass you the poison scripture as a repayment." "That's what I was waiting for," Wang Teng laughed. He immediately dashed towards the martial warriors that were charging at him. At the moment, he was wearing a boxing glove in one hand and held the golden brick in the other. It was as though he had no plans of putting up any resistance. He slammed the head of the first person who arrived in front of him with the brick. This was the one who shouted the most furiously just now. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy in his actions. He had instilled force into the brick, so it became extremely heavy. The person was pushed to the ground by the overwhelming strength. The lower half of the person's body was buried into the ground, and his bones were all broken. However, his upper half was still above the ground. There was a massive bump on his head. Wang Teng had used finesse to hit the person into the ground without splitting the person's head. If not, based on the weight of this brick, Even a martial warrior would die in one hit. The other martial warriors were given a scare when they saw the miserable appearance of their companion. This fellow was so cruel. Wang Teng didn't give them time to react, though. He rushed towards the nearest person and wanted to repeat his earlier action. The person's expression changed entirely as he slashed his battle blade at Wang Teng. The blade glow lit up the air around him. Although his movements were fast and ruthless, he still wasn't able to hit Wang Teng. Bang! The person was shoved into the ground with a loud bang. At that moment, a sword glow attacked Wang Teng from the back. He tilted his body and evaded it just in time. Then, with a step, he appeared behind the attacker and sent him into the ground. Yao Yu's subordinates weren't his match at all. They were all shoved into the ground after a few attacks. Their uncovered heads had huge bumps on them, looking like plants growing on the field. Wang Teng stopped. He patted the dust off his body and raised his head to look at Yao Yu. "What do you say now? 4-star soldier level. If that's your confidence, you can die now." Yao Yu held the long blade in his hand and walked towards Wang Teng slowly. "Be careful." Yao Yu entered the 4-star level not long ago. Although his character is lousy, he's a famous talent in Yang City. Li Rongshui shouted. "Thank you for your compliment. It looks like your impression of me is not that bad." Yao Yu smiled slightly. "Unfortunately, you used your talent in the wrong areas. You embarked on the crooked path and brought destruction on yourself," Li Rongshui said coldly. "Who cares if it's the enlightened or the crooked path? They all lead to the same end." Yao Yu couldn't care less about morality. "You're obstinate," Li Rongshui said in disdain. "All right, stop bickering with one another. You make me look like an outsider. Let's finish this quickly. I still have to go back and sleep." Wang Teng yawned uncontrollably as he said in a helpless tone. Li Rongshui rolled her eyes and turned quiet. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yao Yu shook his head as though he was feeling pity. The next moment, he turned into lingering shadows and dashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled slightly the moment he took out his battle sword from his weapon carrier casket. Yao Yu had already arrived in front of him. He swept the blade at his head. Wang Teng raised his hand to block it. Clang! When the blade and the sword collided in mid-air, sparks flew everywhere and lit up the dark night. The collision of force caused an eruption to occur. Their hairs flew up because of the strong wind. "You have some skills." Yao Yu's gaze froze slightly. He swept with his left leg, but Wang Teng raised his leg to block it. He retrieved his battle sword and formed a flaming sword glow. Slash! Yao Yu tilted his body, dodging the sword glow as it flashed past in front of him. However, the edge of his shirt got scraped by the fire. It started giving off a burnt smell. Neither of them used their full force until now. They were just testing each other. The battle started for real now. Within a few breaths, they had exchanged many blows. Boom! A loud explosion shook the surroundings. The two of them retreated while panting slightly. "Who on earth are you?" Yao Yu had become more serious when he stared at Wang Teng. His mind was working furiously, but he couldn't remember where Wang Teng came from. He possessed such ability at such a young age. He was definitely not some nobody. Hence, he must be an outsider. My Yao family is quite powerful in Yang City. "You still have a chance to stop now?" Yao Yu said with a flickering gaze. "The Yao family?" Wang Teng wondered to himself. "What kind of coincidence is this?" he said. "I'm sorry, I seem destined to clash with the Yao family." Yao Yu's expression turned gloomy. What kind of reason was this? He was just saying that there was no room for discussion. "Never mind. I'll just help you on your way to Netherworld." He held the long blade in his hand and focused, releasing a sharp blade aura. Yao Yu's body was engulfed in gold force. They turned into numerous blade glows. Blade presence. Be careful. Yao Yu has already comprehended his blade presence. Li Rongshui shouted in fear. Wang Teng remained calm. Sword presence. Li Rongshui was flabbergasted. This fellow had gotten his sword presence too. Boom! The sword presence and the blade presence collided forcefully. Sword glow and the blade glow intertwined with each other. It felt like the bombardment of gold and iron. They frittered each other away, not refusing to give to the other. In the end, no one was able to come on top. Along with a loud explosion, they disappeared at the same instant. A black figure dashed out from the dust. Your force should almost be depleted. A glaring ice-blue glow erupted from Yao Yu's palm. "Ice force! Yao Yu is a double-element martial warrior." Li Rongshui seemed to have discovered something incredible, and her face became a little pale. Was her hope going to be destroyed? "Go and die." A killing intent flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. He pushed his palm on Wang Teng's chest. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips as a similar ice-blue glow congregated on his palm. He met his opponent's palm with his own. Bang! Yao Yu was sent flying back. He felt a powerful force enveloping his body. He was thunderstruck. How is this possible? 1. In Chinese, it's Fan Jian, which means I'm bitchy. Chapter 291. Purple core bone revitalizing pill. He's a double element martial warrior too. And he has the same ice element. As Li Rongshu stared at the ice blue glow on Wang Teng's palm, she became a little absent-minded. At the same time, her expression turned a bit strange. How frustrated would Yao Yu be when he saw this? She looked at Yao Yu and saw him getting thrown back by Wang Teng's fist. He was in a poor state. While she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, she also felt a tinge of delightfulness. Why do you have this talent? Fresh blood was seeping out from the edge of Yao Yu's lips after getting injured by Wang Teng's punch. He stared at him in disbelief. Do you think that you're the only person in this world with a double-element talent? Wang Teng said in contempt. Damn it. Hatred flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. He knew that he wasn't the only person with a double-element talent in this world. However, he had been treated like a genius since he was young, and he came from an influential family. Everything in life had been smooth sailing for him. Yet, in the middle of nowhere, he met a young man who was many times more outstanding than him. It was natural to feel a little envious, but he wasn't stupid. After the exchange of blows just now, he knew that he wasn't Wang Teng's match. He stopped fighting with Wang Teng. Instead, he suddenly shot towards Li Rongshui, who was at the side. Since Wang Teng wanted to save her, he would be able to control him if he had Li Rongshui in his hands. Li Rongshui's expression changed instantly when she saw this scene. If you had done this earlier, it would have been a little more troublesome. Now it's too late. Wang Teng's calm voice sounded in Yao Yu's ears. Wang Teng then shook his head, and his figure disappeared. He raised his speed to the maximum. Yao Yu felt a blur flashing past his eyes. After that, Wang Teng was already standing beside Li Rongshui. Your speed? Yao Yu looked at him with wide eyes as though he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand how Wang Teng was able to move so quickly during the battle just now. Their speed was comparable with each other. Could it be that he didn't use all his strength earlier? Yao Yu was dumbstruck when he thought of this possibility. He also felt a hint of despair. However, a cornered beast would put up a frenzied struggle. As long as there was hope, he wouldn't give up, so he turned around and bolted. Do you want this person? Wang Teng tilted his head, looked at Li Rongshui, and asked Li Rongshui had been stunned by Wang Teng's speed, too. She regained her senses after hearing his question and replied almost instantly. Yes, dead or alive. Wang Teng had already disappeared into thin air when he said this. Li Rongshui gritted her teeth and said, alive. Yao Yu was fuming with anger when he heard their conversation. This couple was looking down on him too much. They were casually discussing his fate as though he were a beast. He had no idea that they were just giving him a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, Yao Yu felt that his dignity was being trampled on. It was turning into mush. Understandably, he was unhappy and infuriated. However, staying alive was more important. Just wait. I will take my revenge one day. If not, Yao Yu turned around and threatened them as he escaped furiously. However, before he could finish his threat, he saw Wang Teng following behind him like a ghost. He was less than a meter away. If not? Wang Teng smiled and asked Yao Yu felt his head turning numb. He was so frightened that his soul seemed to have left his body. He couldn't care about finishing that sentence anymore. He used all his force and ran frantically. His running posture was quite seductive, though. His hips were raised and he swayed them furiously. Bang! Wang Teng kicked his swinging bottom and Yao Yu instantly fell to the ground. Then Wang Teng held his brick and came forward. What do you want to do? Don't come over. When Yao Yu turned around, the first thing he saw was the brick. He remembered how his subordinates had ended up and his expression changed. He kept moving back on all fours. Don't worry. I'll be gentle, Wang Teng said softly. Why will I believe you? Don't come over. Yao Yu used all his limbs as he tried to move away from this harmless-looking yet a ruthless and vicious young man. Sigh, no one is willing to believe me. Wang Teng felt helpless and stopped chasing the pitiful guy. Instead, he threw his brick into the air, and it flew towards Yao Yu. Bang! Ah, bang! The brick smashed onto Yao Yu's head with a dull thud. Yao Yu screamed in agony. Then came the sound of him slamming onto the ground. These three different sounds appeared almost at the same instant. Why do you have to do this? If you didn't run, I wouldn't have to be so harsh. Wang Teng picked up his brick and let out a sigh. Li Rongshui felt the corners of her lips twitching. She could almost see a foxtail swaying behind this young man. Wang Teng lifted the unconscious Yao Yu and carried him over to Li Rongshui. He then threw him on the ground in front of her. "This is for you." Li Rongshui felt a little awkward. She said, "I have no energy, and I can't move. Can you help me check if there's any antidote on him?" Wang Teng nodded. He took down Yao Yu's space ring and used his spiritual power to break it forcefully. "Ah!" Yao Yu suddenly shouted in pain. He woke up with a start and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there were huge beads of perspiration on his forehead. "Wang Teng, what are you doing?" Yao Yu was astounded. He then noticed his space ring in Wang Teng's hand. "That's my space ring. Return it to me." Wang Teng ignored him. He used his spiritual power to scan the contents of the ring. Found it. After some time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He poured a pill out and stuffed it in Li Rongshui's mouth. Cough, cough. Li Rongshu was caught off guard and choked on the pill, falling into a coughing fit. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can you be more gentle? It was a mistake. A mistake." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. "You don't have a girlfriend, right?" Li Rongshui asked. "Nonsense. I'm handsome and talented. Many girls are chasing after me. How can I not have a girlfriend?" "What a joke," Wang Teng replied in a righteous tone with no chance in his expression. Li Rongshui glanced at him from the corner of her eyes as she snorted. "Oh, right. Wasn't there another person just now? Where did he go?" Wang Teng felt a little awkward. He looked around and changed the topic. "He ran away when he noticed the situation going south," Li Rongshui replied. "What a pity." Wang Teng found it a little regretful. Li Rongshui glanced secretly at the martial warriors who were buried in the ground. She wanted to know what there was to regret. "What do you plan to do with this fellow?" Wang Teng asked. "I want him to pay the price." Li Rongshui shifted her gaze to Yao Yu. There was anger in her eyes. "Princess, I was blinded by lust. Please spare me once," Yao Yu immediately pleaded. His face was pale and he was shivering. Li Rongshui had regained her ability to move after consuming the antidote. She picked up a long sword and walked towards Yao Yu. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Yao Yu was startled. He said agitatedly, "You can raise any requirements as long as you spare me. My father will definitely agree. Don't you want to concoct the purple core bone revitalizing pill for Lord Yang to cure his poison? Coxcomb of the coxcomb jade scale python is just one of the main ingredients. Our Yao family has one of the remaining 2 main ingredients you're looking for." Li Rongshui stopped in her tracks and her pupils moved quickly in her eyes. After some time she let out a long sigh and asked, "Which one?" "Purple core herb," Yao Yu replied instantly. "Purple core herb? It's the purple core herb. Where did you get it?" Li Rongshui was elated. Chapter 292, Killed Decisively. The purple core herb would only grow in special environments. Li Rongshu had searched the entire Yongye Mountain ridge, but she couldn't find it. Since there was news of it now, she couldn't leave it alone. "It was a coincidence. I got it from a merchant. You might not know, but ever since the Lord Yang residents released the news that they were looking for some herbs, all the elite families in Yang City started searching for them too. No matter what intention they have, everyone wants to find it first. My family got lucky and managed to find the purple core herb before everyone," Yao Yu replied hurriedly. "Since you're looking for the herbs to curry favor with my family, why didn't you give it to us after you found it?" Li Rongshui asked. "Don't misunderstand. I wanted to give it to you right away, but my father wants to wait for a better opportunity," Yao Yu replied, his gaze flickering. "Ah, maximizing your benefits. What a good plan you have." A flash of disdain appeared in Li Rongshui's eyes. Yao Yu felt a little awkward. He kept quiet. "Where did your father hide the purple core herb?" Li Rongshui continued asking. I don't know." Yao Yu avoided her gaze. Li Rongshui immediately placed the long sword beside his throat. She cut a long and bloody wound on his neck and shouted, "Tell me, princess! I know what you want to do. If I tell you, I won't be able to remain alive." "If you want the purple core herb, you should release me. I promise I'll pass it to you." Yao Yu smiled to express that he wasn't stupid. "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you now," Li Rongshui said coldly. "You don't dare to kill me. Lord Yang's poison has already entered his bones, and he might not have many days left. If you kill me now, you will not get the purple core herb from my family. Where will you go and find a second purple core herb?" Yao Yu smiled. He had regained his confidence because he thought that he had a reason to live. Li Rongshui smiled at him. Her smile was extremely enchanting. Then she swept the sword, and an arrow of blood shot out from his throat. Yao Yu widened his eyes while clutching his neck. There was disbelief written all over his face. Why, he couldn't understand. He was confused. At the moment, his entire body was encased by the fear of death. No, you don't understand me at all, Li Rongshui said with regret. When Wang Teng looked at Li Rongshui, the corners of his eyes jumped a little. Honestly, he was surprised too. If he was in Li Rongshui's situation, he might not be able to kill the man. However, Li Rongshui still did it. This lady wasn't easy to deal with. Yao Yu collapsed on the ground weakly. He was dead. At his prime, as a double-element martial warrior, as a genius, he ended up in this state because of a single wrong thought. Why did I scare you? Li Rongshui tilted her head and looked at Wang Teng. I was just surprised. Wang Teng shook his head calmly. If I hadn't killed him, you would have done the deed, right? Li Rongshui gave him a meaningful smile as she stared right into his eyes. Why do you think so? Wang Teng remained expressionless. I guessed it. Li Rongshui winked and replied with a smile. What a sly lady you are. Wang Teng felt speechless. Your reaction proves that I'm right. Li Rongshui smiled. Why do you want to kill him? Don't you want the purple core herb? Wang Teng turned his head and asked, The purple core herb is in the Yao residence. There will be ways to get it. Also, I don't trust Yao Yu. I'd rather do it myself than make a deal with him. Li Rongshui explained. Wang Teng nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at Yao Yu's corpse and the attribute bubbles that were floating around it. Metal Force 63, Ice Force 50. Spirit 25, Enlightenment 32. Intermediate Stage, Ice Talent 10, Jeng Gold Scripture 1. OMG, so many. Wang Teng was elated. He pulled them over instantly with his spiritual power. His enlightenment and spirit attributes increased. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm 59.2 over 100. Spirit, Spiritual Realm 92.8 100. At the same time, his metal and ice force rose tremendously. Metal Force 193 20,000, 4-star Ice Force, 12 tenths 1,000, 3-star. As the Ice Force attributes merged into his body, Wang Teng shuddered. His Ice Force rose from his second Force nucleus and entered his third Force nucleus. It spiraled inside his nucleus. Ice element martial warriors were rare, so there was nothing he could pick up. He had reached the peak of 2-star soldier level using his own cultivation. At this moment, Wang Teng's Ice Force broke through the peak of 2-star and reached 3-star soldier level. A sharp look appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He looked at the talent row of his attributes panel. The beginner stage Ice talent had become an intermediate stage Ice talent. Intermediate stage Ice talent, 10,500. Wang Teng felt the change carefully. He noticed that he had gotten more sensitive towards the Ice Force around him. Hence, his speed of cultivation would only become faster in the future. Then he looked at his scripture row. Jeng Gold Scripture, Dark Level High Class. 1/100, Foundation, Dark Level High Class Force Skill Scripture. Wang Teng almost laughed out loud. This scripture alone was a massive gain for him. Why are you smiling? Li Rongshui's voice sounded beside him. She was puzzled to see him smile like a fool. Cough, I'm not smiling. You saw wrong. Wang Teng regained his senses and said. Li Rongshui ignored his antics and walked over to the corpses of her comrades. Sorrow appeared in her eyes as she kept the bodies into her space ring. She would bury them after going back. Unlike her grief, Wang Teng felt happy and scanned the ground. There were many attribute bubbles dropped. Although it was a little selfish, these people were already dead. It would be a waste not to pick up these attributes. He picked them up. Fire Force 10, Earth Force 15. Spirit 6. Water Force 22. Enlightenment 8. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body one by one, and all his 5 elements increased. His enlightenment and spirit attributes grew a lot, too. Huh? He suddenly saw something interesting. Intermediate stage fire talent 15, intermediate stage fire talent. It should have been dropped by the 5-star soldier level martial warrior, Wang Teng wondered to himself. As the attributes seeped into his body, his intermediate stage fire talent increased by 15 points. It enhanced his sensitivity to the fire force around him. Intermediate stage fire talent 156, 15, 500. Unfortunately, it's not an advanced stage fire talent. I wonder how it will be if I hit the advanced stage. The speed of cultivation might increase many times? Wang Teng felt a little pity. Then he smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy. Although he was improving his ability quickly by picking up attributes, he was still uncontented. He believed that he would get an advanced stage talent one day, or maybe an even more powerful talent. At that time, his cultivation speed would shoot up, and he might be able to stand alongside the favored children of God without needing to pick up attributes. After picking up all the attributes, Wang Teng shifted his gaze and looked at the martial warriors buried in the ground. He squinted. Hefting the brick in his hand, he walked over. Bang, bang, bang. Li Rongshui was dumbfounded as she listened to the dull thuds. She took a step back unconsciously. "What are you doing?" "I want to bury them deeper. It's easier for them to grow," Wang Teng said. Li Rongshui. Wang Teng disregarded her reaction. He happily picked up the attribute bubbles that kept dropping. Spirit 3, Enlightenment 6. Spirit 2, Chapter 293. You will only drag me down. Enlightenment Spiritual Realm 68. 6100. Spirit, Spiritual Realm 94 2/100. After glancing at the two changes in his attributes panel, Wang Teng ended his beating. At this moment, the human wood posts only had their heads revealed above the ground. At first, half of their body was exposed, but Wang Teng had pushed them down forcefully. Their heads were unbearable to look at. They were like lifelike pigs' heads. Li Rongshui felt the corners of her lips twitching as she looked at them from afar. She was rendered speechless. When Wang Teng looked at her, she took another step back unconsciously. "Everything is settled? Shall we go back?" Wang Teng asked calmly. He didn't care about her thoughts. The cockscomb jade scale python suffered serious injuries. "This is the best time to kill it," Li Rongshui bit her lips as she said. "You want me to help you?" Wang Teng smiled. "My father's poison can only be cured thoroughly using the purple core bone revitalizing pill. Coxcomb of that snake is one of the main ingredients," said Li Rongshui. "Why should I help you?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "I don't think you need the poison scriptures purely for research, right?" Li Rongshui said. "So?" Wang Teng didn't deny it. "If my guess is correct, it must be your family member or your friend who has a poison physique. Hence, he or she needs the poison scripture. However, you need to know that poison physiques are extremely rare and the cultivation is hard. I found some relevant information to help my father cure the poison in his body. They include resources for the cultivation of poison physiques, pills, and descriptions." "You will find it useful," Li Rongshui said, slowly. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Li Rongshui was slightly happy when she saw his reactions. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and continued. "The coxcomb jade scale python is a rare poison star beast. It has many useful materials on its body. A normal martial warrior might find them useless, but they are cultivation treasures for poison element martial warriors. Moreover, in the swamp it lives, there might even be poison element spiritual herbs." The moment she finished speaking, she heard a series of claps. "Princess Li, I now see you in another light," Wang Teng said ambiguously. Li Rongshui frowned slightly. She felt that Wang Teng's impression of her had gotten worse, so she felt a little frustrated. Just when she was about to say something, he continued, "I agree. However, after killing the coxcomb jade scale python, besides the coxcomb you need, the rest will be mine." Li Rongshui took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay." After striking a deal, the two of them walked to the swamp. On the way, Li Rongshui said, "I used my poison to lure it out before. However, it's vigilant now, so it won't fall for the same trick twice. What good ideas do you have?" "Just wait for me here." Wang Teng leaped down. He protected his body with force and broke the surface of the swamp. He went in. Li Rongshui stretched out her hand and wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. She stomped her feet furiously. "This fellow is too reckless." She gritted her teeth and jumped into the swamp, too. The water below the swamp was muddy also. This wasn't an ordinary swamp. It was a dangerous place where the coxcomb jade scale, python, and other poison star beasts lived. There were many poisonous creatures in here. A few moments after Wang Teng leaped into the swamp, he heard a splash behind him. He turned around and frowned. His voice entered Li Rongshui's ears. "Why did you come down? I came to help you." Li Rongshui used the same method of voice transmission with force to reply to him. "Go back. You will only drag me down," Wang Teng said. Li Rongshui wanted to help him out of kindness. However, when she got belittled by Wang Teng, she felt unhappy. She spoke to him using voice transmission. "How do you know? I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Don't look down on me. Whatever. If there are dangers later, don't blame me for not helping you." Wang Teng disregarded her and pushed himself forward with his feet. He turned into a series of lingering shadows as he rushed down the swamp. Using his spiritual sight, he was able to locate the position of the ball of force glow. How dare you underestimate me?" Li Rongshui scoffed. She still followed him. There were many undercurrents hidden under the swamp. Occasionally, a powerful and vicious undercurrent would surge out from somewhere. These undercurrents were extremely dangerous. If a normal 1-star or 2-star martial warrior got caught in them, they might get seriously injured. This swamp wasn't a harmless place. Fortunately, Wang Teng was agile, and his water force allowed him to sense the movement of the water currents around him. This helped him to avoid the dangers. Suddenly, a black figure pounced on Wang Teng. Slash! A sword light flashed through the air, cutting the black figure into two. Green blood seeped into the swamp around him. This was a spider the size of a human's head. The 8 spider legs were as sharp as blades, and its mouth was hideous. If it landed on someone's face, the victim would die within a few seconds. Poison Force 6 Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble. He scanned the spider with his force and found no use of its corpse. He was too lazy to pick up the corpse, so he dashed past it and continued moving down. On the other side, Li Rongshui experienced the dangers of the swamp. She realized that with her ability, it was extremely difficult for her to move around here. However, Wang Teng seemed to be walking on even ground. He wasn't affected at all based on her cautious nature. She would have retreated when faced with this situation. She wouldn't take the risk and continue moving down. But when she remembered Wang Teng's earlier comments, she couldn't swallow the insult. She subconsciously followed him. Fortunately, she wasn't stupid. She followed Wang Teng closely and evaded all the dangers easily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they reached a certain depth, Wang Teng suddenly realized that his force outerwear was giving off a slight noise. It's corrosive, he was shocked. The deeper he went, the stronger the corrosiveness of the air became. His force was depleting quickly. The output of the force in his body was unable to catch up with the speed of corrosion. I can't continue like this. My force will be exhausted very soon, Wang Teng frowned. Suddenly he thought of something. He spread the poison force throughout his body and formed a protective layer. The corrosion was no longer able to affect him. He let out a smile. He then increased his speed and closed in on his target. The coxcomb jade scale python was not far away. On the other hand, Li Rongshui was in a difficult position. A few seconds after she entered this corrosive area, her force had been exhausted. She had to retreat from this layer. Why isn't that fellow affected? Does he have other ways? She thought to herself in her heart. Then she gave a bitter smile. Forget it. Looks like I will really drag him down. She had no choice but to go back. After some time, she left the swamp and landed on the ground. She sat cross-legged to recover the force she lost just now. There was a question circling in her heart. Where did this person come from? I really can't see through him. Chapter 294. Unknown Spiritual Herb. Wang Teng didn't know Li Rongshui's complicated thoughts. However, he knew that she had already retreated. There was one less trouble, meaning that there would be one less accident during the battle later. Very soon he stopped moving down. He had already reached the bottom of the swamp. The frightening python was coiled in a corner. It seemed dispirited, and there were many injuries on its body. However, it had already noticed the invader. It raised its head and opened its mouth to hiss ferociously at Wang Teng. Piercing sound waves attacked Wang Teng. It's just putting up a bold front. It's an arrow at the end of its fight. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. This poison element star beast was hard to deal with, but it didn't have much power left in its tank. Let's settle this quickly. As this thought landed, icicles appeared around him. There were a huge number of them, and the sight was magnificent to behold. The coxcomb jade scale python felt a strong sense of danger. It hissed and turned to run away. Yes, it was running away in fear. It didn't hesitate at all and escaped right off the bat. Wang Teng shook his head. He waved his hand and the icicles broke free from the water. They shot out and caught up with the coxcomb jade scale python in an instant, penetrating its body. Hiss! The coxcomb jade scale python gave an ear-shattering hiss of agony and twisted its huge body frantically. Large amounts of blood spurted out. A ray of light appeared suddenly and flew into the coxcomb jade scale python's mouth. The next instant, its body turned rigid. It stopped moving. A 5-star star beast got killed so easily by Wang Teng. Destiny fooled a snake. The ray of light shot out again and landed on Wang Teng's palm. It was the shooting star spiral. Done. Wang Teng kept the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python in his space ring. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles around him. Poison Force 25. Poison Force 30. Poison Force 32. He picked them up. Wang Teng was elated. He had received 85 points of Poison Force this time. It was a huge gain. Although poison star beasts were rare, he met a 5-star poison element star beast on his first encounter. He was lucky also. This was a good bargain. The star beast was already heavily injured. That was why he was able to kill it so easily. Poison Force, 121 500, 2-star. Wang Teng's Poison Force was at 2-star, but after he received the Poison Force skill scripture, he would be able to upgrade it quickly based on the cultivation speed of his Demon Lotus poison body. He didn't just make the deal with Li Rongshui for Lin Chuxia, he did it for himself too. Wang Teng scanned the ground below him. Li Rongshui had told him that there might be special poison element spiritual herbs in the coxcomb jade scale python's lair, although he didn't do any advanced research and didn't recognize any poison element spiritual herbs. It was still all right. With his spiritual sight, he was able to see everything that had force in them. There were 3 balls of obvious force glow on the ground directly below where the coxcomb jade scale python was at just now. Wang Teng dug them out. Is this ginseng? He was surprised. No, wait. He started shaking his head. The herb in front of him looked like ginseng, but it was entirely black. The roots looked like little snakes, too. This wasn't normal ginseng. Never mind, I'll take it back first and do some research later. Wang Teng stopped pondering on its origins. He continued looking around to confirm that he didn't miss anything. Then he went up. Li Rongshui was anxiously waiting on the ground. She hoped that Wang Teng would be fine, but she didn't believe that he was the coxcomb jade scale python's match. She had fought with the coxcomb jade scale python before, so she knew how powerful it was. Even though it was injured, it wasn't easy to deal with. Wang Teng was only a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to beat a 5-star star beast. Also, this was the home ground of the coxcomb jade scale python. Ordinary martial warriors would probably die if they went down. She waited for a long while, but saw no movements below. She started to wonder, did that fellow get swallowed by the coxcomb jade scale python? Rongshui wouldn't think that there was no commotion because the coxcomb jade scale python got killed without putting up much of a resistance. Also, it was in the depth of the swamp, so no sounds could be heard. While she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly saw a figure flying up from the swamp. The person landed firmly beside her. Li Rongshui was shocked. After seeing the person carefully, she said hurriedly, "How was it?" Bang! Wang Teng glanced at her without saying anything. He raised his hand, and the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python slammed on the ground with a bang. Li Rongshui went in a daze as she looked at the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. Despite guessing that Wang Teng had succeeded when he appeared in front of her, seeing the corpse of the star beast that gave her a headache with her own eyes, she couldn't describe her emotions. "How did you do it?" Li Rongshui asked in astonishment as she stared at Wang Teng. "You don't have to know the process. You just need to know the result," Wang Teng replied. Li Rongshui choked. This guy was too infuriating. Just when she was about to say something, she noticed that the young man was unscathed after killing the coxcomb jade scale python. The discovery left her thunderstruck. She started pondering to herself, maybe this young man isn't just a 4-star soldier level. "Take the coxcomb you need. The rest is mine," Wang Teng said at this moment. Li Rongshui regained her senses. She rolled her eyes uncontrollably. "I know, stingy fellow. I'm not stingy. This was the deal," Wang Teng replied shamelessly. "You must be single," Li Rongshui scoffed and said firmly. "Wang Teng, Li Rongshui didn't take much of the coxcomb. She only cut 1/3 of it and placed it in a jade box which she stored in her space ring. This is enough. If it's not, I hope that I can still get some from you," Li Rongshui said. "As long as you're willing to give money, you can take anything." Wang Teng nodded and replied as he kept the corpse of the python, "I know, I'll give you a good price." Li Rongshui was getting tired. She regretted not taking more. She complained secretly in her heart. "How much does he love money? When will you give me the poison scripture and the other relevant information?" Wang Teng asked. "When I go back, of course." Li Rongshui thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to go with me? Or you can tell me a place and I'll send someone to give it to you." "I'll follow you. I'm also temporarily living in Yang City," Wang Teng replied. "Oh? Where do you live?" Li Rongshui was stunned. She initially thought that Wang Teng was a talent from another big city. She didn't expect him to live in Yang City. "Rune Society?" Wang Teng replied. "Rune Society? Why are you living there?" Li Rongshui was dumbfounded again. "Why do you have so many questions? Let's go." Wang Teng led the way out of the Yongye mountain ridge. So what if you don't tell me?" "I can ask my men to find the answer." Li Rongshui muttered under her breath. She snorted and followed Wang Teng. "I'm Li Rongshui. You haven't told me your name yet." Wang Teng. Chapter 295, Unexpected Gain. The sky was almost entirely bright by the time he returned to the Rune Society. Besides Gorlin, no one in the entire Rune Society knew what he went to do at night. In fact, even Gorlin would never be able to imagine what Wang Teng had experienced tonight. Wang Teng went back to his room and closed the door. He rubbed his hands with an excited expression. He had decided to count his gains first. He took out Yao Yu's space ring. The spiritual mark on it had disappeared, so he was able to push his spiritual power into the space ring easily. He scanned all the items inside. There were some clothes and daily necessities. He didn't take much notice of these items. He disregarded them and placed his attention on a small bag. He took it out to study it further. It was an entire bag of crystal-clear energy stones. These are yellow rank energy stones. Wang Teng took an energy stone and placed it on his palm, feeling the intensity of the force inside. It was definitely not a yellow rank, low-class energy stone. Based on the standard of measurement he knew, he immediately determined that this was a yellow rank, middle-class energy stone. From what he knew, energy stones could be segregated into 4 ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Every rank would be further classified into low, middle, and high classes. The exchange rate for low-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones was 100 to 1. This ratio was the same for high-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones. Wang Teng roughly counted the energy stones. There were more than 200 of them. This was equal to more than 20,000 low-class energy stones. He's really wealthy? Wang Teng happily weighed the stones before keeping them. Other than this, there was Yao Yu's long blade before this. Wang Teng and Li Rongshu had destroyed his corpse, so this long blade naturally became Wang Teng's spoil of war. Wang Teng scrutinized it in his hand. He was elated. This is a good blade. This long blade was a 5-star soldier-level weapon. It was at least worth a few $100 million. Wang Teng was already in love with it. He lacked a high-class blade weapon, so this would help him fill the blank. Unfortunately, no blade presence attributes were dropped. It would be perfect if that happened. Wang Teng shook his head. He continued searching for treasures in the space ring. Suddenly, 2 scrolls attracted his attention. He took them out and realized that one of them was the Force-skill scripture he had received earlier, Gengold scripture. Since he had already gotten the Gengold scripture attribute bubble, this scroll was useless to him. He threw it back into the space ring casually. This was how stubborn a man who could pick up attributes was. If other people saw this, they would turn green with envy. Wang Teng looked at the second scroll. A few huge words entered his vision: Golden Rainbow Blade Skill. This was a dark-level, high-class battle technique. Wang Teng smiled. This was an unexpected surprise. He flipped through it casually before keeping it. He decided to practice it properly when he had the time. Wang Teng continued rifling through the space ring. He found some healing and cultivation pills. They were worth some money too, as expected. A man could not be rich without a windfall. Wang Teng lamented in his heart. He kept the space ring and took out the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. The next moment, he was stunned. When the corpse of the giant python lay horizontally in his room, it almost filled up the entire space. Wang Teng could only stand on the ice-cold corpse and squat down. He instilled his force into the corpse and scanned it inch by inch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A few moments later, Wang Teng took out 3 items from the corpse. They were a dark green snake's gallbladder, a pitch-black round star core, and a shining black star bone. Wang Teng wanted to laugh out loud. He was so lucky this time. 3 extremely expensive items dropped from this python. The star core and the star bone were both valuable and rare items. Also, they belonged to a rare poison element star beast. This made them even harder to come by. If he sent them for auction, they could fetch a sky-high price for sure. However, Wang Teng felt that it wasn't a good idea to auction it off. One had to rely on luck to get this treasure, so selling it would be a waste. The best option was to use it himself. He could forge weapons with the star bone and use the star core for cultivation. They were good items for poison element martial warriors. As for the snake's gallbladder, it was a treasure for an alchemist. This was a hard-to-find ingredient for alchemists who wanted to make special Dan medicine. Wang Teng took out a jade bottle to store the gallbladder. He carved some runes on the bottle to seal the force inside properly and ensure the medicinal effects wouldn't disappear. He didn't forget the coxcomb. Li Rongshui had taken so much effort to find it, so it must have its uses. Although it looked a little unorthodox, it might be useful one day. He used a jade bottle to keep it. The scales and the meat of the coxcomb jade scale python were good stuff too. But compared to the other treasures, they were lower in value. Wang Teng didn't dissect them individually. He kept the entire corpse back in the space ring. He heaved a huge sigh before falling asleep happily. He slept for around 10 hours until Su Lingxuan called him for lunch. "Senior brother, you're so lazy. Why are you sleeping during the day? Master is so biased. He stopped me from waking you up." Su Lingxuan pouted on the dining table. She was a little jealous. "Well, you are not as talented as me," Wang Teng replied casually while eating his food. Gorlin knew what Wang Teng went out to do yesterday night, so he allowed him to sleep until now. but he didn't explain much. Instead, he laughed and said, "Ling Xuan, Wang Teng has been learning faster than you recently. You need to buck up." That's because I wasn't serious. I won't be slower than him if I'm serious." Su Lingxuan snorted. However, deep down inside, she wasn't confident in her statement. Who wants to be compared to this monster? She complained silently. After lunch, Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan finished the lessons they were supposed to take in the morning. Gorlin then released them so that they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Teng planned to go out. At that moment, one of the staff in the Rune Society told him that someone was looking for him. Looking for me? He came to the lobby of the Rune Society and saw an unfamiliar pretty young lady. The pretty young lady sized up Wang Teng and asked, "Are you Wang Teng?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. "I'm the princess's servant. She asked me to send this to you." The pretty young lady passed a space ring to Wang Teng after she finished speaking. Indeed, Wang Teng had expected this. He nodded and took the ring. "Our princess says that you're extremely stingy, and that makes her unhappy. Hence, she wants me to bring back the space ring after you take the things inside." The pretty young lady seemed to be trying her best to hold back her laughter as she maintained her serious tone. Wang Teng was speechless. He took the item inside and passed the space ring back to the young lady. Then he said sternly, "Tell your princess that I'll teach her what stingy really means when I see her again." Pfft. The pretty young lady wasn't afraid. Instead, she burst out laughing. She didn't reply to Wang Teng. She turned around and left with a mesmerizing back view. Chapter 296, Li Rongshui's request in the room. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the bed. There was a pile of scrolls beside him as well as a rune legacy stone. It looks like Li Rongshui put in a lot of effort to help her father find an antidote. Wang Teng exclaimed when he looked at the information contained inside. Honestly, what poison does Lord Yang have? Why is it so difficult to cure? Although Wang Teng didn't see it personally, from the information he had on his hands, it wasn't hard to tell that the poison was extraordinary. He looked through all the information. Soon, a yellowish beast-skin scroll caught his attention. Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. "This is it!" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He looked at the words on the scroll. He was confused and frustrated until he wanted to vomit blood. The title was written in universal character, but the content was written in ancient writing that he couldn't understand. Wang Teng felt his head hurt. Li Rongshua's face appeared in his mind. She must be laughing at home now. What a narrow-minded lady. Li Rongshua must have guessed this ending. However, she still passed it to him. She must be taking revenge for earlier. Wang Teng flipped through the materials and realized that he couldn't understand most of the content. He picked out the words and did a rough gauge. There were at least 4 types of ancient languages, but he didn't know a single one. After thinking about it, his only choice was to go back and look for Li Rongshui. She must have the translated version with her. That lady is really calculative. She gave me the original version and hid the translated version. Even if I question her, she can deny it outright. Wang Teng thought for a moment and understood what happened. He was furious, but he sighed dejectedly. He had to give in. Translating so many materials wasn't an easy job. Starting from zero would cost him too much time. It wasn't worth it. Getting the translated version from Li Rongshui was the best choice. Wang Teng went out. He asked around and headed to the Lord Yang residence. The Lord Yang residence was the most influential place in Yang City. It was situated in the middle of the city and was massive in size, with pavilions and towers dotting the landscape. It was built beside a mountain and a river, providing picturesque scenery. This was the mansion among the mansions. He wondered how many people and resources were used to construct this place. Wang Teng got stopped by the guards at the entrance. "I know your princess. Please inform her," Wang Teng said. The guard sized up Wang Teng curiously. In the end, he nodded and said, "Wait here. I will inform the princess of your arrival." One of them entered the huge mansion from the side door. After some time, he came out with another person. It was the pretty young lady who had brought the materials to Wang Teng. "Follow me." The young lady seemed to know that he would come. She covered her mouth and smiled. Then she led the way and entered the residence. Wang Teng followed behind her and walked into the Lord Yang residence. Architecture inside had an ancient feel, and the style was special. They walked for some time and took many turns. They went through corridors, passed through small gardens, and finally arrived at an individual courtyard. Wang Teng saw Li Rongshui again. "We meet again. I thought that you would not want to see me again, you know. Yet it hasn't been half a day, yet you came to find me." Li Rongshui smiled brightly like a fox. You should know why I came to find you." Wang Teng smiled coldly. He sat down on a stone chair in the courtyard without any pretense. There were pastries and tea on the stone table. He poured a cup of tea for himself before picking up a piece of pastry and eating it. Li Rongshui didn't care. She looked at him innocently and said, "What did you say? I don't understand anything." "Act, continue acting." Wang Teng's face was filled with disdain. When the pretty young lady saw the two of them speaking in riddles, she smiled and retreated to the side. For a moment, none of them spoke. They were both waiting for the other party to speak first. The person who opened the mouth first would be at a disadvantage. Wang Teng remained calm as he ate the pastries and drank the tea. He appeared relaxed as he admired the scenery in the courtyard. Li Rongshui felt the edge of her mouth twitching. This fellow was extremely thick-skinned. "Never mind, I don't think he will open his mouth if I don't. He can afford to wait, but I can't." Li Rongshui sighed in her heart. Then she opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Why don't we strike another deal?" "No comments." Wang Teng pouted and replied, "Don't be angry. Listen to what I have to say. I did this because I had no other choice. There are not many people I can trust." Li Rongshui explained with a bitter smile. "What you said is quite funny. You don't trust many people." "Are you saying that you trust me?" Wang Teng scoffed. "I do trust you." Li Rongshui replied resolutely. Wang Teng was stunned. He raised his head and looked at her in disbelief. "You love money and are a little stingy, but once you make a deal, you will carry it out properly. We cooperated before, so I trust you," Li Rongshui said. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He didn't agree or deny her assessment of him. He just said, "You think too highly of me? This is the translated version." With a wave of her hand, a few scrolls appeared on the table. She continued, "I schemed against you and I apologize for that. Whether you help me or not, you can take these translated versions, of course. If you're willing to help me, you will gain the friendship of my Lord Yang residence." Wang Teng flipped through the translated scrolls before keeping them in his space ring. He said, "Tell me what you need." A tinge of happiness flashed past Li Rongshui's eyes. She said hurriedly, "I want you to help me steal the purple core herb from the Yao family." Steal the purple core herb? Wang Teng was astounded. He looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say that you have a way?" "I wanted to pressure the Yao family to make them hand over the purple core herb, but the Yao family head has been a little moody recently because of the death of his youngest son. He didn't listen to anything I said and kept beating around the bush. He denied that he had the purple core herb, so I can't do anything to him," Li Rongshui said helplessly. "Since I've already alerted him, I can't force him to give me the purple core herb using other methods." "The family head's youngest son is dead?" Wang Teng asked calmly. Li Rongshui found it strange that Wang Teng took notice of this part out of the whole explanation, however. She nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard that he was killed by martial warriors from Earth when he went out one day. Family head is frantically seeking revenge." "Ha ha!" Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. "That sounded like him. Not only did he kill the man's youngest son, but he also killed his oldest son. This was a huge grudge. With your ability, you will have a high chance of stealing the purple core herb from the Yao family. I can cooperate with you. If you meet any dangers, you can release a signal and I'll send people in to save you. I'll not let any accidents happen to you," Li Rongshui said. "Your thoughts are good." Wang Teng got up and waved his hands. "Thank you for the pastries. I'll leave now." Li Rongshui's gaze dimmed when she saw him leaving without any hesitation. "Princess," The pretty servant frowned as she walked forward. "Forget it. We can't force him. We'll send other people if there's no other choice," Li Rongshui said helplessly. Chapter 297. A Sorrowful Past. After walking out of the Lord Yang residence, Wang Teng turned around and shook his head. Li Rongshui acted too smart this time. If she had made the deal with him straightforwardly, Wang Teng might have agreed if the rewards were suitable. He had grudges against the Yao family. He was in the dark now, so he didn't mind letting them suffer a little more. But Li Rongshui thought that she was able to control people with her methods and made a fool of herself in the end. If Wang Teng was an ordinary youngster, he might be grateful towards her and chose to help her this time. Unfortunately, he wasn't so naive. He wouldn't let anyone control him either. Speaking about it, the Yao family was like a rock weighing on his heart. Although it was small, it made him uncomfortable. Even though Yao Yu was killed by Li Rongshui, he was still the accomplice. Despite destroying all evidence, the Yao family would notice something as time went by. Should he annihilate the Yao family or not? Wang Teng touched his chin as he went back to the back garden of the Rune Society. He locked himself in his room and took out the translated version of the lunar eclipse poison scripture. He wasn't afraid that Li Rongshui would trick him. If she really did that, they would become archenemies. Based on her style, she wouldn't do this. At the same time, he wouldn't be naive and believe that this lunar eclipse poison scripture was entirely safe. However, he knew that once he cultivated the lunar eclipse poison scripture once, it would appear on his attributes panel. At that time, he would know if there was any problem with it. This was the reason why he was so confident. Half an hour later, Wang Teng closed the lunar eclipse poison scripture. His eyes shimmered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips uncontrollably. It's an Earth rank low class force skill scripture? What a gain! Earth rank skill scripture. This was his first time seeing an Earth rank skill scripture. Despite going through it only once, he understood the cultivation method. This was the benefit of having high enlightenment and talent, merging the strength of the moon with the poison force for cultivation. The force cultivated is extremely poisonous and icy. Its attacking power is strong too. This is quite unique, Wang Teng thought to himself. However, he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other information. Before this, he didn't have much understanding about poison. Since he wanted to become a qualified poison element martial warrior, he should do it properly. The information was quite thorough. Wang Teng had gotten lucky this time. Li Rongshui had collected all kinds of knowledge to save her father. He was just enjoying the fruits of her labor. This was a rare chance. As he was looking at the materials, he suddenly stopped flipping the book. A glint flashed past his eyes. He immediately took out the spiritual herb he had found below the swamp, the one that looked like ginseng. He compared it with the description and picture in the book. That's right, this is the black snake poisonous ginseng. Wang Teng nodded to himself. The black snake poisonous ginseng had many benefits for snake-type poison star beasts. It could help them with their cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. Of course, it was beneficial to a normal poison element martial warrior too. They could either use it directly or make Dan pills to support their cultivation. It was an amazing spiritual item. Wang Teng kept the ginseng and continued browsing the book. He read it from afternoon until evening. The next day, he never left his room other than the times Su Lingxuan came to ask him to eat. Fortunately, his enlightenment was high and his comprehension ability wasn't weak. If not, he wouldn't be able to memorize this enormous amount of knowledge. Even so, after reading all the materials, he still felt his head hurt. I shouldn't work so hard next time. My head is about to explode. Wang Teng shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he looked at his attributes panel. When he scanned the board, an exclamation escaped his mouth. His gaze landed on the secondary job row. Poison Master, this is a job? Wang Teng was startled. This change was unexpected. Poison Master, beginner stage, 12-100. Wang Teng looked at the poor stats. He gritted his teeth and spent 600 blank attributes to raise it to the advanced stage. Poison Master, advanced stage, 12-1000. The poison knowledge flowed into his mind as though he had been reading them for many years. He instantly became a poison expert. This feeling is good. If Poison Master wasn't so rare, I wouldn't have needed to waste my blank attributes to raise it. Wang Teng shook his head. He still felt a little heartache after all. It wasn't easy to accumulate blank attributes. Since I've already mastered it, it's time to start practicing the poison scripture. It was late at night, but Wang Teng still went out secretly. The poison force would only exist in special areas, and Wang Teng only knew of one such place. It was the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. Wang Teng executed his fastest speed and landed from the air half an hour later. There was a swamp in front of him. Before he reached this place, he had already checked the environment using the spirit-flamed ghost crow's vision. He didn't notice any signs of other human beings. Yao Yu and his subordinates had died here. It was better to be careful when Wang Teng came to the swamp. He jumped in without any hesitation, going right to the deepest portion. After the king of this place was killed, many poisonous creatures had started to get restless. They killed each other to fight for the empty throne. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as the coxcomb jade scale python. After losing the black snake poisonous ginseng, it was extremely hard for them to become advanced rank star beasts. Thus, this swamp might be without a leader for a long time. These poisonous creatures slaughtered one another, so the poison in this swamp got stronger. The poison force in this area got thicker too. Wang Teng sat down at the bottom of the swamp and started using the cultivation method on the lunar eclipse poison scripture to suck the poison force around him. One could see a small whirlpool forming with Wang Teng in the center. The water spiraled and wisps of poison force started congregating around him. At the same time, the moonlight shining on the swamp got pulled inside. On the surface, the swamp was calm. Nothing amiss could be seen. For the next few days, Wang Teng would cultivate in the swamp every night. His poison force rose furiously. One night, he finished his cultivation and looked at the attributes panel in satisfaction. Poison force, 151/1000, 3-star, he had successfully reached 3-star soldier level for his poison force. If he executed his poison force now, the effects would be much stronger. Before he climbed out from the swamp, he used his spirit flame Ghost Crow's vision to observe the situation outside. He had been prudent these past few days. He would observe his surroundings before leaving to prevent an ambush. He hadn't seen anyone coming here recently, so he was just observing out of habit, but unexpectedly he saw someone lurking suspiciously nearby. It's him. That fellow is called Yu Jingfu? Wang Teng's eyes lit up and he smiled. This was the man beside Yao Yu at that time. He noticed that things weren't right, so he ran away quickly. Hence, Wang Teng and Li Rongshui didn't have the time to stop him. However, he stepped willingly into the trap today. Why did this fellow come here at this time? Wang Teng thought to himself, curiously. No one knew that. Yu Jingfu was actually a poison element martial warrior. Oh, not yet. Now he was just a person with poison talent. Undoubtedly, this was a sad story. He had poison force, but he couldn't find a poison force skill scripture. He didn't have any elders wanting him to be their disciples, so he idled away half his life and still didn't become a poison element martial warrior. However, it was a total waste of time. He struggled and gradually started learning about poison. He became a poison master. Some time ago, he got to know Yao Yu through some methods and helped him scheme against Li Rongshui. He wanted to get the poison force skill scriptures Li Rongshui had collected, but in the end, Wang Teng destroyed his plan. He wouldn't be able to get the poison scriptures anymore. He even hid for many days because he didn't dare to let Li Rongshui and the Yao family find him. He knew that both of them wouldn't let him go, but if he were to leave Yang City like this, he felt unwilling. He hid for many days before finally choosing to come to this swamp today. He knew that the coxcomb jade scale python was killed, so this place wasn't dangerous anymore. He guessed that there must be spiritual herbs in the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. It might be the item he was looking for. I hope that Li Rongshui and the young man haven't found it. Yu Jingfu hoped for the best and came to the edge of the swamp. He swallowed a pill and applied some dark green ointment to his body. Then he took out a translucent airbag and wrapped it around his head. It looked like an airtight helmet. Ancestors, please bless me. After doing all the preparations, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the swamp. Yu Jingfu was a poison master and was able to enter the depth of the swamp. But the difficulties inside caused him many sufferings. He took much effort to reach the bottom of the swamp. The image below was a little blurry. He only saw everything clearly when he was close by. He saw a human figure in front of him. Yu Jingfu shuddered immediately. His face turned pale in fright and his soul almost left his body. Yu. He didn't expect someone to be in this swamp. Even more, it was the devilish young man who had spoiled his plan. However, Yu Jingfu was incredibly sly. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he turned around and wanted to escape. But with his speed, he wasn't able to run away from Wang Teng. Why are you running? Wang Teng moved his body and appeared not far in front of Yu Jingfu. He blocked his path. Are you a human or a ghost? Yu Jingfu asked in fear. Although he didn't have poison force, he still had the translucent helmet on his head. He was able to breathe and make sounds. Of course, I'm a human. Wang Teng sized up his appearance with interest. He smiled, revealing his frightening white teeth. What are you doing here? When Yu Jingfu looked at his harmless expression, his heart trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he smiled in embarrassment and replied honestly, nothing. I just wanted to see if I could get lucky. You must be looking for this, right? Wang Teng took out the poison ginseng and said with a smile. Yu Jingfu felt bitter in his heart. Fine, he had no chance now. Chapter 298, Yang City Academy. Yu Jingfu looked at the black snake poisonous ginseng in Wang Teng's hand and knew that he had no chance of getting it anymore. Also, he didn't know what his ending would be now that he had landed in the hands of this devilish young man. He suddenly recalled the martial warriors that were smashed into the ground. He saw them when he was running away. He couldn't help but shiver. You? Jingfu had a painful expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and asked, What do you need to let me go? I'm curious, what abilities do you have? Wang Teng asked with interest. My only ability is poison, Yu Jingfu replied honestly. So you are a poison master, no wonder. Wang Teng was enlightened. He continued asking, What level are you at? I have been traveling the land and learned many things. I was fortunate enough to become an advanced stage poison master. Yu Jingfu was a little arrogant when he talked about his specialty. He claimed that he was fortunate, but in reality he felt that he had gained all his achievements today because of his talent. Wang Teng thought that his methods were a little unorthodox, but he still maintained his indifferent expression and said calmly, Although you're a little old, it's indeed an achievement for you to become an advanced stage poison master. Yu Jingfu wanted to scold this little guy for being ignorant. However, he was asking a favor from Wang Teng, so he had to bow down to him. He said awkwardly, "It's not worth mentioning. How about this? You will teach me everything you've learned in 3 days? After that, I'll let you go," Wang Teng said. "You must be kidding. Even though poison isn't as extensive and profound as rune or alchemy, it's still not an easy field. It's impossible to learn everything in 3 days. You might not be able to do it in 3 years, much less 3 days. You, Jingfu rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. He felt that this young man was really ignorant to say such a thing. You don't have to care about that. Teach me everything you know in 3 days. Whether I learn it or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you, Wang Teng said. Really? Yu Jingfu's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. Even if he recited everything he had learned in 3 days, the young man might not be able to understand a single thing. You are already in my hands. Why do I have to lie to you? The smile at the edge of Wang Teng's lips got bigger. In that case, I can give it a try. Yu Jingfu sighed in his heart as he nodded. Good. A wise man submits to fate, Wang Teng said. They left the swamp together. Along the way, Yu Jingfu felt more and more bewildered. He was an advanced stage poison master, but he had to use all kinds of methods to travel in this swamp. Yet it was still inconvenient for him. On the other hand, Wang Teng seemed to be walking on the ground. He wasn't the least bit affected. He couldn't help but think that this young man must have saved Li Rongshui for her poison scripture. A thought flashed past his mind. He was enlightened. This young man must be a poison element martial warrior. Yu Jingfu was flabbergasted. At the same time, he was envious. He had searched half his life for a poison scripture. However, this young brat had already gotten his hands on one. Comparisons indeed made people angry. Also, he knew that this young man didn't just possess poison force. He was a talented martial warrior with ice and fire elements. God is unfair. This young man is a triple element talent. His gift is extraordinary. What about him? He had wasted half his life and barely managed to become an advanced stage poison master. In front of a real martial warrior, he was a nobody that could be killed easily. He needed to be extremely careful to survive until today. Just when he was engrossed in his thoughts, the young man in front of him opened his mouth and said, "You must have poison element talent, right?" It was a question, but his tone was resolute. Yu Jingfu felt that there was already nothing to hide. He nodded and said, "Yes, it must have been not easy for you. You only managed to find a poison element scripture at this age. However, I disrupted your plan and snatched it from you. You must hate me." Hearing the young man's soft laughter, Yu Jingfu felt a chill down his spine. He replied hurriedly, "I don't have any martial arts cultivation, so I can only get it using tricks. I can't get the poison scripture because I'm not strong enough. I don't hate anyone. You are the clouds in the sky while I'm the mud on the ground. I don't dare to have this thought." "Oh, you don't dare to, but you have this emotion," Wang Teng teased. "Yu Jingfu, all right, look at how frightened you are." Wang Teng waved his hand and said, "The scripture I got from Li Rongshui is called Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. It is an Earth-rank, low-class scripture." Earth rank. Yu Jingfu's breathing got heavier when he heard this, and his eyes turned red. He felt that he had missed a few 100 million. "I can give you this poison scripture." Wang Teng turned to look at him. He didn't laugh at him for losing his cool. It was an understandable reaction. "What do I need to do in exchange?" Yu Jingfu suppressed the astonishment in his heart as he asked. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "That'll depend on you. If I'm satisfied with the price you pay, I'll naturally give you the scripture," Wang Teng said. Yu Jingfu's gaze flickered furiously. After some time, he took a deep breath and said, "I need to think." Wang Teng nodded. "You can tell me your address. I'll look for you when I'm free. Don't run around." "Oh, right. My name is Wang Teng. All right." Yu Jingfu turned and left. Academy? When Wang Teng went back to the Rune Society, he saw Su Lingxuan heading out. He asked her and got to know that she needed to go back to school to study. He was surprised. What's there to be surprised about? Don't you have something similar on Earth? It's called, what is it called? Su Lingxuan frowned and scratched her head. She suddenly couldn't remember the name. She knew that Wang Teng came from Earth. School. Wang Teng was speechless. He couldn't help but remind her. "Oh, right, school. Don't you have schools too?" Su Lingxuan asked. "I'm just curious why you need to go to an academy to study," Wang Teng said. "I can only learn about runes from Master. I have to learn other things in the academy," Su Lingxuan replied. "Let me go with you to take a look," Wang Teng said. He suddenly had an idea. "What do you want to do?" Su Lingxuan looked at him with vigilance. "What's with your gaze?" I just want to follow you and take a look." Wang Teng didn't know what to reply. I won't believe you." Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes and left. Wang Teng followed her hurriedly. Yang City Academy? The name of this academy was straightforward. Since it was located in Yang City, it was called the Yang City Academy. Once a child reached a suitable age, whether they came from an average or elite family, they could enter the Yang City Academy to study. Academy taught all kinds of knowledge, including arts, literature, music, runes, smithery, alchemy, martial arts, and many others. There were many students in the academy with no lack of talents. All the academies had top-tier talents who were famous outside along the way. Su Lingxuan introduced the history and current state of Yang City Academy to Wang Teng. Chapter 299, Come Together. The Yang City Academy, Wang Teng followed Su Lingxuan to the academy. There were many magnificent buildings on the campus. Directly in front of them was a green stone tablet with the words Yang City Academy carved on it. It looked ancient and weather-beaten, clearly having a long history. The gates of the academy were wide open and anyone could enter. In fact, many people would come to admire the atmosphere in the school every day. The Yang City Academy was also known as the crib for breeding talents. Over time, many gifted students had walked out of its gates. All the descendants of the elite families were sent here to study. One could imagine how powerful the institute was. No one dared to create trouble in the school, so they didn't have to keep a special lookout. Wang Teng looked at the students walking in and out around him. The youngest was 12 years old, while the oldest was 25. It was a youthful and vibrant place. How many years has the academy been around? Wang Teng asked curiously as he walked through the gates with Su Lingxuan. He sized up the ancient-looking buildings around him. More than 3,000 years, Su Lingxuan replied proudly. 3,000 years. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This place had a long history since. It was able to last until today. It must have weathered many storms throughout the years. It's hard to imagine, right? This academy has existed ever since Yang City was built. Other cities have their academies too, Su Lingxuan said. I can see that your empire places high importance in talents. No wonder it's able to stay erect for more than 1,000 years, Wang Teng said. That's right. Our empire thinks highly of talents. They even established multiple important rankings for the talents. The youth have a gifted ranking, those that are 30 years old and below have a talent ranking, and there is a general ranking where only generals can enter. Everything is based on one's ability. They are all mighty warriors. There are also similar rankings for roan masters, blacksmiths, and alchemists too. For instance, roan masters like us have a roan master ranking. Entering the rank means glory for roan masters like us. The top 10 roan masters are all legendary figures. Besides, the first in ranking is the only grandmaster stage roan master in the empire. Su Lingxuan gave a longing look when she said this. Wang Teng smiled and asked, Did anyone in Yang City Academy enter the gifted ranking? Of course, the Yang City Academy is one of the top schools in the empire. We have more than 10 people in the gifted ranking. Su Lingxuan raised her long neck like a proud white swan. What's the highest rank? Wang Teng asked again. Senior sister Dongfang Yu is no 10 on the gifted ranking. Admiration appeared on Su Lingxuan's face when she talked about her. Only no, 10? Wang Teng thought that their ranking would be higher, but they barely managed to enter the top 10. Only? Su Lingxuan looked at him in shock, as though she had heard something ridiculous. What an arrogant comment. At this moment, an unhappy sound interrupted their conversation. Wang Teng turned and saw a few figures standing not far away on his left. They might have heard what he said when they walked past him and stopped in their tracks. The person who spoke was the leader of the group. He was a young man around 20 years old. The young man walked over with his friends and asked Su Lingxuan, Junior Su, is this your friend? Senior Xia Shan, yes, he's my friend. He's a little straightforward, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't mind what he said, Su Lingxuan replied hurriedly. He speaks badly of senior sister Dongfang. Your friend is extremely ignorant, Xia Shan mocked. Was I speaking to you just now? Wang Teng suddenly smiled and asked, So what if you weren't? Xia Shan frowned. Why are you interrupting me then? Wang Teng looked at him with disdain. He turned and asked Su Lingxuan, Are all the students of Yang City Academy as disrespectful as him? Su Lingxuan had a bad premonition in her heart. She felt her head spinning. As expected, troubles would happen every time she brought this fellow out. Her instinct was right. Glib tongue. Xia Shan's expression turned serious. He was furious. You're not allowed to create trouble in Yang City Academy. This sentence is enough for me to look for the teachers and principal of the school for an explanation, Wang Teng said with a cold smile. You mock the most outstanding student of our school as a member of this school? I won't allow an ignorant person like you to talk bullshit." Zia Shan's expression changed as he spoke. "When did I ever humiliate her?" Wang Teng felt speechless. Was this the legendary bootlicker? How did his mind work? "Don't try to make excuses. We heard what you said just now." "You know whether you're mocking our senior in your heart?" Zia Shan said. "That's right. We all heard it. Your tone was filled with disdain. I don't know what right you have to look down on our senior Dongfang. You must be a country bumpkin, right? You're ignorant, so all you can say is nonsense. The world is big and filled with all kinds of people. What a joke." The students behind Zia Shan agreed with him after hearing his words. They started condemning him as though he had done something evil. "Let's leave quickly." Su Lingxuan pulled Wang Teng and wanted to leave. She felt that Wang Teng was a little straightforward, but it was an unintentional mistake. He wasn't looking down on their senior. However, these people didn't want to let him go. They must be Senior Dongfang's admirers and couldn't hear any bad words about her. The best way to tackle their pestering was to run as far as possible. "There's no hurry." Wang Teng broke free from Su Lingxuan's grasp gently. He remained indifferent as he said, "I don't care what your intention is for the wild talk in front of me. You better get out of my sight now." "He wants us to get out. This fellow is so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think too highly of himself." Everyone's face turned black and they started shouting. "I don't care who you are. You must give us an explanation today," Zia Shan said with a stern face. "Sai, why do you have to find trouble for yourself?" Wang Teng sighed. He tilted his head and asked Su Lingxuan, "Can you hit people in Yang City Academy?" "You can. As long as both parties are willing, it won't be a problem." Su Lingxuan lowered her voice and continued, "Forget it. Zia Shan is at the 3-star soldier level. He's quite strong. There's no need to fight over some words." "You might get hurt?" Wang Teng didn't reply to her. 3-star soldier level? Was that very strong? "You want to hit me?" Zia Shan smiled. Everyone. "He wants to hit me. Do you think I should hit him?" "I don't want to hit you," Wang Teng said. "Are you regretting what you've just said?" Zia Shan mocked. "Why are you so impatient? I haven't finished my sentence. I don't want to hit you alone. I want to hit every one of you. You can come together." "Don't tell me you're scared to fight with me." Wang Teng looked at him and said calmly, "How dare you?" "Agree to him." "I'll hit him until his parents can't recognize him." Wang Teng's words ignited everyone's anger. They were all furious and wanted to teach Wang Teng a lesson. "Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish," Zia Shan said indignantly. He seemed exceptionally calm, though. He didn't think Wang Teng was a threat as he was highly confident in his strength. He had just reached 20, yet was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was one of the more outstanding students in the Yang City Academy. "Are you ready?" Wang Teng asked. "Go hit him." The moment Zia Shan finished speaking, Wang Teng took a step forward. Once things got unbearable, there was no need to bear with it anymore. He wouldn't spoil these conceited students. The fire force in his body was activated. It congregated on his fist as he charged towards the crowd in a blink of an eye. This fellow? Astonishment flashed past Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes. This was the first time she saw Wang Teng in action, although he hadn't started fighting with the other students. He already gave off a powerful aura. Zia Shan and the others could also feel the powerful aura on Wang Teng's body. Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. 3 people stepped forward, and their force surged out of their bodies as they welcomed Wang Teng's attack. "Move!" Wang Teng punched his fist out, and a violent airwave slammed into the 3 of them. They were thrown off their feet. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures landed in different directions and smashed on the ground. Wang Teng didn't even glance at them. Instead, he continued charging towards Zia Shan. Ixia Shan turned serious. Earth force spurted out of his body, causing his figure to become taller and bigger. When he stepped forward, the power was frightening. The ground seemed to be shaking under his might. He slammed his huge arms at Wang Teng. Die, bang, a dull sound spooked the spectators. A figure flew out and vomited blood in midair, his face pale. It was Zia Shan. Chapter 300. Her besties could finally be put to use. Zia Shan flew backward in midair with a look of disbelief on his face. He was so proud and confident earlier, yet in the end he couldn't even last one move in front of Wang Teng. How was this possible? But that was the truth. The group of arrogant students only had a few people left. When they saw Zia Shan getting defeated, they stopped in their tracks and started retreating unconsciously. However, Wang Teng didn't plan to let them off. Since he had said that he wanted to fight all of them, he must keep his promise. None of them was going to escape. Bang, 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 dull and heavy collisions rang out in the area, along with screams of agony. With Wang Teng in the center, the students flew out in all directions. Their faces were severely bruised, and they kept crying in pain. Silence. The crowd was dead, silent. Wang Teng and Jia Shan's fight had lasted for only a few seconds. Jia Shan and his friends were all defeated. It felt a little unreal, and he was so violent. Wang Teng looked harmless on the surface, but he was ruthless and violent in his actions. It formed a huge contrast. Su Lingxuan opened her little mouth and stared at him with wide eyes. She saw Wang Teng in a whole new light. Are you sure you're a run master? A run master possessing such powerful martial arts ability? Brother, your path is a little crooked. Wang Teng ignored everyone's gaze. He turned around abruptly and strode toward Jia Shan. A few students were helping him up, but they automatically moved away. There was fear on their faces. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. What do you want? Jia Shan's expression changed as Wang Teng walked towards him. His anxiousness grew. He wanted to escape. At this moment, he sorely regretted his actions. If he knew that this fellow was so strong, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He moved his body, appeared beside Jia Shan, and grabbed his leg. Let me go. Jia Shan saw something in Wang Teng's eyes. He was so frightened that he started kicking his legs. His voice had suddenly turned shrill. However, Wang Teng's grip was like a metal chain. He grasped his ankle tightly and swung his arms. Jia Shan was slammed onto the ground like a sandbag. Boom. The people around them were flabbergasted, and their eyelids kept jumping. They had never seen such a malicious person in their lives before. They were too scared to stop him in any way. I have nothing against you if you want to be a bootlicker. But don't provoke me, Wang Teng said coldly. He lifted his arm again and threw Jia Shan on the ground a couple more times. Then he flung him aside casually. Bang! Jia Shan's body fell on the ground like a dead object. It gave a dull thud and rolled a few times before stopping. The bystanders felt their hearts shudder. Jia Shan struggled a few times and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. There was fear in his gaze. He didn't even look Wang Teng in the eye, running off in a bedraggled state. The other students who had shouted at Wang Teng earlier had already disappeared. They didn't dare to make any sound when Jia Shan was especially taken care of, much less speak up for him. Wang Teng scanned the ground. Earth Force 25, Fire Force 10, Spirit 3, Water Force 12. He picked them up. They were all normal attribute bubbles. Wang Teng didn't take much notice of them. Let's go. He walked to Su Lingxuan, feeling refreshed after venting his frustration. His expression was calm, too. It was as if he had done something small and insignificant. However, when Su Lingxuan heard this voice, she jumped in shock. But thinking about it, although she was cheeky and bold, she was also his junior sister. She didn't offend him either, so there was no need to be afraid. She patted her chest and said, "Next time, remind me before you speak. You almost scared me to death." Wang Teng was speechless. Remind her before he spoke? How was he supposed to do that? This demand was a little outrageous. Haha, I didn't know that you were so powerful. Please take care of me in the future, senior brother. Su Lingxuan sniggered. She used her elbow to nudge Wang Teng. You said that you will introduce beauties to me if I treat you to meals. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet and still want me to take care of you? You must be dreaming. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Look at what you're saying. I brought you here today to introduce beauties to you. I have many buddies in school, and all of them are pretty. You can choose any one of them. Su Lingxuan betrayed her besties without blinking. If I didn't want to come and take a look, you wouldn't have brought me here, Wang Teng said with a cold smile. Sai, the details are not important. What's important is the result, right? Since you're here, I'll introduce some beauties to you. Isn't that the best result? Come, don't speak anymore. I'll introduce them to you. Su Lingxuan's pupils twirled around her eyes. She had witnessed Wang Teng's ability, so she wanted to hug him as tightly as possible. Her besties could finally be put to use. The female students in Yang City Academy are high in quality, Wang Teng exclaimed as he glanced around him. Of course, most of the students here come from elite families. Their bloodlines are outstanding, so their appearances are amazing too. Su Lingxuan suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right, Jia Shan is not important. But senior sister Dongfang has many fans, especially male fans. They won't let anyone speak badly of her. You need to be careful." Why are they doing such useless things when they could be cultivating? Wang Teng scoffed. Does Dongfang Yu know about this? Senior Dongfang knows and has talked about it many times, but her fans continue to do it. She didn't know what to do either. She couldn't beat them up, right? Su Lingxuan frowned. She also felt that these people went a little overboard. The Yang City Academy was huge. After going deep into the academy, Wang Teng noticed that all the buildings were unique in their own ways. They had different uses. Wang Teng followed Su Lingxuan for a long time before arriving at a courtyard. This is the dormitory. I come here to stay occasionally. First, it's convenient for me to go to class, and second, I can make more friends. It's normal for elite families to interact with one another, Su Lingxuan explained. Wang Teng nodded. This situation happened on Earth, too. The descendants of the elite families were mostly the second or third generations. They participated in all kinds of social events from a young age so that they could expand their network. He had followed the same practice in the past. However, after he was reborn, he let go of many things and stopped asking for too much. There were not many people worth being intimate with. Also, because of the path he chose, he would be able to get anything he wanted if he was strong enough. Whether it was pretentious or sincere, he could ignore everything once he was powerful. "Where are the guys? I only see young ladies," Wang Teng asked. He had suddenly realized this. "Oh, that's because this is the ladies' dormitory," Su Lingxuan said indifferently. "This isn't right." Wang Teng's eyes lit up, but he remained righteous. "It's all right. You can wait outside. I'll call them out. They should all be here at this time. We can have a meal together later," Su Lingxuan said. Wang Teng. "Fick, this is different from what I thought. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening."